And Gibby, the Frangie Show, starts now on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Welcome into the Frangie Show on a Wednesday. How's everybody doing today? Jamal's
great.
back. Good.
Doing great.
How are you?
I am great, thank you.
How was the show?
I do not have enough words to describe how fantastic it was.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Zach Bryan is, just such a great performer. Everyone in the audience could sing along to most of the songs, and so certainly there were times when he just would step back from the microphone and listen to the crowd sing his songs back, which obviously when you're an artist that doesn't have a ton of hits on the radio, he has one song on the radio as of now, that has to be such a surreal feeling. Like you have made it without having to go necessarily the traditional route.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was like goosebump type of songs at times. It was really fun. So thanks for asking.
No, that's
Sure.
awesome.
Yeah, and speaking of concerts, by the way, it looks like Frank has made it to Colorado, and so he's going to get to see Old Dominion at Red Rocks. That concert is, I believe, there's a couple dates at Red Rocks, but I'm guessing he's going this weekend.
That's just
Very
such a
cool.
cool venue to
So
get
you've
the chance to
been?
go. I've seen it. I haven't gotten to take a show in there,
Okay.
but I've just visited. I would love to see a show there one day, so I'm kind of jealous of Frank for this one. But it is such a cool venue, beautiful location.
Yeah, by the way, I just saw on Twitter Tina Turner passed away.
Really?
Yeah, I
What?
literally just saw that. So I'm sharing that news with
Wow.
all
Oh my
of you.
gosh.
Yeah, so thoughts and prayers certainly to her family. Certainly an icon. I got to see Old Dominion when they were just here at Daly's Place, and they are so fun in concert. I had seen them before, and so I'm sure he's going to have a great time. Gibby, what's the latest with JU baseball?
Well, just checking it a few minutes ago, but JU had a little bit of a delay because of lightning. They've dealt with a lot of that in other areas of Florida, but JU end of the seventh at last report, up 3-0 against Liberty, and they will be I think they'll be off tomorrow and then play again Friday for JU.
Okay. All
Play
right.
Lipscomb on Friday.
Yeah, the last I saw, they were, like you said, they were leading, and then there was a little bit of that delay, but hopefully they can get that game in. All right, gentlemen, I have a question for you. I was thinking about this when we had talked about Doug Peterson, or certainly we've talked about the Jaguars a lot. Doug Peterson, what does he have to do, Jamal, to become the best coach in franchise history?
Well, the easy answer is win a Super Bowl.
Sure.
But it by the end of this year or ever?
Ever.
Ever? If he can sustain and really push Trevor into those MVP conversations for the next 2 to 3 years, I think you start encroaching in on that territory because, if we're talking about the best coach in franchise history right now, we're saying Tom Coughlin, right? And this is a guy that's been fired by the franchise twice. Like, nothing against Tom, but he has. And there was some greatness there with those early teams for the Jaguars, but it was also brief. So if Doug can really turn the Jaguars into a perennial playoff contender for at least the majority of the rest of Trevor's career and make him a top 5 guy in the league, I think he's definitely going to be in that conversation, if not the guy.
Doug has the lowest degree of difficulty of them all. So that's
I
the
tend to
biggest
agree with
thing
you.
going for him. Tom had to build it from scratch, built an instant winner, phenomenal. The salary cap was much more penal then than it is now, so they got into it, and that was a big part of why Wayne Weaver elected to move on to Jack Del Rio. So Tom Coughlin, you get 68 wins and you get 4 playoff wins, but it goes so much more beyond that for me because he built it and gave the franchise a winning identity immediately, an identity that they didn't carry on after he left. Del Rio was, basically a 500 coach, just slightly under, and then the comics began, and they were atrocious for many years, and so. What would it take? If Doug Peterson, I think, gets to a Super Bowl, he'd have an argument. It's just such a monumental achievement. And so even if he were to get there this year, let's say with 12 regular season wins, so I understand Coughlin fans would say, how could you possibly give it to somebody who's in their second year and they've only won 21 games? But I would argue that the Super Bowl is such a monumental achievement and would mean so much for this city, even if they got there and lost, as much as you hope that doesn't happen, that I think he'd have a case. So I almost think if you're Doug Peterson looking at this, and I would think if you're the fans, I mean, I would say it'll be a disappointment if Doug Peterson leaves here and he's not head and shoulders considered the best coach the Jaguars have ever had, because he walked into Trevor Lawrence. And yes, Trevor Lawrence didn't get much out of his rookie year, but one thing that he did get is an appreciation for a coach who knows what he's doing, and he'll always remember that. You know, Trevor is always going to have the Urban Meyer year in his memory. I think he's done a fantastic job of compartmentalizing it, and he didn't get shell-shocked at all from it, but it's always going to be there. And because of that, I think the way Doug approaches it, I don't think he's ever going to take Doug for granted, even if this is a 12-year partnership, because he had that experience and it was so profound as a rookie in the NFL. So, I mean, I just think you riding Trevor's coattails is a little harsh. But, I mean, I basically think if you're Doug Peterson, as long as you keep Trevor Lawrence going in the right direction and you put the right kind of pieces around him so that he's not Matt Stafford 2.0 in terms of lack of winning, even though he's a talented player, man, I think that I think it'd be a big-time disappointment if we look up in 5 years and Doug Peterson isn't, almost without argument, the best coach the Jaguars have ever had.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it really should be, because it's a cakewalk. You immediately say who's the best coach in franchise history. Right now, there's no argument.
None.
It's not like we're debating on if it's Tom Coughlin. We know it's Tom.
We would actually have a much more fun time arguing who's the worst coach in franchise history.
Now that would have some layers to it.
I'll give you 2 words. Urban Meyer.
That's a good point.
I mean,
outside of
fair.
Urban, I guess a coach who lasted a full year. I should phrase
there
it
you
like
go.
that.
Yeah.
Then would it be Mike Mularkey?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. And again, I mean, so I think I think there is a bar that Doug has to hit, obviously, because of the contributions of Tom Coughlin, who absolutely should be in the pride of the Jaguars. And hopefully one day that will happen. Hopefully one day soon that will happen. But yeah, I think, I mean, again, I understand that maybe I'm more optimistic than, people want to hear. But, I mean, I feel like with Doug Peterson, this is going to be a 12 to 15-year run. This is his last job. I mean, that's how I feel, because I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be the quarterback here for 15 to 20 more years. Yeah. And if that's the case, I just don't know, if you're Doug Peterson, why would you walk away from a winner until that winner is ready? My vision is that when Trevor's done, Doug is done. And it won't be like Brady and Belichick, that when that ends, Doug and Trevor will walk out at the same time.
Yeah, you almost want to have that like Drew Brees, Sean Payton kind of run in New Orleans together. Except
sign me up.
There's no reason for Doug. As long as Trevor's playing well, if they're winning games and Doug's not, something doesn't happen, there's no reason for Doug to leave, and there's no reason for Trevor to leave, because quote quarterback, you stay together, find the success together, and hopefully that sort of run can bring a lot of wins with it. And if the wins are coming in, it's not a Matthew Stafford-esque kind of deal in Detroit where they're actually winning games and to go along with the stats, maybe an Aaron Rodgers type of run in Green Bay, then, yeah, I think at that point, if it goes for 10 years, you're definitely looking at Doug and saying, all right, he's got to be the best coach in franchise history. He's got to.
Yeah, like you said, if they make a Super Bowl, then he eclipses Tom Coughlin. Yeah. It just seems like, to Hayes' point, this is the beginning of a wonderful era in Jacksonville. And that's why hopefully the stadium gets renovated. And even if the Jags have to play for 2 years out of Jacksonville, that's fine, because we're going to have sustained success for the first time since the early 2000s.
Yeah, and again, I think it should double that run in terms of the length of time. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was probably a good 5-year run. You'd like to think that this is going to be a minimum of 10 really strong years with Trevor Lawrence. And even then, I think, again, he's 23. I mean, he might still be the quarterback if we do this show collectively in 20 years. Mm-hmm. He could still be the quarterback here. That's not all that far-fetched to think. And it's you have to think, if he's the quarterback for 20 years, you're probably talking about 210 wins, something like that. Who knows how many in the playoffs? But yeah, there's no question about it. If you've been on the ride up until here, congratulations, because now is your reward. Yeah. And if you're a little kid that just is sort of discovering football in the Jaguars, then you're sort of, I think, going to be sort of the Gator fan that came along when I came along. I was 14 when Steve Spurrier got the job, or actually 13, and so it was the perfect time, and I think for a lot of young Jaguar fans, it's the perfect time for them, which is why I think it's so exciting for their parents, because they know they've been through the struggle, right. And now to see that your kids might have success until they have their own kids is remarkable. I mean, 20 years, that's a lot of time.
Absolutely. I don't like to think about the fact that I'll be 60 when Trevor's 43. That seems crazy. What's also crazy, Hayes, is that Trevor Lawrence got on a plane, a team plane, after a game. And if he had wanted to consult with his coach, he could not have about the loss to the Bengals because his coach was not on the team plane. Just to go back sometimes to those moments that we thankfully have put far in the rearview mirror. But to think about that kind of thing, Coach, let's work through this play. What went wrong here, right? He couldn't have done that because his coach was not on the team plane.
It was stunning at the time. I mean, and it remains stunning now. And that's why it was perfect that it was the first joke in that brilliant Jaguars schedule release. I mean, it literally in the first 15 seconds of the video, they're destroying Urban Meyer, which is just fantastic. And it was very well crafted.
All right, we've got more to do here on The Frangie Show. I want to do a little college football today, as well as I've got some fun questions for these gentlemen. Hayes Carline is here, Andrew Gibson, I'm Lauren Brooks, and Jamal St. Cyr from Channel 4 Sports is hanging out with us today as well. And then Mike DeRocco will hang out with us on Thursday and Friday. And tomorrow, by the way, we will be at Island Wing Bartram, so come hang out with us then. You're listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
Can you imagine a life without 1010XL?
No! Please, no! No! No!
Fortunately, you don't have to.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
1010XL, part of your life.
Problem solved.
Now, the Florida Gator Report on 1010XL, brought to you by Darley's Plumbing.
Florida baseball will open the SEC tournament play against a red-hot Alabama tonight at 5:30. 9-seed Bama won its 6th straight blanking Kentucky on Tuesday. The top-seeded Gators, coming off a bye, have won 5 of their last 6 to close out the regular season. Double elimination begins today for the tournament. You can hear that on 1010 AM.
Hey folks, it's Frank Frangie, and I want to thank Coach Ellen and the team at Darley's for providing all the plumbing work for a brand new walk-off charities building that's being built. Being a San Souci guy, I've known the team at Darley's for years. They're a company I trust for my plumbing needs, and you can too.
Thanks for those kind words, Frank. At Darley's Plumbing, we don't just do residential house calls. We're your first draft pick for commercial business plumbing too. Darley's Plumbing, where quality counts.
Come kick it with us at the Daly's Old School Kingfish Shootout presented by Yellowfin. Right now, you can get into this bad boy for just $250. That's right, early entry fee of just $250 between now and May 31st. Go to oldschoolkingfish.com.
Rick Ballou for Carlson Dental. I've been telling you this for quite some time because it's true. I hate going to the dentist, or at least I used to hate going to the dentist. I had total anxiety, and then I tried sedation. Light sedation for cleaning and deep sedation as well for cavities and root canals. Folks, it's an incredible experience. So don't be nervous. Don't be scared. Go to carlsondentalgroup.com. That's carlsondentalgroup.com for all of your dental needs.
Hello, First Coast. I'm sure by now you have seen our bright green GFL trucks and containers throughout the greater Jacksonville area. We're an industry leader in solid waste and would love the opportunity to earn your business. We're committed to customer service, reliability, and have an unwavering focus on safety. Whether commercial or construction, let us haul your waste away. Call 904-760-5880 to get a quote today from GFL, Green for Life.
This is Hacker. Join me for the Gator Bites podcast presented by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists with new episodes every Wednesday. Subscribe and listen by searching for 1010XL Florida Gator Podcast on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or TuneIn.
Beach Bar Rum, Santo, and Sammy's Beach Bar Cocktails present Crazy Times. Sammy Hagar and the Circle, live October 26th, the St. Augustine Amphitheater. Sammy brings the party with George Thorogood and the Destroyers, with special guest Damon Fowler. Tickets on sale now at theamp.com. Crazy times are coming.
If you or someone you know suffer from Parkinson's or essential tremor, or if medication is not enough, you are not alone. Dr. Elaine Keebaugh here from Boston Scientific, and you have resources available. Join me at a free Lunch and Learn speaking event to help manage your disease. Thursday, May 25th from 11 to 1 at the Fleming Island Public Library. Visit dbsandme.com/webinar to learn more. That's dbsandme.com/webinar.
Does your home or building need painting? For over 20 years, Performance Painting has had the privilege of preserving many of Jacksonville's most prominent buildings. That said, we feel like we're just getting started. I'm Jason Parker, and our team thrives on preparing, protecting, and preserving the homes, businesses, and public buildings that make up our local landscape. Contact us today to put our years of experience to work for you. Performance Painting, prepare, protect, preserve.
Performance Painting! What? They did not tell me they were going to do that. I need a new bank.
Well, actually, One-to-One Financial doesn't do the usual bank surprises because we're not a bank. We're a credit union, and that means lower loan interest, things like free checking and member rewards, and of course, total investment back into our community.
I'm sold.
Find a better way to bank than big banks with One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. Visit 121fcu.org for more information on opening an account today.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Sports injuries are a common issue for both adults and children. Dr. George Barry here, and as a specialist in orthopedic care, the team at Barry Orthopedics and Sports Medicine here in Jacksonville provides comprehensive diagnosis and treatment of all types of sports injuries. With additional training in sports medicine and more than 30 years of experience, the team is available to care for your entire family and help you have fun and stay active. Visit us today at barryorthopedics.com.
And don't forget to check out Breaking Bones Sunday morning, 7:30 on 1010XL.
AgPro's Load Up on Savings event is here. Right now, get a John Deere Z320R with 42-inch deck for $37.99. Visit agproco.com for more info. Offer ends 5/31/23. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Jimerson Burr is a full-service, Florida-based commercial law firm that has experience and capabilities to handle any legal issue a business is confronted with. Learn more about what they can do for you at jimersonfirm.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville.
I call you, I need you, my heart's on fire.
Tina Turner for you in honor of her wonderful 83 years on this planet. Hayes, what's the first thing you think of when you think of Tina Turner?
What's love got to do with it? She was such a unique performer in the sense that she'd had this iconic career well before the 80s. But then she looked at what MTV was doing, and she made these great videos that really catapulted her back into the eyes of sort of a new generation of music fan. And What's Love got to do with it? Well, I think won Video of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. It was a huge hit. And then she was in the shortly after that, she was in the Mad Max sequel, Thunderdome, and she had a hit song off of that, and just really had this amazing. At least for me, it was an amazing second act. I can't. Maybe she, maybe that was her third act, but it certainly gave her some fantastic exposure and some new fans in the 1980s, and yeah, just an incredible performer.
The first thing I think of, Jamal, would be her performing Proud Mary, which is obviously a cover of Creedence Clearwater Revival's original song. But the way she just captivates everyone. And she was able to, I think, sing so soulfully because she had a hard life. And so certainly, yeah, celebrating the life of Tina Turner.
Oh, my mom and my aunts loved Tina Turner.
So they're sad today.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, growing up as a kid, I remembered those songs being on repeat, just looped, watching the videos and things like that, because they all loved her music and her as an artist and the way she was able to perform and go into concerts and things like that. So definitely a lot of I've spent some time listening to the music. Definitely.
Gibby, I'm guessing you played probably a lot of Tina Turner back when you were a DJ?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Tina Turner, for sure, like Hayes was talking about, the era that she was very popular in. Like you said, Hayes, videos were huge, of course, back in the 80s, too. But, yeah, I mean, Tina Turner's definitely a legend.
For sure. One other Doug Peterson note or question I have for y'all. He will be, assuming he gets the Jaguars either to a Super Bowl or wins a Super Bowl here, he will be the best coach in two different franchise histories, right? The Eagles don't have a title, right, other than him.
He's going to – look, he very well might have 2 statues. He already has one.
He does.
And I guarantee you if he wins a Super Bowl here, he's going to have a statue. And in fact, there may be a lot of people that have statues. I mean, you may go through 50 statues to get to your seat.
No longer Bay Street, it's Statue Boulevard.
I think Shad Khan would love nothing more than to start building statues around the around the renovated stadium. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he already has that distinction in Philadelphia. Now Sirianni may pass him. If they go and win a Super Bowl this year, he will have gotten to 2 and won 1. So Doug may lose the Philadelphia label at some point. He may not, but certainly I think he has a chance here. I mean, because he's got a quarterback that, look, I mean, we may be wrong, but all the evidence that I have today tells me they have a quarterback that makes them a legitimate Super Bowl contender for the next 15 years. Now, obviously, they're not going to, they may never win it. They may be one of these teams that has just bad luck. Jim Kelly never won a Super Bowl. Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. But I think they have the kind of player that will always put them at least in the running to win it. And the head coach is going to be a big part of that.
The AFC's rough right now. I mean, Trevor could be great, but he's got to go through Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, and these are young guys.
Yeah,
so
for the next decade.
Yeah, for the next decade, it's going to be a battle between them to see who can get to the Super Bowl. And only one team. And Patrick Mahomes isn't exactly old either. He's going to be in the AFC. So the AFC is going to be a gauntlet. So you're right. He could very well. Trevor Lawrence could be great. Doug Peterson could be great. Do everything right, and then you see those Peyton Manning, Tom Brady type of battles in the playoffs where both are great and only one can make it to the big game. So the Jaguars have to do a lot to put the talent to make sure that they're the one that comes out with the edge in those battles, because it's not going to be a cakewalk. If the Jaguars were in the NFC, we'd be talking a completely different story where it's like, all right, just gear up for like one big game. You got to make it over like this last hurdle. As opposed to this, it's going to be just like last year. Justin Herbert in the first round just to see Patrick Mahomes in the next. Great quarterback after great quarterback, and it's going to be a rough road. So we'll see if it can all come together. I don't think there's another coach that has 2 statues. I don't think there is, not that I can think of. But it would be really cool if Doug kept his statue in Philly and then got a statue here in Jacksonville, and just to see if that was enough to get him a gold jacket and a bust in Canton one day.
Absolutely. I think if he wins a Super Bowl with 2 different franchises, I don't know how you couldn't put him in. And it is really hard for head coaches to get in. There's definitely a backlog there.
Right.
But I would think that that would be particularly doing it in those 2 markets. Philadelphia with all the intense pressure, they'd never done it, and then in Jacksonville where they really hadn't had much success outside of the Tom Coughlin era. So. It would be remarkable if he's able to do it. A lot of work to do, as Jamal said, before we get to that conversation as a reality. But yeah, it's fun to dream about it.
It certainly is.
That would be bringing the first championship to 2 different franchises if he pulled it off.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff.
It's got to be strange to look at yourself in the statue form. Like we talked about it with Tony Baselli and his bust, for sure. But I remembered when Doug Peterson was asked about, are you going to go see your statue? Because I don't think he'd seen it before. And he was like, no, right? Isn't that what he said?
He said he's never visited it before.
Yeah, I think it'd be weird to see yourself like immortalized when you're still alive.
Right.
There's just something a little odd about that. So Aaron Rodgers has one Super Bowl.
Yes.
Peyton Manning had one Super Bowl with the Colts, even though he had
Correct.
the incredible run, and then obviously got the second with the Broncos. Drew Brees only one Super Bowl. And then obviously, like you mentioned, there's lots of quarterbacks who have never won one who were great quarterbacks. Just getting that one, like we said, the Eagles, I mean, just getting that one has to be just the sweetest taste.
Oh, I mean, I can't even imagine what the city would be like for the 3-4 months after. I mean, if they were able to win the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't think it's anything that we can fathom of what it would be like. And, you know, hopefully one day we'll get to live it. I mean, that's the hope. And now you feel like they're on a path to possibly being able to, you know, to contend for it in what is an incredibly deep AFC. You know, if it may not be a bad idea for Shad Khan to kind of slip in some language into the stadium renovation when he sends it to the other owners that the Jaguars get to move to the NFC South, because I think they would have a little bit clearer of a path.
When they win a Super Bowl one day, where do you want to be? Do you want to be at the game, or do you want to be here in Jacksonville with the majority of Jaguars fans? Because you know if they win, this place basically explodes.
Yeah, I'd want to be at the game, but I'll take anywhere. just let's let it happen. But yeah, I'd love to be at the game and see it, witness it firsthand.
The one downside about the Super Bowl is, I mean, obviously if you're working, it's a different story. But if you're a fan, there's not the majority of Jaguars fans at the actual game. I'm sure they would open up the bank here, and fans could actually watch on the video boards there. And so that part would be cool. But I think, yeah, I'm with Hayes. I'd want to be at the game, and you just get a different feel, especially if like y'all going in the locker room after and the euphoria of it all. And I mean, you're with these guys starting really July all the way through February every single week. You're riding the highs and lows with them.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a really cool experience to be in either place, to be honest. Like,
what would you pick?
I don't know. I think I almost think I'd pick to be here where you're surrounded by all of the, because I feel like if you're watching it at the bank or just at some bar surrounded by all these Jaguars fans, you're going to see so many like grown men crying at that point where it's like, because it's going to be a relief for them too. Never put on the bed, just, it finally happened. I never thought I'd see the day. You know, it's like you talked about the people that have ridden the whole roller coaster up until this point. If you see it finally get to the end, I mean, the rush of emotion that will be going through this city, so many different people, I just think it'd be really cool to see, like, just somebody who's been a season ticket holder from day one. Just give me a row of them and let me sit there and watch the game and just see the stress with them and then the relief as the team as the clock hits 0 and they realize the team won. I just think that'd be the coolest thing.
And it would be. I mean, think of like when we were in Canton, Ohio, and think of all the Jaguars fans that came. Think of all the Jaguars fans that have Jaguars tattoos. Like to be with those people the moment that the Jaguars actually won a Super Bowl. I mean, I really think it seems like to get to a Super Bowl would still be the same kind of feeling here. Obviously, winning it takes it to another level. But since this franchise has never even been to a Super Bowl, the lead up to that would also be amazing.
Oh, it'd be 2 weeks of euphoria.
Yeah.
Now you'd like to have the 6 months of euphoria, but yeah, I mean at this point, you know, beggars can't be choosers. We've never experienced any of it, so if you had to take the 2 weeks of euphoria, it'd be hard to be disappointed with that.
I mean, the moments just from this season after beating the Cowboys in the fashion that they did, the way that the stadium was leaving that day. After beating the Ravens, after beating the Titans, after beating the Chargers, like you would get that spread out over, like you said, 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, or 6 months if the Jaguars actually won. I mean, I can tell people who are not watching the live stream, we're all smiling right now as we're even picturing this because it would be just so incredible.
I mean, some of those moments are just amazing. I was literally talking about the end of some of those games earlier today because – hey, as you know, as we're trying to like get downstairs, normally it's wait for the elevator. The coaches are going to wait. After the Cowboys game, the Ravens game, and the Chargers game, the coaches for the Jaguars were like, forget it, we're going down the stairs. And security, and they're running down the stairs, and I'm like, some of us went right behind them, and I'm just looking around like, there's no fans in the stairwells because everybody was still in their seats.
Right.
And I was like, it's just that crazy of an ending where all these people are just
stunned.
like, they're just stunned. They're like, did they just win? Did this just happen?
I mean, especially the Chargers game.
Yeah.
I mean, people left, right? Like, that's how you know it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
The John Henderson video.
Yes.
Post game of the Chargers, and I can't remember the player that took. It was I think maybe Jimmy took the video. But anyway, it's hilarious. It's got some profanity in it, but so be careful who you.
Yeah, we're
play
not going to air it, but
in
yeah.
front of. But
So
it is hilarious.
Today, Khalil Mack, you know how where the Chargers are going through OTAs and stuff like the Jaguars are. So Khalil Mack was interviewed today, and they asked him about the Chargers, the Jags game, and he said it was like an absolute nightmare. Like him and Joey Bosa going back and thinking about it like an absolute nightmare, and I'm sitting there laughing because it was greatness for the Jags and heartbreak for them.
And Bosa, at one point, we thought he would have been ejected, right? He had
he had two personal fouls.
Yeah, he had two personal fouls, and we
right.
were like, why is he still on the field? But it ended up being that was correct.
He just melted down.
That they did, and it was
sweet.
It was so much fun. You got that right. Next time though, like we said yesterday, faster start on the Jaguars' part would be nice. You don't really want to have to come down from 27-0, but we know that they certainly can. All right, we'll get it to college football when we come back. You're listening to the Frangie Show on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
Share your life with 1010XL. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram.
Oh, wait. I'm going to take a picture and post it on Facebook. What? Hashtag
1010XL.
Listen for the Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute Rehabilitation House Call in the Frangie Show this Friday. They'll tell you about postseason rehab programs for baseball players. JOI, where the pros go.
Did you know the 2023 Honda CR-V Hybrid never needs to be plugged in? The onboard system charges the batteries for you. When you think Honda, think hybrid. Good for the environment, great for your budget. Visit your local Honda dealer to experience the CR-V of the future today.
David here with Royal Pest Services. That grass is waking up from its winter nap. Royal is close to applying products that help bring it out of that dormancy. Our granular aeration allows treatment to get to the root system. Visit RoyalPestServices.com to schedule a free estimate. It's grow time!
Get this thing unwrapped here.
Duval! Praz, what in the world are you doing working on your Duval?
That's right, man. I really identify with Duval.
You live in St. Johns County, knucklehead.
I mean the Duval sub, the Dailies Dash Duval. Turkey, ham, melted cheddar, and habanero jack cheeses. Lettuce, tomato, crispy and fresh, like me. I'm sure there's a Dailies Dash sub that sums you up.
The boss.
Because, of course,
oven roasted beef, Munster cheese, roasted mushrooms, caramelized onions. It's the boss of all subs. Only available for me.
That's just not true.
What do you mean? I walked in the other day, screamed, "You know it!" and said, "A boss for a boss."
Well, no matter who you are, there is a Dailies Dash sandwich or sub for you.
Go find yours. They may even make you a boss.
I'm sure they will, because it is Dailies Dash.
Where more is better.
And you got that right.
This Date in Sports History is brought to you by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
On May 24th, 1990, in the Stanley Cup Final, the Oilers beat the Bruins 4-1 for a series win and their 5th cup in 7 years, now 32 years since they've won it all.
It's time to play Fix That Plumbing Problem. What do you do when your water heater stops working? Contestant 1?
Heat water on the stove?
Come on, really?
Or maybe in the microwave?
Contestant 2? That's right. Just call the duck.
For new water heater installations or repairs, just call the pros at Duck Duck Rooter. Commercial, residential, any plumbing issue.
When you're stuck, call the duck. 904-862-6769.
Time now for a medical recap. A health and wellness tip from Jaguars head team physician Dr. Kevin Kaplan.
Regular strength training is key to maintaining muscle mass. Like muscle building, you need to stress the muscle to maintain strength. This means lifting enough weight and doing enough reps to the point where it's too hard to do one more. Yoga and Pilates are also lower impact muscle building workouts that help maintain lean body mass and improve flexibility. Let's get moving, Jacksonville.
Survey says 1010XL wants to know more about you. Take the listener survey to tell us what you like. You could win tickets to see the Sharks and Jumbo Shrimp or golf at Hidden Hills Golf Club. Just take the survey at 1010XL.com.
Life is about choices and the decisions you make. I'm David Robbins with Epstein & Robbins. If you're convicted of a DUI, you'll have to face severe consequences. Walking through the doors of the courthouse or appearing at a bond hearing can be extremely intimidating. Without the right lawyer, you're likely to make the wrong decision. Let our team help you make the right decisions in court. Epstein & Robbins, the right choice.
Epstein and Robbins, fighting for your rights since 1975.
Houston, we do not have a problem. Houston's Meats is now carrying locally raised cattle from right here in Florida. Ground beef to steaks to even roasts, each cut is graded USDA choice and has been raised locally from birth to harvest. Houston's Meats at Main Street and 295.
Hi, I'm Sean Monahan from Monahan Jewelers in Atlantic Beach. We're your local family jeweler for 46 years in Jacksonville with a huge selection of diamonds, gemstones, and pre-owned Rolex watches. And Monahan Jewelers is your store for expert jewelry repair turned around in 1 or 2 days. Most jewelry stores take 2 weeks or more, and many stores send your jewelry somewhere else for repair. At Monahan Jewelers, our jewelry repair is done in-house by expert craftsmen, and Monahans can turn around most repairs in a day or two. So bring your jewelry repair to Monahan Jewelers in Atlantic Beach.
Get ready to take your game to the next level at Best Bet. Come and experience the best in card games, top-notch hospitality, award-winning sushi, and nonstop fun at our Jacksonville and Orange Park locations. We've got something fun for everyone. Choose from a variety of exciting poker games, including limits to suit all skill levels. If you're looking to try something new, we offer easy-to-learn games like one-card poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and Pai Gow. You can also place bets on thrilling simulcast races while enjoying delicious food and drinks. See why we're the go-to destination for gaming and entertainment. Go to bestbetjacks.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville.
Jet trails cut across a Winthrop County sky. That's why I reckon Sunday is a good day to die.
As I was telling you guys the break, Zach Bryan, who played last night at the arena, sold out the arena, has, I think, a lot of darkness woven through his lyrics, but that's why he's not, I think, on country radio. He's not necessarily a trendy as far as like that type of music is concerned, like the easy to listen to type things. Like when you really listen to his lyrics, like a lot of it goes back to when his mom passed away when he was only 20 years old, and then a lot of times to like bad relationships, things like that. But this is Zach Bryan, like I said, who performed last night. As Graham Marsh put it, Graham Cam, everyone in Jacksonville that he knew was at the concert last night. He's like, I had never heard of this guy, and then I opened Instagram last night, and it's like, that person's there, and that person's there, and that person's there, and it was like, yeah, I had a lot of friends go.
Well, I had the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Okay, so yeah.
And I just saw a story that he broke the New Orleans arena attendance record, which is surprising. You wouldn't think that could. You would think they'd all sort of just be the same with all the acts that go through. But anyway, yeah. So it's really interesting, and it seemed like people were retweeting. It seemed like he. For what, and maybe you can explain it. Why is Jacksonville? He was tweeting about how much Jacksonville means to him, and he also apologized for forgetting to play a song, which I thought was interesting. The Condemned,
as far as
or something.
I'm condemned. The song was condemned, but he says, I'm condemned. Again, darkness kind of running through his lyrics. But Jacksonville's a special place because he played at Mavericks. I think that was like one of his very first shows.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, which I love to discover people, as you know, Hayes and Jamal. I love to find artists before they get big, so I can see them for a much lower price, if not free, then certainly much cheaper than arena venues, stadium venues, things like that. And I had not heard of Zach Bryan at the time, so I was jealous. One of the people that I know had gone to that show. And so we were talking about Old Dominion. That's who Frank's going to see at Red Rocks. I saw Old Dominion at Mavericks back in the day. I also saw Zach Brown way back when, in like 2009 at Mavericks. So I used to love that place for those types of shows, but obviously the Landing is no longer. All right, I've got a college football question for you guys. Is there an undisputed best coach in the state of Florida, college football coach?
Ever?
No, right now. Currently at one of the schools in Florida.
I don't think so.
I don't
mean,
either.
I
Okay.
don't think any of them are accomplished enough to have that title, and I think that Cristobal's done enough to certainly challenge Norvell. I mean, obviously you can't put Napier in there. I mean, he had some success at Louisiana, but
I think most people would say Norvell.
Yeah, but I mean, Cristobal at least has gotten to like a Fiesta Bowl. I mean, he did some
Right.
big things at Oregon.
Yes,
I
that's
mean,
true.
Norvell just lost 3 games in a row last season, which great coaches don't do. So, I think I don't think anybody can claim it because Cristobal was such a disaster in year 1 at Miami. But because of his resume at Oregon, I don't think you could just hand it to Mike Norvell either.
Are we taking into account what they did at past stops, or are we just looking at what they've done at their current location? Because, I don't think anybody's really separated themselves. Like, Billy Napier has done very little at Florida, and I'm kind of worried about what this season's going to look like for him. Norvell really hasn't won much in Florida State, not enough to really separate himself. It's kind of a bunch of guys, all kind of tied together until someone can kind of explode out. I mean, Florida State has high expectations this year, and maybe this is where Norvell can kind of separate himself from the pack of college coaches around the state if they can make it to a major bowl or even get a berth into a playoff game. But until then, it's just kind of like they're all one of the guys. If I really just had to pick one, it'd be tough to separate Cristobal and Norvell. I mean,
yeah, and I understand like people would say, well, Gus Malzahn is gotten to a national title game, but the problem with Gus Malzahn is that if Florida, Miami, or Florida State opened in a year, he's not getting a call. So I'm not going to put him in there. I mean, yeah, he's had some nice success, but I'm not going to say Gus Malzahn is unquestionably the best coach in Florida. I'm just not, and so, I think it's almost a vacated crown. Now I would anticipate that a year from now, Mike Norvell will be the number 1 choice because I think they're going to have a huge year, and I don't think Florida or Miami are going to. So, but as of now, I just think it's a vacated crown.
And it's sad too because this state normally has really good college football coaches.
Right. It's rough right now. I mean, there's just not. I mean, Norvell's a good coach, and I mean, so is Chris. I'm not saying that these guys aren't good coaches. They just haven't accomplished much. I mean, the college football in the state hasn't been great for the past few years. So it's tough until they can kind of really get it over the top. If you start looking at it and you say, okay, well, which one of these guys could move on to another major program like without getting fired? I mean, Norvell could get offers if he has success this year. I mean, there was rumors that people were trying to look at him after last year, which makes sense. I could see Cristobal getting a call to a bigger school. Like you said, I don't think any major programs calling Gus right now. I don't think any major programs calling Billy right now looking at him. So, I mean, I think it has to be between those two guys because if Nick Saban said, I'm willing to leave Alabama, every major program that has openings lining up at his door to make him a call because he's that kind of coach. And you can say that about, Kirby Smart, same thing. You start talking about great coaches. So, I mean, it has to be between those two because if there's a major program with an opening, they're the only two that would even get a sniff.
Usually in college football, you're in one of these two camps. Now, Georgia is certainly not because they have Kirby Smart and most likely for the long haul. But you're normally in a camp where your coach is on the hot seat or you're afraid your coach is going to leave. There are very few programs in all of college football where your coach is probably not going to take a different job or get hired by the NFL or along those lines. But so certainly, like, you can put Florida, I know most people would say Billy Napier is not on the hot seat by any means. But I do think because people are predicting Florida to have another bad season, another losing season, that's where he absolutely would be on the hot seat a year from now.
Yeah, I think
at least in fans' minds.
Yeah, and again, this is where I think Florida fans are going to have to be patient for once in their existence, because it's going to be, I think it's going to be really detrimental to the program if Billy Napier goes 7-6 this year, and then goes, 8-5 in his third year and he gets fired. Because I think in year 4 and year 5, he's got a chance to win double-digit games. With the talent that he's bringing in, now that may stop. I mean, if the recruiting dries up, well, then, yeah, you gotta move on. But I don't know why, if you're Florida, you would get rid of a coach who didn't take over any kind of talented roster, is absolutely bringing in the players to fix it, to bring that talent back that can compete for championships. I don't know why you would get rid of them. I mean, assuming there's nothing off the field. I mean, if it's strictly wins and losses in the direction of your program, I think Florida took for granted for a while that they can just roll out of bed and sign a top 5 class. And that's not, now they realize, no, it actually takes some coaching talent and some organization and some persuasive skills to land top classes. And I'm not trying to say that what he brought in last year was some like amazing group. I mean, it was ranked somewhere between 10 and 11, but he identified and executed exactly what they had to get. They had to get 8 big-time defensive linemen. He did that. They had to get super speed at receiver. They did that. They had to remake the secondary with players that weren't tweeners but were actual corners or nickel or safety. And he did that along the defensive line too. They have legitimate defensive linemen, but they're young, so you're going to have to endure those growing pains. And I do think Florida fans will be more optimistic about Napier after this year, because even if the results aren't overly different, because I think Florida's going to show this year that they have talent. It's just inexperienced. Whereas last year's team, there just wasn't a lot of talent. I mean, they had some veterans. They had however many guys get, drafted and go to the combine and things like that.
6 maybe drafted.
But, I mean, you knew they weren't overly talented as a roster. And so now I think there'll be enough flashes from the younger players to get, I think, people really excited about his third year. The problem with your third year is the quarterback situation, because are you going to start a true freshman in Lagway?
He's going to have to.
And yeah, or are you going to start Graham Mertz, who probably isn't going to be overly great? So that's the dilemma. In year 3, the overall roster should be much better, because this recruiting class looks like it's going to be sensational for Florida. But the quarterback is then what could hold you back. But again, if Lagway, even if you're not winning like you would like, if you're seeing enough out of Lagway, and you're seeing obviously this roster getting much, much better everywhere else, why would you not give him year 4? I mean, to me, you'd almost be sabotaging yourself. I mean, unless there's just some remarkable candidate out there. Mm-hmm. But I mean, short of that, if it's just to go back through the coaching carousel and hire the next McElwain or Muschamp or Mullen, I mean, if there's an Urban Meyer like unbelievable rock star candidate out there like there was when they fired Zook so quick, okay, that makes a little more sense. But the odds that that's going to happen are incredibly remote. Florida needs to stick with Billy Napier, and they need to give him 4 years. I mean, that's the only way that they can remotely have a stable football program moving forward. And my guess is by the time you get to that 4th year, you're going to really like Florida's roster.
He inherited a roster that needed to be turned over. It needed a lot of love. He had his work cut out for him. I will give him that. Last year obviously was not the year that many people wanted. And I mean, if Vegas is right, this year isn't going to be one that's going to make very many Florida fans happy. I think they have them finishing at 6.5 is their win total, is their over under.
5.5,
yeah. So just above Vanderbilt, which isn't exactly a win total you want to be in conversation with.
Yeah, Florida couldn't beat them last year.
So I could see this.
He threw it out of bounds.
Yeah, if this season doesn't go well enough, that'll put a lot of pressure on him to at least show major progress in year 3. Because, like you said, at that point he's bringing in a lot of talent. You're going to have to show growth. The question is, how bad is this year, and how much growth will you need in year 3 to justify that year 4? Because that's where it's rough. Is year 3, you can't have another year 2 where you're still saying it's growing pains and we got so much talent, because if not, you're just recycling the same excuse over and over and over again. So we would be talking about him being on the hot seat, because it's like, all right, Billy, you got to go out there and you got to at least compete and be in the conversation late in the year where those games are important for not just a bowl, but a pretty good bowl, and maybe even maybe making it to the SEC championship game. It'd be nice to be talking about it.
And the blue chip recruiting, that has to continue.
Right.
If that starts to dry up, because recruits are now frightened by the lack of success, and is he really going to be there? Because he's gonna get negative recruited. He already is, but it's gonna be even more so in another year. So if the wins aren't there, and now the recruiting starts to dip because of players concerned about the stability of the program, well then that might force your hand if you're Florida's president, and I'm assuming the athletic director would be in some danger too, Scott Strickland, if Napier doesn't work out. So who knows who makes the next hire? I think Scott Strickland's even acknowledged that this is probably his last football hire, good or bad. I think in looking at it, that's going to be the challenge for Billy Napier. Is the recruiting is sizzling right now. It's never been better for Florida. They're second in the country in average per player when you look at their commitment list, and with the visitors that they have coming in June, Florida is absolutely in the mix for some amazing talent. And so, if that can continue, then I think you can be patient with him on the field a little bit.
Right.
But, if the wins aren't there and the recruiting starts to stall, then you got a major problem.
Well, and I think some Florida fans, at least if they're like me, say, yes, I know you need time to recruit to the level that your competition is recruiting at, say Georgia, Alabama, Clemson. But there are guys in the transfer portal, and Mike Norvell has shown you can get good really quickly because the best players on Florida State are all transfers for the most part.
Yeah, but he didn't get good really quickly. He was in year 4 before they got good.
Absolutely.
He had won 8 games before last year.
That's true.
So, and that's without playing Clemson and Florida in the COVID year, where they would have lost by about 80 combined points.
That's a good point.
I think if you're Florida, I think Mike Norvell is a good barometer for you in terms of just be patient, let him get to his 3rd or 4th year, and then you should really start to see a massive jump. Obviously Florida hasn't been as successful in the portal, but there's other factors that go into that I think are out of Billy Napier's control. Billy Napier can't snap his fingers and get credits to roll over. And I think at Florida that has become an issue with them and the portal, is who can they get in. So I think Florida's going to have to lean on recruiting the high school level is their tool to get back to prominence. But the good news is I still think that's how you do it. The portal is come into play, obviously, but I still think it's 80% recruit 5 stars out of high school and 20% get guys in the portal.
Yeah, the transfer portal can help you make over your roster kind of quickly, but you can't redo the whole roster just for the portal.
Deion says he can.
Well, yeah. Coach Prime is his own kind of guy, though,
But I think even with Deion, it's probably portal year 1, but ultimately it's 5-star recruits in year 2, 3, and 4 that you're building with.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. And keep in mind, Deion packed a quarterback and took it with him to Colorado. True. Most schools are going to the portal to just find 1 or 2 positions. It's almost like how you look at the free agency in the NFL a little bit, where you're just trying to plug some of those major holes. Okay, I got everything else besides a quarterback. Can I go and plug a quarterback rather than starting this freshman that I know isn't going to be ready to win me games? So that can kind of start to push you there, and you can try and find some of those guys there. But I will say one thing, because you were talking about recruiting. There was one blue chipper local prospect who's now committed to another school in the SEC, and the reason that he talked himself out of Florida was that he was worried that when it was time for him to be heading to the NFL or graduating or whatever it may be, he wasn't sure if Billy would be there. He was worried. He said he was worried about the possible coaching turnover, and he would like to find a place that had stability. So that's something that the recruits are definitely taking into account and looking at as they make those decisions, and they have to, because they can use the transfer portal just like coaches can hop and skip to other jobs. So that impacts everybody.
I'm sure that was Kirby Smarthays saying, you know I'm going to be
It's
here.
absolutely
I've got
what
2 rings.
you
You,
would
know I'm
say
going to be here.
if
He
you're-
may not be there.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia should never lose a kid to Florida, as it stands right now. I mean, any player that Billy Napier gets away from Georgia that Georgia legitimately wants, that's an amazing recruiting win.
Really, yeah.
Because he's got nothing to sell compared to what Georgia has to sell. And the number one thing is the stability. I think Kirby Smart's going to be the Georgia coach for 20 years. I mean, he's probably on the most rock solid footing of any college football coach, because I don't think the NFL looks at him as anything they want, and which is fine. If you're Georgia, that's how you'd want it. Right. And he's not leaving. So, I think you have to use that if you're Georgia to negative recruit Florida if it's between you and the Gators for a player that you really want.
Absolutely. All right, we'll get it to baseball when we come back. You're listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
You can always tell which ones were captured in the wild by the look in their eyes. The Wildcat.
1010XL, home of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is Hayes Carline for Kingfish Pest Control, a local family-owned business. Look, warmer weather now means mosquito, flea, and tick season is here. Protect your home and your family with Kingfish Pest Control. As a Kingfish customer myself, I know their products are safe for kids and pets. Kingfish was just out at my house for my annual termite protection. They do such a fantastic job. Plus, with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, you can relax knowing your yard is going to be pest-free. Call today, mention the Jags to receive 10% off your initial service. That's Kingfish Pest Control, proud partner of the AFC South champion, Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is Richard Miller with your Showtime Sports Cards and Collectibles Update. Sports collecting continues to make headlines with this month's debut of the Netflix show King of Collectibles, The Golden Touch. It's an inside look at an auction house known for selling high-end sports cards and collectibles, started by Ken Golden. That's King of Collectibles on Netflix. Showtime Sports Cards and Collectibles. Update your collection.
Sports fans, this is David Garrard here, and if you're suffering from orthopedic soreness, make an appointment at Southeast Orthopedic Specialists, where everyone is treated like a pro.
This is Dr. Kevin Murphy with Southeast Orthopedic Specialists, where athletes are treated like pros. Thanks to all of you who have allowed us to be part of your recovery. Call us at Southeast Orthopedic Specialists if you ever have a need.
Relieve pain and get back to life. SOS. Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
It's such a great time of year. I'm with Greg Mackey from Cycles of Jacksonville, and Bike Week really kind of gets people thinking about what is the latest and greatest on-road, especially from Honda.
Absolutely. The new Honda Rebel lineup is fantastic. Anywhere from the 300 to 1100, the Gold Wing's always hot.
They're going to see guys going really fast down at Daytona, and then they can come to your showroom and check out what you've got.
The Supercross will kick it off. There's lots of festivities from Daytona, which will surely translate back to our dealership and back to our showroom.
Come check it out. Cycles of Jacksonville on Atlantic near Regency.
The flagship station of the Jacksonville Jaguars. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
Are your kids ready to play this summer? Come check out the Y. Summer is a time for kids to explore new things and expand the limits of their imagination. At the Y Summer Camp, every day is a new adventure. Kids can learn about STEM, arts and humanities, athletic sports, outdoor games, and more. Registration is now open, but space is limited, and spots are filling up quickly. Learn more and find your adventure at fcymca.org. Search Summer Day Camp.
Want great drinks at a great location without paying outrageous prices? Players Grill has you covered. Monday through Friday, happy hour from 3 to 5 p.m. $15 bottomless mimosas on the weekend. Players Grill, where the neighborhood meets.
Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, presented by FIS, is home all week at 1-to-1 Financial Ballpark. Tomorrow is Coors Light Thirsty Thursday with beer specials, and it's a Military Appreciation Night presented by Ascension St. Vincent's and Out Front. Then it's the weekend of Boom with fireworks Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. JackShrimp.com for tickets. Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, affordable, family, fun.
What if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity line of credit program is just what you need. Hey, it's Prosser here. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low monthly payment. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity credit line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will only cost you around $400 a month. Use that money and pay off high-interest credit cards or do a home improvement project. You can access up to 90% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need an appraisal. So even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Stop the madness. Say no to 24% interest fees. Call Loan Pronto today. 904-999-1508. That's 904-999-1508. Or as always, you can visit loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Now is the perfect time to make sure your home is protected from storms by scheduling a complimentary roof inspection with Universal Roof and Contract. Get $500 off a full roof replacement and $250 off roof repairs. Plus, same as cash financing for 12 months. This offer expires May 31st and restrictions apply. Universal Roof and Contracting, a proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. License number CCC 123-0147, CBC 125-8484.
Did you know that many cooling companies are now part of big conglomerates with no connection to Northeast Florida? In the past, they have concentrated on heating and air conditioning, but after a buyout, many add plumbing and electrical services. This raises their overhead, and those costs are passed on to the consumer. It's a case where bigger isn't better, it's just more expensive. Not Mike Merritt's Heating and Air. Mike Merritt remains family-owned and operated. Merritt's focus has been the same for more than 30 years, keeping Northeast Florida comfortable, no matter what the weather. And there are no overtime or weekend surcharges. Mike Merritt's team does not work on commission. They repair only what needs repair and offer replacements only on what can't be fixed. And unlike at giant corporations where you can feel like just another number, with Mike Merritt, you'll feel like number one. Florida license CACO 50384.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update. I'm Andrew Gibson for 1010XL. This update brought to you by YMCA of Florida's First Coast. We have breaking news on the Florida-Georgia game here in Jacksonville. According to Mark Long of the Associated Press, Florida and Georgia have officially picked up the option to play the game in Jacksonville in 2024 and 2025. Finally, University Christian has won their first softball state championship. They win it this afternoon 3-2 over Evangelical Christian from Fort Myers. It's the first title for Keith Stroud, the head coach there for more than 30 years at UC. And JU baseball moving on in the ASUN baseball tournament with an 8-0 victory over Liberty. The Dolphins play Lipscomb Friday morning at 10. 74 degrees at 4:04. Time and temp brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cooler with Bueller.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Understand the touch of your hand makes my pulse react.
Tina Turner passed away earlier today, so a little Tina Turner music for you as we celebrate her life and so many great songs. Love me some Tina Turner. All right, gentlemen, JU baseball got the victory today after losing yesterday, so that's good news. Gibby, when is the next JU baseball game?
So they're going to play Lipscomb on Friday. They get tomorrow off, so they'll play Lipscomb on Friday morning at 10.
I hate Lipscomb.
Yeah, do ya? Nashville. They're like a Titans nemesis from Nashville.
They probably eat mayonnaise too.
They probably do. Yeah, I mean JU's got a good little team now. They've
Disgrace.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Oh, well, congrats to JU. Winning 8-0 is huge, and like you said in the break, Gibby, maybe they'll get back Evan Crest. Or maybe he'll be able to pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he's ASUN Freshman of the Year. He's a guy that, JU's very fortunate to have him because he was drafted. He got drafted by the Miami Marlins last summer and elected to go to college. And JU, a huge recruiting land right there with Evan Crest, and had a ERA in like 281 this season as a freshman. That's really hard to do in college baseball. I mean, and by the way, he's facing teams like Florida, like FSU, like Miami, like they've beaten this year for JU, which is great for them. But yeah, Evan Crest has been an absolute stud. Not often do you have a freshman who's your number one and pitches like he has this year.
Yeah, huge game for JU today. I mean, after yesterday, able to flip the script almost exactly. I think it was 0-7 yesterday, 8-0 win today. A good start to the A-Sun tournament for them. We'll see if they can make it out of Group A. Still got a little bit more work to do.
Yeah, you want to be in Pool A, though, so certainly that part's good news. Jamal, did you ever play baseball?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. When I was in college, our baseball coach tried to come and recruit me to run bases for them. And in hindsight, I really should have done it because he was just like, I just need a base runner. And I was like, I don't remember what I was doing. I was focused on trying to work out for football or something. And that's where he approached me. I was out running on the football field just trying to get in shape. Mm-hmm. And he was like, yeah, hey, I need a base runner. You want to come do that? And I was like, I can give you nothing on the baseball field. I wish I'd have done it in hindsight.
Yeah.
But it was like a 20-something college kid. I was like, I don't want to play baseball. I'll be doing my football thing. It's fine. Yeah. Should have went and done it.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. So you, though, stay in really good shape. What do you do to work out?
I go to the gym all the time. I'm like a gym rat at this point. So
are you like 2 days?
No, I'm not. I'm not 2 a days, but I hang out. I hang out at the gym probably a lot more than I necessarily should. If I always say like, well, I'm either at work or I'm at the gym. There's about no in between. so it's good. But I've always I think because I graduated high school, I was like 145 when I graduated high school.
Okay.
And so I was like, I'm gonna play college football, and they were like, you at 145 pounds? I was like, yeah. So I literally locked myself in the gym and put on like 50 pounds of muscle.
Wow.
In like a year.
Holy cow.
And rolled up to like Clark Atlanta's campus and was like, all right, coach, let's do this. And they were like, you're not the same dude that we saw last fall in high school. I was like, no, we're not. I'm not. It's like I got serious real quick.
50 pounds of muscle in a year?
Awesome.
Was that a ton of protein shakes?
Yeah, I was basically on like the Ben Barch nasty smoothie diet. I was trying to put on as much weight as possible because I was like, I don't know how. Like at 145, I couldn't have
Sure.
made it.
That had to be expensive that year.
It was tough. I think I literally ate my mother out of house and home.
I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so obviously I went to the concert last night at the arena, so I didn't watch a lick of sports, right, of course, at all. I looked today, Gibby, to see the score of the Rays game, and I don't know if y'all saw it, but the Blue Jays won 20-1. How does that happen in professional baseball?
I'm sure the Rays just quit, right?
I would assume, because I didn't watch it, it's a great question. I should have probably watched the highlights, but I didn't really want to because there were no highlights.
Like, that seems like a game where they probably weren't even throwing legit pitchers at the end of it.
That's what I would assume, yeah.
No, they weren't. Luke Raley got in the game for an inning and 2/3. Luke Raley gave up what we call a crooked number in baseball. Luke Raley, is he, an outfielder normally?
Yep.
He gave up 7 runs.
Wow.
He gave up a grand slam to Vlad Jr., in which I think the velocity on his ball was 50. I think he threw a 50-mile-per-hour ball.
Should we have, this may sound like a really dumb question, so forgive me if it is, but should we have a run rule in professional baseball?
I'd be all for it, but I don't know, and Gibby's more of the guy to ask, but I mean, I'd have no problem with it if it's got to be high, but I'd have no problem when it gets to 12 after 7 of calling it, because this is what you end up with.
Right. Yeah.
You end up with shortstops.
Position players, yeah.
Right.
Pitching. What do you think, Gibby?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever go to it, but, I mean, they do it in high school and college. I mean, now the SEC has a run rule, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, Florida ended up using it a lot this year because Florida was winning by that much.
I mean, you've had it for years in high school, so I can see why you would go to it because you don't want to burn up. That's why you go to position players. You don't want to burn up your arms,
right.
And so I'd be interested to talk to like a major league manager and see what they feel about it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, you do have it at the college and high school levels, so I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, and it would be one thing that, like, if I was MLB, I'd go back and like study the last 10 years of your sport and see like what are your top 5 biggest run comebacks that you've had in the last 10 years. Well, if that number is like 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there, then, and I don't know what it is,
Sure.
But I can't think of one off the top of my head where a team was down like 11 runs and came back to win. I mean, I would set it high, but I would set it somewhere, even 10 seems a little low, but I would study it and look at it, and then whatever the 5 biggest comebacks have been, add a run or two to that number, and then make that the number. 12 seems fine. Once a game gets to it's a 12-run lead,
Right.
The game should be over.
And I will say, I think so. I mean, I will say this: Major League Baseball has a commissioner who's not afraid to make some changes,
Right?
And he's done that. That's for sure.
And I'd be curious too. Like, would there be a big backlash to that?
I wouldn't think so. So here's a little bit of research. The biggest regular season comebacks ever in baseball history. One happened. They're all 12 runs.
Yeah.
One happened in 1911. One happened in 1925, and one happened in 2001 when the Mariners Cleveland ended up coming back and beating the Mariners 15-14. So they came back from being down 12 runs. But literally, it's happened once in the last 23 years.
Yeah. So I mean, again, and you're talking about an occurrence that isn't going to happen very often. But when it does, once it was 13-1 last night, Toronto over.
Right.
I mean, what purpose was being served? The fans are leaving.
Right.
Vlad, I guess, is
of
padding
both
his
teams.
stats.
Yeah.
Guerrero is.
Yeah, the fans of both teams are leaving at that point. There's no entertainment in that game. You know what's going to happen. I think 12 runs, and you put it on the regular season. If you say you want the postseason, whole different ball game.
Sure.
You don't want to stop a possible miracle, which could be really cool if some team got hot and was able to come back. I get that, but a game like that, you need a run rule. I get that it's pro sports, and you're like, these are professionals. They don't need a run rule. You don't need to save their feelings, but you need to save their arms in this sport.
Yeah, I do think at some point in time, I think it would be at least good to be discussed if it's never been discussed in the past. And like we said, it may not happen all that often. All right, we'll get into basketball when we come back. You're listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Now, the Lamb Rant, brought to you by the best bet card rooms of Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine.
If you're looking for job security, being an NBA head coach isn't for you. Talk about the perfect example of what have you done for me lately. 4 coaches have been fired this season, 3 who have won championships, and all who've recently won Coach of the Year honors. Monty Williams took over a long, struggling Suns franchise and immediately turned Phoenix into a power. 64-18 any good? But he couldn't win a ring. After losing to Denver in the Western semis, Williams was sent packing. 8 years of winning and knocking on the door to the title, the 76ers dropped the axe on Doc Rivers. 2 years after winning the title, Milwaukee had enough of Mike Budenholzer after 5 seasons. Nick Nurse lasted 5 seasons and 1 title in Toronto. There are exceptions. Greg Popovich has been in San Antonio 27 years. Eric Spoelstra, a former video director, was handed the Heat job 13 years ago. Steve Kerr has led the Warriors for 9 seasons. Did Denver's Mike Malone make it 7 seasons if the Nuggets don't win the ring this year? Can Darvin Ham make it 2 years with the Lakers? Maybe, maybe not.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
Buying a car can be stressful, especially one sold as is or with no warranty. Do the 7, 10, or 30-day warranties leave you wondering what will happen on day 31?
Stop. Car buying doesn't need to be so stressful. Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet now offer the exclusive Beaver Certified program protecting your used car for 7 years or 100,000 miles. That's right, certified Hondas, Fords, Nissans, and any other make you consider now come with the peace of mind you deserve. Shop worry-free at Beaver Toyota in St. Augustine or Beaver Chevrolet in Jacksonville.
If you're often tired, have trouble exercising, or your heartbeat feels irregular, you might have atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Left untreated, AFib can put a strain on your heart and increase your risk of a stroke. But the new Heart Rhythm Center at Baptist Health can help. With the latest treatment options for heart disorders like AFib, our team of specialists can get you feeling stronger again. Learn more at baptistjacks.com/AFib or call 904-202-2342.
Exciting news from Woody's Barbecue. Backed by overwhelming demand, Woody's presents their all-you-can-eat chicken special every Sunday with all the trimmings, just $12.49.
At Woody's Barbecue, it's what we do. Let's eat.
Waste Management is paying a $5,000 bonus to CDL drivers and heavy truck mechanics for jobs in Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Callahan, and St. Augustine. Apply online at wm.com/careers.
Equal opportunity employer.
The more you catch, the more you like to fish.
Fish up, fish up, fish up.
Find more fish on the Ring Power Fishing Forecast Show.
Oh, that's a big one, dude.
With Captain Kevin Faber. Brought to you by Houston's Meats.
Thursday nights at 6.
On 1010XL AM.
Business owners, regular maintenance of your storm drains is crucial for preventing parking lot floods and protecting your property from damage. Give Duck Duck Rooter a call today and schedule service with our VACCON team. 904-862-6769 or online at duckduckrooter.com.
I'm Clayton Bromberg, the president of Underwoods. If you've ever considered owning a quality diamond of a carat or more, now's the time to buy. From now until May 27th, we're holding our big diamond sale, and now is the best time to buy a quality diamond. These are a few reasons why. First, prices for high-quality big diamonds continue to go up. Second, we've arranged with our primary diamond cutters to take their stock of big diamonds on consignment prior to them being offered to the trade at next week's International Jewelry Show in Las Vegas. You can buy from this huge assortment at the lowest prices we ever sell for. All of these diamonds are graded for cut, color, and clarity and have independent laboratory grading reports. Now, along with this vast collection of big diamonds, we put all of our own meticulously selected loose diamonds and solitaires on sale at prices from 3% to 25% off. We also take trade-ins. But remember, this sale ends May 27th at Underwoods in San Marco, Avondale, and the Shops of Ponte Vedra.
Are you an electrician looking for better pay and benefits? Miller Electric Company has the industry-leading compensation package. Electricians are eligible for a signing bonus up to $1,000. Now, they're partnering with the Jaguars in their new performance facility, the Miller Electric Center. Miller Electric has opportunities for you to work on some of the most exciting projects right here in Jacksonville. Whether you're experienced or not, visit MillerCareers.com, an equal opportunity employer. That's MillerCareers.com.
The players are on the field, and 1010XL is there. Driven by Tire Outlet. Listen for 1010XL's coverage of organized team activities and minicamp. Brought to you by Duck Duck Rooter Plumbing and Septic Services and Safe Harbor Seafood Restaurant and Market.
Hey, it's Matt Hayes, and I said yes to Yass, Dr. Mitchell Yass, and the Yass Method. Now, I know you've probably tried medications, treatments, injections, even surgery. Maybe the reason you're still in pain is because they're treating the wrong thing and not addressing the root causes. Well, I know from personal experience, this does happen. But I found the best kept secret in pain elimination, Dr. Yass and the Yass Method. Call them today, 904-906-YASS, and say yes to Yass.
Frank Frangie here. These days, it's hard to know which companies to trust. When it comes to banking, I trust South State Bank. South State truly values its customers, and they work hard to create meaningful, lasting relationships. I love going into my local branch. I see the same smiling faces I've seen for years. South State is the largest bank headquartered in Florida, so they're able to offer all the banking services you need. You can trust South State Bank. Banking forward. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
We've been telling you for almost a year about Nathan's Family Chiropractic and the 100-Year Lifestyle Network. If chronic back or joint pain is keeping you down, don't listen to me. Listen to what Jacksonville is saying about Dr. Alan Nathans.
The stem cell treatment took the pain away.
Changed my life. It's awesome.
Your body just works better when it's aligned. We're believers.
His no-needle regenerative protocols are giving people their lives back. Get yours back, too. Go to the pro in the know. Don't do another cortisone injection. He's one of us helping all of us for the past 25 years. For more info, drnathans.com.
Business owners know Andy's Automotive and Truck Services for routine fleet maintenance or emergency repairs. Andy's offers after-hours and mobile service to minimize downtime and keep your fleet on the road. Visit andysats.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Left a good job down in the city, working for the man every night and day, and I never lost 1 minute of sleep, and I was worried about the way that things might have been. You know that big wheel keep on turning.
Tina Turner's edition of Proud Mary. Tina Turner's edition of Proud Mary. It's a good one. Tina Turner passed away at the age of 83, so we've been enjoying her music today. If you've only heard Tina Turner songs and thought, Uh-oh, is today Thursday? I thought today was only Wednesday. It's not. We are just throwing
Paying
in some Tina
tribute.
Turner. That's right. On Thursdays, Jamal, we always have Old Rock Thursdays.
Ah.
So people might be like, wait a minute, I thought today was Wednesday, and we might have them super confused.
And I've already got D-Rock's selection. He
Really?
Yeah, he texted me yesterday. And I don't know if it's one we've ever had before.
Really?
Yeah.
Now I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
So the last 2 times, Jamal, that we've had D-Rock on, we've given him the option of picking the music for Old Rock Thursday. Typically, you pick one band. And so the first time he did it was maybe like a year ago or so, and he picked Van Halen.
Mhm.
And then most recently he did it a couple months ago, and he picked Van Halen. And he did not remember that he had already picked Van Halen, but we just went
And
with
then
it.
denied that he had. And had to be reminded that no, in fact.
So this time he has to pick Van Halen again.
Well, that's what I was worried about. I think we all were.
It is not
Even
Van
Van
Halen.
Halen was worried about it. So it is not Van
No.
Halen?
No, it's not.
Can you give us a hint?
Yeah. So, well, it might be a pretty vague hint, but this group very popular, and then the lead singer had his own solo career. That's probably not a big hint, but it's a hint.
I know the Police have been on
That's
Old
what I
Rock
would
Thursday
think.
before, so it can't
Yeah.
be the Police.
No, it's not them,
Yeah.
but that's a good guess.
That is a good guess.
With Sting, yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
That'll give us.
You guys
both.
talk, and I'll try and crack the code.
I was gonna say, it gives us about 23 hours to come up with the band before tomorrow. All right, I did not, like I said, I was at a concert last night, so I did not watch the NBA game. I did not watch the Heat lose to the Celtics. I for sure, though, thought the Heat were going to win. So today when I was starting to show prep, I literally wrote down, like, oh, Nuggets and Heat, that'll be the NBA Finals. And then a few hours later, when I was looking through scores, I was like, oh, wait, the Heat actually lost. So what happened last night?
And they lost big. To Boston's credit, they hit a bunch of shots, and this really dominated from the three-point line. They hit 18 of them. Miami was cold. They hit 8, so 30-point swing right there, and that's how you lose a game by 17. So to Boston's credit, they played with the fire that they've been lacking. Why it took them dropping the first 3 games to show the fight they showed last night, who knows? But yeah, they were very well rounded. They had 6 players in double figures, and Miami just was cold. Jimmy Butler was off early. He ended up scoring 29, but it was a quiet 29. He was I think he was like 3 of his first 11 from the field or something like that. So just one of those. I think one of those games for Miami, and I thought Jimmy Butler's comments were interesting after the game. He basically was like, look, we're going to go and drink a couple beers and chill out, and we'll go to Boston and we'll get a win. We're not worried about it at all. So obviously if you're Miami, you would have taken being up 3-1 through 4. But there is a segment of the NBA population, and Jamal, I'm curious to get your thoughts on it, that now believe that, okay, the Celtics got the one they needed. Now they're going to go back to Boston. They're going to win that. It's going to be 3-2. Maybe they come back and they beat Miami and force a Game 7 that would be in their house, and maybe they have a chance to make history.
Some of the disrespect for this Miami Heat team has just been astounding. Like, Boston just won 1 game, and now there's so many national people and people in Boston that are like, oh, this is a series now. It's still 3-1. Like, the Celtics would still have to make history to go on and win this series. It felt like last night the Heat played the game like they were listening to us yesterday, just write the Celtics off. Like, all right, we're talking about Denver and
There's not going to be
Miami.
NBA games until June 1st.
Right.
Yeah.
It was like Miami went out like after listening to that, like, oh, okay, yeah, this series is over, and they played like that. And we've seen this kind of thing before, where that one game's kind of your wake-up call. Okay, we do need to show up and go put this team to bed. And I feel like that's what they're going to go ahead and do in Game 5. That Heat team isn't the type that's going to overlook an opponent normally once, but definitely not twice in a row. If Boston comes out and just has the game of their life, which, again, back home in Boston, it can happen where they can just outplay Miami. I'm still not convinced that we're getting ready to see them just turn this whole series on its head and get ready to just run over Miami into the finals, because it's just astounding. People are acting like the Heat didn't just win 3 in a row to take the lead in the series and put Boston up against the wall. Like, maybe Boston has woken up and might make it a little bit of a challenge, but it would still be a huge, historic upset if they found a way to win this series.
Yeah, and I also wonder if is this somewhat of a blessing in disguise, because I do think Miami's going to close out the series, whether it's in 5 games or 6 games. I really don't think it's going to go to a 7th game, but so I'm with you. I think Miami's going to win. Is there maybe a silver lining in the sense that you're not dealing with the week off? Because I do wonder, like in baseball, that's always a major thing for their timing. If they like sweep the NLCS and the ALCS goes 7, and then you get to the World Series and one team has been off for a week, it almost seems like that's a disadvantage where you would think the rest would help. Basketball is a totally different sport, but it does make me wonder with Denver having such a long layoff. I mean, they're going to have a layoff like that's the longest they've had since they reported for camp.
Right.
And going, whatever it's going to end up being, 8 days, I suppose. It almost makes you wonder if you're Miami, as long as you know you're going to win the series, is it better for that layoff to be, I mean, you want some, but is 4 days better than 8 days? And it'll be curious to see, how that works out.
We talk about it in every sport. I mean, you get in a rhythm, and then that long layoff can kind of knock you out of it. Basketball, it happens. It happens in baseball. It happens in football. It's across the spectrum where you see a team get hot and go on these sorts of runs, and then all of a sudden you take that break, and next thing you know, the shots aren't falling. So that layoff, and typically like older teams, yeah, they need the rest to try and get their body back. Like if the Lakers were going to the finals, I'd say 100% they need the rest so LeBron can kind of recuperate. They know how to take care of their body and stay in rhythm. I don't know that the Nuggets are just going to be completely out of sync, but it can definitely help if the Heat are coming off of a big win, don't have as long of a layoff, still feel in rhythm, in sync, and can kind of almost pick back up where they left off going into the next series. They might be able to steal one early from the Nuggets.
If it goes to Game 7, like you said, you don't necessarily predict that, but if it goes to Game 7, that game would be 2 days before the beginning of the finals.
Yeah,
that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Miami wants no part of that.
Absolutely not.
That would be basically a debacle if they drop 3 straight after winning the first 3 in the series.
Yep.
To then have to go and face that environment.
Which would be in Boston.
I think they have a very good chance of winning the next game. Boston hasn't been good at home throughout the entire tournament, let alone in this series. So, I think Miami probably goes, and I think Jamal hit on something as well. I think it's hard to block that out. The human condition when all you're up 3-0, so you're already confident in what you're doing against this opponent, and all you're hearing is this team even going to show up? I mean, are they already waving the white flag? Yeah, you might drop your guard for a night and get routed at home. But I do think Miami probably picks it back up, and Boston just seems flawed. I mean, just the talent is there, but it just seems like there's something missing with them in the 3 weeks that I've watched them, and so
it feels longer than that now.
Maybe, but not much more.
Well, that's the thing I always say about the NBA postseason. If you really start paying attention when it first begins, which we kind of did this year, especially with the Lakers and all that, as far as the play-in games, it does feel like the longest postseason.
Yeah, it really does. And you know what? I think the key had to be Jalen Ramsey. He keeps tweeting that the Heat win every game that he goes to. He must not have been at last night's game.
Yeah.
So somebody just needs to make sure he gets on a plane and goes up to Boston. Series over.
Do you still follow him?
I do still follow. I wasn't here long enough, so he didn't block me through the whole thing. My first year was Jalen Ramsey demanding his way out.
That's true. I unfollowed him immediately after he left the Jaguars. Did you?
I don't follow him now. Can't remember when exactly that button was pushed.
All right, I've got a fun question for you two on the other side. You're listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
The action. The motion.
You see that acceleration?
Feel the active emotion of live play-by-play.
It's amazing how much energy.
On 1010XL.
Now in Hodges Mazda, the first ever Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, or PHEV. Our 3-row SUV crafted to exhilarate through electrification, design, technology, and performance. Lauren Brooks here. Lease a new 2024 Mazda CX-90 PHEV today for only $496 a month. All vehicle purchases come with 2 years free maintenance. Visit Hodges Mazda today or online at HodgesMazda.com. See dealer for details. $3,999 due at lease. Signing terms and fees for qualified lessees. 36-month lease expires May 31st, 2023.
Frank Frangie here for Stanley Pools. There's a reason Stanley Pools is a family tradition of fine swimming pools. It's locally owned and run by the Stanley family since 1988. I've trusted Stanley Pools to build and renovate our pool, and they do a fantastic job of maintaining it. I've recommended Stanley Pools for years for pool construction, repairs, maintenance, and renovation. Call Stanley Pools at 269-7277 today to transform your backyard. That's Stanley Pools, 269-7277.
Trivia Tuesday, $5 Whiskey Wednesday, Thirsty Thursday, Discount Cocktail Friday, live music Friday and Saturday, MLB Baseball every week. Players Grill has something for you all week long. Players Grill, where the neighborhood meets.
This is Dr. Kevin Murphy. Thanks to the coaches and the schools who believe in our team at Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
This is head coach Ferland Dormery of Trinity Christian Academy High School. Our athletic program selected Southeast Orthopedic Specialists to work with our state championship football team and will continue to use them. We recommend Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
Relieve pain and get back to life. SOS. Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
It's a Monday morning must. What's that smell? Tony Baselli, Dan Hicken, and Jeff Prosser. You smell something?
Breakfast with Boselli.
Smells super. Brought to you by Epstein and Robbins DUI Defense Firm. Monday morning on 1010XL.
Mark Watson with Hardball Creative. For the new year, check out the new gear at hardballcreative.com and make sure your employees are sporting your logo on the newest and coolest apparel.
Hardball Creative. Hardball does it all.
Beach Bar Rum, Santo, and Sammy's Beach Bar Cocktails present Crazy Times. Sammy Hagar and the Circle, live October 26th, the St. Augustine Amphitheater. Sammy brings the party with George Thorogood and the Destroyers, with special guest Damon Fowler. Tickets on sale now at theamp.com. Crazy times are coming.
Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, presented by FIS, is home all week at Wonderwine Financial Ballpark. Tomorrow is Coors Light Thirsty Thursday with beer specials, and it's a military appreciation night presented by Ascension St. Vincent's and Out Front. Then it's the weekend of Boom with fireworks Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. JackShrimp.com for tickets. Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, affordable, family, fun.
Men, are you suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE? The medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough medical treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pills or surgery. 98% of men see instant results on their first office visit. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Men are even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
But that's not all. For a limited time only, call Prime Men's Medical Center now, and your initial consultation and first treatment with our medical providers are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-664-8217. 904-664-8217. That's 904-664-8217.
Hacker here for the Sausage Dude Sausage, the sausage partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Sausage Dude Sausage is made from high-quality pork and carefully sourced spices that make it the best sausage I've ever tried. You can pick up the Sausage Dude Sausage at Publix locations all throughout Jacksonville. Try the Polish, Hungarian, beer bratwurst with cheddar and jalapeno, or my favorite, the Italian. Memorial Day weekend is here. Head to Publix today and get the Sausage Dude Sausage.
Instant Keys. You don't have to go to the dealer. Instant Keys comes to you. For lost or broken keys or nearly any make and model of vehicle, Call 722-1111 for instant keys locksmith service.
The IRS has just received $80 billion in funding to hire additional agents for aggressive collections enforcement. If you owe the IRS, now is the time to take action before the IRS comes after you or your business. There's no time to waste. Call J. David Tax Law, a firm right here in Jacksonville, for a no-cost consultation at 904-507-4777. That's 904-507-4777. Or visit jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville.
Welcome back to the Frangie Show. Frank is on vacation this week. He is enjoying Colorado scenery as we speak. Hayes Carlane is here. Andrew Gibson is here. I'm Lauren Brooks. And Jamal Saints here from Channel 4 Sports is hanging out with us for the rest of today. All right, Jamal, if someone comes to your house unannounced, which nowadays this doesn't happen very often, it does feel like people should text before, or at least text before they come. But either way, if someone shows up to your house unannounced, is your house clean?
Ooh, it's cleanish. It's
like that
cleanish.
answer.
I mean, it's not like if someone came unannounced, would it be clean enough that I felt like I could open the door?
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be fine. But I think at this point, you got to send me a text message. If you just start knocking and ringing the doorbell, I'm not even sure I'm checking. I'm like, all right, are they gonna leave the package and walk away? What are we doing here?
What about you, Hayes? Now, you have animals like I do, so I know that can also alter the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would depend. It's like the lunar cycle. It would kind of depend on when you're catching
What
us.
time of day?
No, I think more like when's the last time that the house was cleaned, kind of thing. And so it's never awful. I mean, even at the worst, it would be presentable. We do have 2 dogs and 2 cats, so there would be potentially substantial, fur.
Pet hair.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, it would be presentable, much better than some of my
Bachelor
my
pads.
old residences.
Yeah.
Gibby, what about you? You guys have animals as well.
Yeah, I'm very much like Hayes. We have 2 dogs and 2 cats also. But no, ours is going to be pretty much clean. I'm the one who does a lot. I'm not saying that Nikki doesn't. I'm just saying that I do a lot.
How you choose those words.
She's probably
He is
listening too.
so wise.
But as soon as I
he
get
is
off work,
wise.
I'm cleaning dishes. I'm doing a lot of stuff, laundry. So I'm trying to keep the house clean.
Okay.
But you will be greeted by 2 dogs when you walk into our door. They're one is one, the other one's 2. So they're still kind of a little bit puppies. They're kind of growing out of it, but yeah, to answer your question, it's going to be pretty clean.
Yeah.
And if you come to my house, it is not going to be clean as in like you can eat off the floor by any means because we have a dog. And our
Do
dog
people ever do that?
eat off the floors.
Yeah.
No.
It's just one of those.
I will say.
One of those phrases that,
Honestly,
for whatever reason, is.
I would say if food fell on my parents' floor, you could absolutely eat it. Like I think they mop, if not every day, like every other day. It seems like their floors are so incredibly clean, and my mom gets that because my grandmother also. They had a spotless house. Like, I mean, white kitchen and never even a fingerprint. I do not live like that.
5-second rule.
I will say I got in a friend's car yesterday, and they have kids, and on the way to the concert, and I found a peanut M&M, like I got in the very back of the car, and I was like, oh, I found a peanut. I was complimenting them on how clean the car is with having kids. And because I have friends whose cars are definitely not clean. Anyway, I was like, I found a peanut M&M, and he's like, you can have it. And I was like, oh no, I'm good, thanks. I don't really eat chocolate, but thank you. And he's like, all right, well, I'll have it. So he ate the peanut M&M.
Oh.
I was like, look at that! I'm so impressed right now. He's like, it's only like 2 days old. I was like, okay, way to go.
I will say, if you've got little kids and your car only has a single
Correct.
peanut M&M,
It's unbelievable.
I mean, that's pristine.
Yes.
I mean, I remember there's nothing worse than changing the car seat out.
Oh yeah.
Because
with all
you
the
find
food.
animal crackers in there. It's frightening, the stuff that you find when you have little kids and the food, and you have to let them eat in the back seat because what else are you gonna do? I mean, you've got to feed them at all times, and I mean, so it's honestly it's brutal. I mean, it's so only one little piece of candy.
Yes.
Like,
pretty good.
I might take that now, and my kids are 14 and 12. I mean, That's pretty good.
It is really good. And like growing up, my parents' cars were always pretty clean. They made sure of it, but I would get rides a lot of times, like carpools. And I remember this one family's van. It looked haze like you're talking about, but the whole car was like the car seat. Like there were wrappers from things that were at least like 2 years old everywhere. And I'd just sit and like try not to touch anything, but there were crumbs all in the seat. It was like, have you heard of a vacuum that you can like, or car wash you can go to and just vacuum this out? I don't know, once a year. It was nasty. But either way, yeah, so if you come to my house unannounced, there will be a dog, and Gibby said it very nicely with his dogs greeting people.
Yeah.
I would say my dog is more of like a friendly attack.
Yeah.
And he's
That
tall,
sounds
and
right.
he's going to be right at your face.
Oh, and I'm
basically.
sorry, I didn't really. If that's the question, no, you're gonna be swarmed.
Right.
I mean, they're sweet dogs, but we've got a golden retriever and we've got a yellow lab, and they're absolutely gonna be. You're gonna touch them before you shake our hand or give us a hug.
Oh,
There's
absolutely.
There's
Definitely.
no doubt about it. Now they're very sweet, but
Yeah,
but
you don't
yes.
have pets, right, Jamal?
I have 2 dogs.
Oh, you do? I
That-
never knew this.
That's why the text message before you show up is important. See, because if you just start ringing the doorbell and knocking on the door, now the dogs are going crazy. So now I'm trying to calm them down, or I'm just gonna open the door and say, "All right, good luck." You know.
What kind of dogs do you have?
I have a golden retriever and I have one that's a hound dog mix.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah. So
What are their names?
Bo and Aaron.
That's awesome.
Bo and Aaron.
How old are they?
One is 5 and one is 3.
And what were they named after, like Bo Jackson, Hank Aaron?
No, they were actually named at when I grew up. The house I lived in New Orleans, the last house we lived in, was on Bow Street and Aaron Street. So
that's cool.
it was the corner lot. So there was those were the cross streets. So one's Bo, one's Aaron. There it is.
I love that. I have
Yeah.
friends that met in Savannah on River Street, and so their first dog was Savannah, and now they have a puppy named River.
That's
Oh, there you
awesome.
go.
Yeah, I think it's super cute. Our dog is named Keaton because we go scalloping it around Keaton Beach every summer. So yeah, places I think are easy ways.
Yeah.
And Hayes has a
Absolutely.
Hayes's
My-
lab is named after his kids.
Correct.
Okay.
AJ for Avery and Jackson.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love pets. They
Yeah,
make
me
everything
too.
better. At
Oh,
the
you
end of the
definitely
day.
do. Yeah, I love having dogs. I can't imagine not having at least one dog. I
So
just can't.
between the 4 of us, we have 11 pets. That's pretty good.
Go us.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's pretty good.
It's a pretty good number.
Yeah, I am severely allergic to cats, so I will not be, by the way, showing up to either of your houses unannounced. But Jamal, I can show up to yours, and then I'm okay. All right, I want to get to. I have another question because I love asking questions. Jamal, what is your dream job?
My dream job. Oh, that's a tough one.
I
I mean,
can't ask Hayes and Gibby because obviously this is our dream job.
yeah, I mean, I love working at Channel 4. I think it's a great. I love. Let me tell you, I have fallen in love with covering the Jaguars here.
Nice.
I really love Jacksonville.
Would you have said that in 2020 or 2021?
Actually, and let me tell you the reason why I say I've fallen in love with
Okay.
covering the Jaguars. So growing up in New Orleans, the Saints were really bad before Drew Brees. I know that they're good now and they're talked up. It was dark times there. So like I've always heard the stories of like my grandfather that has passed away now. He was like, I never thought they'd never win a Super Bowl, things like that. Like they just never thought they'd see the day. So what I see from like Jaguars fans and what's going on with the team now is almost like a reflection of what I grew up with watching the Saints. So I almost see that reflection. And I'm hopeful that I can be a part of, like as a fan, I got to see the Saints win the first Super Bowl, and I know what that meant for that city and the fan base and like all of my family that went through the bags on heads days. So if I can be here and see the Jaguars win that first Super Bowl, that's why we were talking about seeing the fans earlier. I'm like, that it's just a different kind of moment to be able to kind of see that payoff. So it's almost for me like covering this team is almost like a reflection of like where I was as a fan watching the struggle days. Do you want these Saints tickets? Because I don't want these Saints tickets. Like the Jaguars winning one game in a season. This is bad. And then now like you've got Trevor Lawrence and there's a chance, and you've got a coach in Doug Peterson. There's a chance, and really the hype building and the confidence building of not just the players and the team in the locker room, but the fan base in the team and in what they're building. So I don't think I could have written it to be like a better setup for it, honestly, because it's just it's almost like a reflection for me.
That's awesome.
Were you in high school when the Saints won the Super Bowl?
That would have been 2009. So I was in college.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah, college. I would have been in college.
So that must have been crazy.
Oh, it was absolutely insane. I mean,
First of all, it's New Orleans to begin with,
Mhm.
so every party there is like times 10, and then to have won the Super Bowl.
Oh my gosh, it was that whole. I mean, the whole run once like Drew Brees and Sean Payton showed up, and seeing how good the team got very quickly, and what that just meant for like that fan base that had been seeing the struggles for like ever. I mean, it meant everything, and so that payoff of getting there was just. I I until my DVR like deleted it. I had the game recorded, just the raw version of it. Oh, it was
yeah.
great.
Well,
No,
I guess so. You were in Atlanta when they won.
I would have been in college.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I was in Atlanta when they won. But it was me, and I watched the game with a lot of my friends. I had friends that were also from New Orleans, so a lot of us cried when they won that game. I will say that I was in a corner somewhere, very emotional.
Yeah, good for you.
So yeah, no. So that payoff for me is what it's all about. Almost like to see it like as a fan, you want to be there from the beginning. Bandwagon. You want the lifers, those that have been through the trenches, the mud, the struggle.
Yeah, Frank always says being a true fan comes with pain.
That's
Like,
it.
And so I wonder, Hayes, there's so many people moving to Jacksonville, and I would assume a lot of them are fans of other teams, but I would also assume a lot of them are going to become Jaguars fans, and it does feel like they're kind of jumping, not necessarily the bandwagon, they're moving here, but they are jumping into fandom of a team that could be really good for a while, and they missed all the pain that we've gone through.
They won the fan lottery, basically, because I mean, and look, that's fine. I'm really excited for the kids that live in this area, that are of that are in that 12 years and up, and the younger kids as well. It's just it may be a couple years before they really grasp. But even for those kids to grow up in an era where they don't know bad Jaguars, and there is a real chance that that'll happen. I mean, I'd be shocked if over the next 12 seasons, if the Jaguars didn't at minimum have a winning record in 10 of the next 12 seasons, 9-8 minimum, and again it may be perfect because as long as Trevor Lawrence is healthy, look, we have no idea that these three divisional rivals have figured it out at all.
Right.
I mean, I think Anthony Richardson is going to be a big mistake. I think Will Levis is a mistake, and I look, we'll see about C.J. Stroud, but I don't think he's going to be Trevor Lawrence's equal. And so if the three of them enter into this perpetual, we can't find the right guy, I mean, it's almost handed to you on a silver platter that you're going to have a winning record for the next 12 years. But I injuries happen and weird things occur. So, I mean, even if it's 10 out of the next 12, well, that's the kids getting ready to experience that, or new fans that are moving here. You won't know a bad football team.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's fantastic. And I think, even I get the point. Certainly you want the diehards, the long-suffering fans to be front row for it all, the parade and for everything, and but hopefully everybody can enjoy it and embrace it if we're fortunate enough to have a franchise that's able to deliver it.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't turn away the bandwagon fans. You got to be an accepting fan group, even if the newest of Jaguars fans are always welcome in the Duval group. But there's something there for if you've been there through the struggle and through the mud with it. But for those kids that are coming up now, like you said, those 12-year-olds, these are the games that they're really going to start remembering. And if the team's making that run, I mean, I can't the stories they'll be telling, because those are games that they'll remember forever. I mean, can you imagine if you were 12 or 13 and saw that Chargers game last year?
Unbelievable.
I mean, that's a story you're going to be telling for the rest of your life if you were at that game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
We may have something we really haven't had in our existence in 10 years, which is spoiled Jaguar fans that know nothing but winning.
Which, other than the very beginning of the franchise, does not exist.
Correct.
Absolutely does not exist. By the way, I looked it up. The Jaguars' all-time home record is 115 and 110. That means that the Jaguars had a really good home record for a long time.
Yes, it does.
And then this last 10 years, it was eating at that record.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm surprised it's over 500.
I am shocked. That's what I was thinking about all the, like you said, the
because the overall win percentage I want to say is like right around 42%. So they're basically like 51% at home and what would that be, like 38% on the road, something like that?
You do math better than
Yeah,
me.
I don't
will
know.
say that.
That's pretty good math right there.
It's a wild
All-time
pass.
record is 189 and 261. This franchise has never had a tie, so at least there's
Well,
that.
at least there's that. At least it's always a win or a loss.
Yeah.
Just it's been more losses than you'd like.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
Hayes' son, Hayes always said you don't have to be a Jaguars fan. You can pick any team because he understood the suffering. So
My
he
son
actually,
Jackson is actually a Saints fan.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Now he likes the Jaguars, and you can tell that I
He's
think
moving.
as they get better, that will eventually be his team. But yeah, I was very honest with both of them right out of the gate because my daughter Avery is a Seahawks fan, and I told them, the Jaguars have to earn your loyalty, and so that's how I approached it. And so my son loved Drew Brees, so he became a Saints fan. My daughter was a big Russell Wilson fan, so she became a Seahawks fan. And as she's gotten older, she hasn't paid as much attention, but yeah, I mean, Jackson is a Saints fan. When he gets the new Madden game, it's going to be a Saints team.
Yeah, just let them know they don't have to hurt you the way they've hurt me. That's basically what you're saying, But that's the thing, when your team is suffering like that, people do start picking other loyalties. So the success of the team is going to hopefully, help more of those people that we keep seeing. A lot of locals that show up to Jags games when they play these other teams and they're in their other team gear because that's their team. Well, if the Jaguars continue to win, all of a sudden, like late in the season, I was seeing people out of the woodworks pulling out Jaguars gear that I'm like, did you have that this whole time? I have never seen you in that hat before. So hopefully they'll keep it out and don't let it just hide in the closet anymore.
Yeah, they've been collecting dust in some people's closets for sure. All right, we'll keep it on the NFL when we come back. You're listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
This organization, do you know what it's called?
Its name is
1010XL.
Did you know that weight loss surgery is the most effective solution for obesity, according to the National Institutes of Health? If you've tried everything and you're still struggling with weight loss, a procedure at Baptist Health could be your solution. Our personalized program is a center of excellence with a full team to support you every step of the way. Is it time to reclaim your health? To see if you qualify, call 904-202-SLIM or visit BaptistBariatrics.com.
Only at Key Buick GMC receive employee pricing for everyone on all remaining 22 GMCs in stock. Also receive employee pricing on 23 GMC Acadias and Terrains, as well as financing available as low as 0.9% on all new GMC trucks. Key Buick GMC, the home of Jacksonville's clear pricing with no added markups, as well as the only Buick GMC dealership offering a lifetime powertrain warranty. Key Buick GMC, we are professional grade, corner of South Side and Gate. Please see dealer for details. EVs not included on employee pricing.
It's bowl season. Well, at least at Bono's it is. Frank Frangie here. You've got to try the new Mac Attack. It's mac and cheese topped with your choice of barbecue meat for just $10.99. Or go with the Pit Boss. Cornbread topped with Bono's baked beans and your choice of barbecue meat for just $10.99. That's right, creamy mac and cheese or cornbread and baked beans and your choice of smoked turkey, pork, brisket, or sausage for just $10.99. So head to Bono's today, and remember, if you don't see a pit, it ain't legit.
Need protection? Call Craig and Christine Kaprosky at Goosehead Insurance. The Kaproskys are a husband-wife team committed to finding you the right coverage at the right price in just a few short minutes. For home, auto, flood, or specialty insurance, Craig and Christine Kaprosky are the answer. Craig.Kaprosky at Goosehead.com.
Hey folks, Rick Ballou here for John's Auto. They've been a staple in Jacksonville going all the way back to 1985. At John's Auto, they service all makes, all models, cars, trucks, diesel, you name it, they do it. Whether it's routine maintenance or a complete engine overhaul. Call John's Auto on Arlington Road. That's 904-743-3857 or go to johnsautomotivejacks.com.
Home of the Jaguars. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
Hey folks, you ever search why Shark Coatings is the best? Well, one of the many reasons is our polyurea. We don't just buy it from anyone who has it in stock. We custom blend ours, specializing between summer and winter blend, providing you with the best product for our area. After grinding the concrete, that polyurea will form a permanent bond at the molecular level and will not pull away like epoxy. With Shark Coatings, not only will your garage look awesome, but your pool deck, patio, or driveway will too. See how Shark Coatings can make a difference for you. Call, click, or text today.
Hey Jacksonville, this is Crystal, COO with Remedy Staffing. As employers, labor trends continue to keep us guessing. Is the job market strong? And what is worker availability going to look like? Well, February's BLS job report indicated that we have a hot job market and that Jacksonville's unemployment rate is 2.5%, 1% lower than our national average. So if you are interested in workforce solutions and how our team can help you, please call or text me at 904-329-9802.
Custom fireplaces, outdoor kitchens, and more. You dream it, they build it at CSS Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. Schedule a showroom tour and let CSS help you create your dream space. Visit CSSFireplaces.com.
Drivers and heavy truck mechanics, if you like sports, then you're going to love working at Waste Management.
We have a team atmosphere here where we're looking out for one another. We jump in to help out.
Listen up. WM is now offering a $5,000 new hire bonus to CDL drivers and heavy truck mechanics for jobs at our sites in Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Callahan, and St. Augustine.
It's camaraderie. It's everything. I like it.
Steady work, competitive pay, weekly paychecks, opportunities for overtime, paid training, and a generous boot and tool allowance.
Plus, over-the-top benefits like 100% tuition coverage for you and your family, and home every day.
CDL drivers and heavy truck mechanics. Apply online at WM.com/careers. That's WM.com/careers. Search driver and mechanic jobs in Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Callahan, and St. Augustine, Florida.
A people-first, military-friendly, equal opportunity employer. We are WM.
1010XL would love to know what you like. Take the listener survey to tell us about you. You could win a Trevor Lawrence rookie football card or the chance to see Matchbox 20 at Daly's Place. Take the listener survey to tell us what you like at 1010XL.com.
I'm Dr. Mitchell Yass, the most unknown world-renowned expert on pain elimination. That's right, elimination. If you've tried medications, injections, physical therapy, chiropractic, even surgery, and still experience pain, then say yes to YAS. I have successfully used the YAS method for over 30 years to help thousands reclaim their lives. To learn more, call me at 904-906-YASS. Let's end your pain and say yes to YAS.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update. I'm Andrew Gibson for 1010XL. We have some news on the Florida-Georgia game here in Jacksonville. According to Mark Long of the Associated Press, Florida and Georgia have officially picked up the option to play the game here in Jacksonville in 2024 and 2025. Congratulations to University Christian Softball. They won the state championship today in 2A by a final score of 3-2 over Evangelical Christian from Fort Myers. It's the first title for Coach Keith Stroud in over 30 years as a head coach at UC. JU Baseball beat Liberty 8-0 in the ASUN Baseball Tournament. They will play Liberty on Friday morning at 10. And the Florida Gators begin SEC tournament play against Alabama coming up at 5:30 on 1010 AM and the AM stream. 73 degrees at 5 o'clock. Time and temp brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cooler with Bueller.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Here, that means it's time for more football. Football at 5.
5 o'clock somewhere.
On The Frangie Show.
Welcome back to the Frangie Show. You're hearing a little Tina Turner music today because we unfortunately lost Tina Turner at the age of 83 today, but certainly wanted to celebrate her life and her music as well. Hayes Carline is here. Andrew Gibson. I'm Lauren Brooks. Jamal St. Cyr with us for one more hour from Channel 4 Sports. Jamal, thanks again for hanging out with us the last couple days.
Appreciate y'all having me here. It's been a blast.
Absolutely. You're getting rave reviews.
Well, I'm just here. Y'all are doing the hard work. I'm just trying to hang out and fit in.
Some people, Hayes, don't think of our jobs as actually work. Would you tend to agree with them?
I would.
We were talking last week about golf, whether or not you like daytime golf or nighttime golf. And Frank was saying how he loves the West Coast golf because you get to watch it at night. And Hayes and I are like, what? Yeah. No, you want to like wake up and put golf on, watch golf. And Frank was like, but we have, yeah, he was like, but we have to work during the day.
Right.
And I was like, do we? Like, that is part of our job, is watching the golf. So depending on the events. Certainly majors for sure. By the way, Frank is on vacation this week. He'll be back on Tuesday. All right, when it comes to Dan Orlovsky's top AFC quarterbacks under the most pressure, I want to see if you guys agree with his list. I'll start at number 5. He's got Lamar Jackson 5th. A lot of pressure on Lamar?
I guess it depends on what the pressure is. Is it to hold your job? Is it to deliver a ring? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it probably varies for each of these quarterbacks.
So, and I don't think there's that much pressure on Lamar Jackson. He's won an MVP. Yeah, he just signed a big contract. There's pressure to maybe stay healthy because he hasn't been there in the clutch for them the last 2 seasons. But I don't know how much blame he specifically gets for that. I mean, he's, you know, that's more bad fortune than it is. This is your fault that you got injured. You know, so it's not like he's, you know, thrown, you know, interceptions or had turnovers that cost them. So I would say the pressure's pretty low now that he has the contract in place.
Yeah, I don't see the pressure on Lamar, really. I mean, he just got the big contract, so it's not like they're going to move on from him. They literally just paid him. I mean, I guess you could say there's a little bit of pressure because they've added some wide receivers, so he actually has some guys to throw the ball to now. So he needs to go out there and show that he can do that at, I guess, a better rate than he's done in the past when he basically just had Mark Andrews and some guys they pulled out of the stands. So maybe a little bit of pressure there to show he's a little bit of a better passer than what we've seen and not just this running phenom of a quarterback. But I don't see much pressure there. I mean, when he just got this big deal, there's no way that they are going to move on from him or bench him in the next year or two. So I don't think – maybe if this was last year, ton of pressure, you know.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He hasn't even been at OTAs to this point, right? So
showed up today.
He did. Okay,
yeah.
So he hadn't been there. So it's like I don't think he's feeling any pressure whatsoever. He's enjoying life. All right, the fourth one we're counting down on Dan Orlovsky's top AFC quarterbacks under the most pressure. 4th, Tua Tagovailoa.
A lot of pressure on Tua. If Tua doesn't show up this year and stay healthy, which I think that's the biggest pressure for him, is last year I know we saw the horrific images of him with the concussions out on the field at times. He has to still show that he can stay healthy and put those behind him so that way he can be the guy that he was at times when he was on the field for Miami. But Coach McDaniel and the Dolphins keep saying that he's their guy, but he won't be their guy past this year if he can't stay healthy for the majority of the season.
I completely agree. I mean, to me, I'd be hard-pressed not to have him on this list because every reason. I mean, can he play well enough to keep the job? Can he play at all? Is he able to get through 17 games? I think there's pretty much every question mark with Tua. And look, his numbers were good when he played last year. He was really good, but it's not enough, I think, for Miami to validate moving forward with him in 2024 with no other investment in the position if he's ineffective or unavailable. And I also think there's pressure because, look, if you're Tua, you're now in a division with Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers. I think there's monumental pressure on the Miami Dolphins as an organization, but certainly for Tua.
Yeah, and with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle to throw the ball to, there are going to be quarterbacks that would line up to play there and replace him because, I mean, those two guys are two of the better receiver duo, or it's one of the better receiver duos in the league. That's what made him largely successful last year. And if he can't stay on the field, they're going to go get a guy that's going to be elated to have that sort of talent to throw the ball to.
Absolutely. And when you add a guy like Jalen Ramsey, you're trying to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. Not that I think he's as good as he once was, but certainly that's what they're trying to send the message to their team. All right, number 3, I agree with this one on Dan Orlovsky's top AFC quarterbacks under the most pressure. Mac Jones, number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this. I almost feel like the verdict's in a little bit because it just feels like New England, Belichick would have moved on from him had he had a feasible path to doing so. but he didn't because he sabotaged them. And so I think it's kind of damaged goods because you damaged the goods, Bill. I mean, he played well as a rookie. Then you have this farcical decision to make Patricia your offensive coordinator when he's been a defensive guy, and Joe Judge, who's a special teams guy and is second in command of the offense. I mean, that was absurd. Any other coach does that, it's a fireable offense. But Bill Belichick does it because of the greatness that he's had. He gets a pass on it, but it has doomed Mac Jones. And so I almost get the sense Mac Jones is kind of playing with house money to some extent, because I think he's out of there regardless. I mean, Belichick to me doesn't strike me as somebody that will take you back. Like, once Belichick gets to the point of you're not my guy, I don't know that you can get back in his good graces. And Mac Jones isn't going to win the MVP or lead this team to 14 wins. I mean, that's not going to happen. The best case scenario for the Patriots, and this is something I'm going to get to in our next segment, in terms of looking at schedules and comparing kind of the Jaguars' path to some of the other big name teams in the AFC. The best case scenario for the Patriots this year is 10-7 and wild card. That's best case. So I think there's very little pressure on Mac Jones, simply because I think he's probably going to be playing somewhere else in 2024 anyway.
I don't know. I think I'd almost think Matt could be a little bit higher on the list. He's a guy that could not be starting for the Patriots. Not that they brought in a great bunch of competition for him, but fans were calling for Bailey Zappi last year, and he didn't play bad when he got his shot. So how sure are we that Mac Jones makes it out of training camp as their starting quarterback? I don't think that's a lock. So there's a ton of pressure there, I think, for him to show up, show that he can be the guy, or is at least as successful as he was as a rookie, to make sure that he can at least hold down that job, because I don't think it's guaranteed. I don't think it's a lock.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, there is pressure when you're a guy that is in the division with all these other really good quarterbacks.
Right.
What can you do in comparison to them? All right, number 2 on his list, I don't agree with this one, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I mean, again,
He's got millions of guaranteed money.
I mean, Cleveland made such an investment in him. I think, and again, he is. No one wants to cheer for Deshaun Watson, is probably the best way to say it. If you're not a Browns fan, I don't think anybody's really cheering for Deshaun Watson. I don't think anybody really, admires how he's conducted himself.
I agree.
But from a football standpoint, you kind of have to give him a pass on last year. He was suspended basically the whole time, so he got very little work with them. Then it was 12 games? I think he played the last 5. That's near impossible to step in at that point when it's a new team and look great. Now, he was far from that, and he deserves the criticism for that.
7 touchdowns, 5 picks.
But I don't get the sense that all of a sudden he can't play football. So, and again, Cleveland's totally handcuffed to him for at least 2 more years. So I don't think there's a lot of pressure there. I mean, there's pressure to win, but all these guys have that.
Right.
I mean, if Cleveland goes 7-10 again, there'll be a lot of turnover. I would assume it'll be a new coaching staff. That was the cellar in the North last year. My guess is 7-10. Good chance that's going to be the cellar again this year. So there's pressure to win, but he's under no pressure of losing his job, getting cut, anything like that.
If we're just looking at these 5, I'd probably have Watson with the lowest amount of pressure on the list of the guys we've talked about so far. I mean, the contract is basically locked in. He's there in Cleveland, and he, like you said, he was on the shelf for a whole year. So maybe he never gets to be the guy that he was in Houston again. We don't know, but I don't think last year is a fair assessment of the player that he can be in the future and moving forward. I mean, you're talking about a guy who couldn't practice with. It's not like he was just practicing with the team and not playing. He couldn't practice with them until he was allowed to by NFL rules, which is late in the season. The team was already struggling, so he walks into a team that had kind of gone through all of these struggles on the field, and he's like, all right, everybody's looking at him, and he's like, I haven't played a game in you know how long? I can't be that. I can't just walk in and be Tom Brady or be the Deshaun Watson that you saw in Houston. He had to get himself in football shape. We've heard Calvin Ridley talking about it, He missed a year, and he's just going through the workouts, and the first time he talked to us, he said, I'm going through the normal soreness and stuff like that from just trying to get back into that shape, because no matter how much you work out, no matter how much these guys put into their body the time to recover and all of that, there's nothing like football like playing football. So he was getting himself back into being the Deshaun Watson that he knew.
And to Hayes' point, nobody feels bad for him that he went through that. I mean, he himself was the reason he sat out a year with the Texans. He decided not to play. Obviously, being suspended, that was the NFL's decision. I think they should have just suspended him for the entire season. And then we'd be talking about, I wonder what he's going to be like this year after having 2 years off. All right, so I'll tell you Dan Orlovsky's top quarterback with the most pressure. And I think you'll agree, Aaron Rodgers. Would you agree with that?
Really?
So I would have had Russell Wilson. But
Russell
I
Wilson's not in the top 5 on this list?
He's not. That's what shocked me. But I understand the pressure Aaron Rodgers is in now that he's in New York City. I understand playing for the Jets. It's a team that felt like they were just a quarterback away. I get the pressure Aaron Rodgers is under, and everyone thinks he's crazy. But Russell Wilson has to have the most pressure, right?
That's stunning to me, because if Russell Wilson struggles again, he is cut.
Yeah.
He loses it all.
His career's on the line.
And then at that point,
does he ever start again?
Yeah, is there a team out there that's going to say, this is our starter? Probably not. So I think this is a make or break year for Russell Wilson. I'm stunned that he's not in Orlovsky's top 5. I mean, this isn't the worst list I've seen, because he at least doesn't have Trevor Lawrence in the 6th tier of his AFC quarterback rankings.
Very good
but I
point.
am surprised that he doesn't have Russell Wilson in the top 5 of this list, because I'd have him 1.
Yeah, I stopped and thought about it. I was like, okay, I'm not losing my mind, right? The Broncos are in the AFC. Why is Russell Wilson not on this list?
No, he should 100%. I mean, he has more than just like football stuff on the list. This isn't. Does he get a big payday? Can he go get to the playoffs and prove he can play? This is his career. I mean, legitimately, if he goes out there and plays the way he did last year, they probably cut him, and then other teams are looking at him like damaged goods. Like, the whole let Russ cook thing in Seattle, where people kept saying, hey, Pete, let Russell throw the ball. Everybody's looking at Pete like he knew what he was talking about. No, run the ball and let's let Russ dink and dunk every few times, because he hasn't looked like the guy that people expected him to be, that he looked like at times in Seattle. And if he does that for a second year, Sean Payton and the Broncos are going to be looking for a new quarterback. And then would Russell Wilson want to take a flyer as a backup? Like, I mean, if you were saying that he had a bad year and we're saying, does another team give him a shot? If I'm Miami and Tua has injury troubles, I would love to have Russell as a backup option, but would Russell Wilson want to do that?
Right.
I don't know. So that's why I said his career's kind of on the line, because it takes a lot for some of these guys to kind of put the ego to the side and say, okay, well, to stay in the league, I need to go in and be the number 2 guy and just wait my turn. Some of them don't want to do that. And I don't know if Russ would want to.
Yeah.
I don't know if his wife would allow him to be a backup quarterback.
Yeah, it's a great point. Another guy that I think should be on this list is Josh Allen, because I think the pressure to deliver a Super Bowl is so gigantic on him. Obviously, Mahomes has already won 2. Joe Burrow has directed Cincinnati to the Super Bowl. I think for Josh Allen, getting to the Super Bowl, and because it's Buffalo, because they've gotten there a pretty good amount, they've just never won it, he's got to win the whole thing. I think they're not so much individually, not for his contract, not for his place on the team. They all love him, and they should love him. But I think from a winning standpoint, Josh Allen is under tremendous pressure this year.
I totally agree.
How far outside of the top 5 do you think Trevor?
I think pretty far, because, yeah, again, everything works in his favor. The division's lousy. The team loves him. He looks like he's figured it out. If the Jaguars win the division and are one and done in the playoffs, like, no one's going to lose their mind. There'll be some slight disappointment that they didn't win a playoff game when they won one the year before. But it's hard for all the stuff that we've talked about, all the mess the fans have had to experience. If the Jaguars win back-to-back division titles, hard to be upset. And it's almost a cakewalk that they're going to do that as long as he's healthy. So I think the pressure for Trevor is pretty low. It's not 14th, or 16th in the AFC or something like that. But I'd say I'd probably put it 9th or 10th in terms of ranking. Garoppolo has more pressure. I think every quarterback in the AFC East has more. He probably has more than Pickett. He certainly has more than the rookies that just arrived. Tannehill has more pressure because his career is at stake. Herbert has more pressure because he's been on the scene longer. So there's more pressure. Herbert has a poor man's version of the Josh Allen pressure.
Right. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I don't think Trevor has that much pressure, but the most pressure that he gets is just finding a way to follow up. The same thing that Doug kind of talked about earlier this week is you don't want to see last year and then it be a flash in the pan almost like 17 was. They have to find a way to build off that. So, yeah, if you can get the AFC South, which should be almost gift wrapped for them, I don't think anybody's complaining at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think in Jacksonville, maybe more pressure than certainly nationally. No one nationally is really predicting the Jaguars to win the Super Bowl. They might be predicting the Jaguars to be a number one seed in the AFC because of the path, like we've talked about. By the way, I do think of the rookies, I think Anthony Richardson does have some serious pressure just because of how hyped he is and the fact that they've been looking for a quarterback for a long time. Right, when we come back, Hayes is going to weigh in on the NFL schedule. You are listening to The Frangie Show on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
Hey, look, if you need insurance, why don't you call the best insurance agent in town, my friend Craig Dewhurst. Call him at 940-9740. Really good guy, really good insurance agent. Look, you know State Farm's great. You see the commercials. It's all true. When something goes wrong, they show up and help. Well, Craig really is that guy, man. I know from personal experience, something goes wrong, he's there. He says, I got this. Take care of your family, your show. Let me take care of this. 940-9740. If you never want to worry about automotive or home or life insurance or any other kind of insurance, call Craig Dewhurst at State Farm today.
Take Jacksonville with you.
There's no place like home.
Listen to 1010XL Away From Home.
Oh, but anyway, Toto, we're home. Home.
Download the 1010XL and XL 92.5 FM apps for free on Apple and Android devices.
You've probably heard the saying, it's not how hard you get hit, it's whether or not you get back up. Well, I'm attorney Brett Hastings, and I have a saying of my own. If you get hit with a personal injury or wrongful death, hit back and fight to make them pay. At Hastings Injury Law, we have the experience you want if you or a loved one suffer a car or trucking accident or wrongful death. Just call 904-HIT-BACK and we'll help you get up and hit back. Office is Jacksonville.
AgPro's Load Up on Savings event is here. Right now, get a John Deere Z320R with 42-inch deck for $37.99. Visit agproco.com for more info. Offer ends 5/31/23. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It's tune-up time, and Florida Home AC, the official AC partner of the Jaguars, wants to partner with you for a cool summer season. Tune up your AC unit right now so it's running at peak performance when you need it most. Just call 777-4300 and order a tune-up for just $59. Keep your unit humming at optimal level. Log on to FloridaHomeAC.com and take advantage of their savings. Keep cool with Florida Home AC. That's 777-4300.
Hacker here for the Sausage Dudes. Look, you know I'm a sausage guy, and the Sausage Dudes, Paul and Patrick, make the best sausage I've ever tasted. Their high-quality pork and spices separate the Sausage Dudes from the pack. Try their 4 flavors, including Italian, Polish, Hungarian, and beer bratwurst today by picking them up at any Publix location in the Jacksonville area. A portion of their proceeds also get donated to the Boys and Girls Club of Northeast Florida. It's Memorial Day weekend. Head to Publix today and pick up the Sausage Dudes sausage.
Follow the rise of the young Jags and daily discussion about where they're headed.
We can be part of it.
Jaguars Today.
From the Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute studios.
With Mike Dempsey, Fat Tony, and E.T. every weekday from 10 to noon on 1010XL.
E.T. here, and y'all know how much I like my brown water, but I ain't gonna lie, it gives me headaches sometimes. So my alternative is Brackish Vodka. This gluten-free alternative to Tito's is 100% local, and all monies stays right here in Duval. Not only does Brackish Vodka make you feel good, but when you support Brackish Vodka, you're also helping local charities. Try it side by side with your favorite vodka, and you will taste and smell how natural Brackish Vodka really is. And when you do, remember who sent you. Come on, somebody.
In my job, I never held back. I played hurt, and I pushed through the pain. Sound familiar?
Football legend Emmitt Smith had a reputation for just grinding through the injuries and pain over and over. That may be you. And QC Kinetics sees patients every day who are exhausted from dealing with the persistent pain.
A lot of you work physically demanding jobs. You stand, you climb, you bend down, you reach up, and if you have joint pain, it takes all you got to earn a living. But it's time you know about QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative treatments, help relieve that debilitating joint pain without surgeries or downtime. These are natural solutions that use your body's own healing properties to give you lasting relief from the soreness and achiness.
You got a job to do. I get it. But now you don't have to suffer through the pain. Check out my friends over at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
When you're hankering for a great barbecue meal, then head for your closest Woody's Barbecue. GPS us or ask Siri or Alexa. It's easy to find a Woody's Barbecue.
At Woody's Barbecue, it's what we do.
Let's eat.
Beach Bar Rum, Santo, and Sammy's Beach Bar Cocktails present Crazy Times. Sammy Hagar and the Circle, live October 26th, the St. Augustine Amphitheater. Sammy brings the party with George Thorogood and the Destroyers, with special guest Damon Fowler. Tickets on sale now at theamp.com. Crazy times are coming.
Malfunctions in your electrical panel can lead to hazards like fire or power outages, leaving your home at risk. So leave it to the pros and Mr. Sparky.
888-8 Your on-time electrician, Mr. Sparky of the First Coast.
Get ready to take your game to the next level at Best Bet. Come and experience the best in card games, top-notch hospitality, award-winning sushi, and nonstop fun at our Jacksonville and Orange Park locations. We've got something fun for everyone. Choose from a variety of exciting poker games, including limits to suit all skill levels. If you're looking to try something new, we offer easy-to-learn games like one-card poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and Pai Gow. You can also place bets on thrilling simulcast races while enjoying delicious food and drinks. See why we're the go-to destination for gaming and entertainment. Go to bestbetjacks.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Welcome back to the Frangie Show. All right, Hayes, what do you have for us when it comes to the NFL schedule?
Well, the thing that I keep just being amazed by, and there's a lot of reasons why this Jaguar schedule sets up so well, but it's how the big games are so spread out and who they're bookended with. So the Chiefs are week 2, bookended with an opener at Indianapolis, which is either going to be Gardner Minshew or Anthony Richardson.
By the way, who do you hope it is? As where we stand right now, do you hope it's
I
Gardner
hope it's
or
Richardson.
Anthony? You do,
Yeah.
okay.
And then the game after the Chiefs is a home game against Houston. So, I mean, couldn't be softer, in my opinion. You've got the San Francisco game will be a really tough game here in Jacksonville. Well, they have a bye before that game, and then, they do play the Titans at home after that. We'll see how good the Titans are. And, again, that's Tennessee's 3rd consecutive road game, which is going to take its toll on the Titans. You go to Cincinnati December 4th. You're at Houston the week before, which should be as close to a cakewalk as you can have in the NFL. And then you're at Cleveland the week after, which isn't a gauntlet at all. And so anyway, you look at how it lays out, very favorable. So then what I was interested in doing is comparing that to some of the other teams that, that consider themselves contenders. I don't do this with bad teams because bad teams,
Every game looks hard.
It all looks bad.
Correct.
But there was a couple things in here that I thought was really interesting, and I'll start with the Patriots. This is the Patriots' first 8 games of the season. Home against Philadelphia, home against Miami, at the Jets, at the Cowboys, home against the Saints, at Vegas, home against the Bills, at Miami. That's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Their last 7 games, at the Giants, home against the Chargers, at the Steelers, home against the Chiefs, at Denver, at Buffalo, home against the Jets.
Whew.
It's brutal. And again, it's a common theme throughout this. So the 49ers have 3 different stretches in their season that I would say are fairly difficult. At Pittsburgh, followed by a trip to the Rams, who I don't think are going to be good, but it's at LA and it's early in the season, followed by a home date against the Giants, who made the playoffs. later in the middle part of the season, they have a stretch in where they host Dallas, go to Cleveland, go to Minnesota, and then host Cincinnati. Then they have another stretch of 3 games where they're at Seattle, at Philadelphia, home against Seattle. So that's 10 games that are all kind of lumped in there together that are all pretty challenging. This is Philadelphia's slate from week 11 on.
Okay.
At Kansas City, home against Buffalo, home against San Francisco, at Dallas, at Seattle, home against the Giants. I mean, that's
really
brutal. The Ravens' last 4 games: at Jacksonville here on Sunday night, at San Francisco, home against Miami, home against Pittsburgh. You look at Dallas's last 6 games: home against Seattle, home against Philadelphia, at Buffalo, at Miami, home against Detroit, at Washington. And then even the Jets. This is the Jets' first 11 games to start the season: home against Buffalo, at Dallas, home against New England, home against the Chiefs, at Denver, home against the Eagles, bye, at the Giants, home against the Chargers, at Vegas, at Buffalo, home against Minnesota. I mean, some of these schedules are brutal. And to not have anything that resembles a tough 2 or 3 opponents in a row for the Jaguars is remarkable. And I didn't go through the 1 through 17 for the Jaguars' 3 main rivals in terms of the 1 seed: the Chiefs, the Bills, and Cincinnati. But just to give you an idea, this is what they face. So Cincinnati goes on the road to San Francisco, Baltimore, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and Pittsburgh, while also hosting Seattle, Buffalo, Minnesota, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh. The Bills go to the Jets, Patriots, Bengals, Eagles, Chiefs, Chargers, Dolphins, while also hosting the Dolphins, Jaguars, Giants, and Jets. And then the Chiefs go to the Jaguars, Jets, Vikings, Broncos, Patriots, Chargers, while hosting the Eagles, Bengals, Chargers, Bills, and Lions. That's why that people are saying, I mean, obviously the team's very talented, but again, soak that in and then look at the path the Jaguars have. It is stunning how none of these games, there's not a single stretch in here where it's Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco. I mean, it's remarkable how you could not space these games out better, particularly when you look at, and again, playing the NFC South helps, playing 6 games in this division helps.
Absolutely.
It is remarkable when you compare this path to the gauntlet that many of these other teams are having to face.
Oh, it shook out perfectly for the Jaguars. I mean, the AFC South is in the dumpster, and then they play the NFC South, which is in the dumpster. When you look at the strength of schedule for all the teams in the NFL for next year, I mean, the only teams that are below them are the NFC South, but because all of them are there because that division is not expected to be very good. And the team with the weakest strength of schedule that is expected to be a contender is the Jaguars. And then the next one above them would be maybe the Ravens, if you consider them a real contender. Outside of that, it's kind of fallen together perfectly where you're in a weak division and you're playing a weak division, so it should all kind of come together where that's why we keep saying playoffs are an expectation. It's not a hope. They should win the division and should be competing at least to hopefully have a home playoff game at some point if they can get the first seed because the schedule is just perfect.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an easy NFL schedule necessarily, but if the Jaguars' division rivals are as bad as what we think they will be, then the Jaguars have to have one of the easiest schedules in all of the NFL. And then you take even some of the teams that they're playing, like you mentioned, Hayes, and in comparison to the other teams, they have to have fewer double-digit winning teams from the previous season on their schedule than any of the other rivals do.
It would have to be. I mean, because again, no one in the NFC South got there, and no one in the AFC South got there. So, I mean, that's 10 games right there. I mean, so it's a first-place schedule, but everything about it, besides the games that the 3-4 games that entails, the rest of the formula, the meat of the schedule, it's a cellar dweller schedule, basically. I mean, because of how bad the Colts, Titans, and Texans look like they're going to be, and how bad the Bucks, Saints, Panthers, and Falcons look like they're going to be.
And when we talk about this, of course, like we have in our heads, like we've said, either sweep the division or go 5-1 against the division. If the Jaguars lose that first game to the Colts, no matter who the quarterback is, I think the schedule predictions are we're all going to, because we do this every year, that very first game, we put so much stock into it, and how Gardner Minshew was against the Chiefs, we thought that was going to be the quarterback we always had. And so just telling people now, if the Jaguars lose the first week game, the week 1 game, relax. It's going to be okay. Remember what happened last year and where it ended up. We've got one segment to go here on The Frangie Show on 1010XL and 92.5 FM.
The Frangie Show, live from the Hastings Injury Law Firm Studios on 1010XL. Hit back with Hastings.
This is Brent Musburger's VSIN Action Update on 1010XL, brought to you by Duck Duck Rooter Plumbing and Septic Services, a proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, here are the latest lines from my guys in the desert.
The NBA playoffs continuing on Thursday night when the Boston Celtics host Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals against the Miami Heat. Boston staying alive with a Game 4 victory on Tuesday and winning 116-99. Boston is an 8-point home favorite Thursday night, minus 310 on the money line. Miami is plus 250 with an over-under of 215.5. The Denver Nuggets, who are awaiting the winner of this series for the NBA Finals, are the favorites to win it all at minus 210. Miami plus 390, while the Celtics are plus 460. I'm Tony Desiri on 1010XL, brought to you by Duck Duck Rooter Plumbing and Septic Services, a proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Captain Kevin Favor here to tell you about my friends over at Duck Duck Rooter. They are a proud partner of the Jacksonville Jaguars and are currently looking for top talent to join their team. If you are a plumber, CDL driver, or have experience installing septic drain fields, come join Duck Duck Rooter and win. They offer their players a full package that includes excellent weekly pay, paid holidays, health insurance, matching 401k, and new state-of-the-art equipment and more. Log on to duckduckrooter.com and click on the careers page to apply. That's duckduckrooter.com.
Equal opportunity employer.
Folks, Nimnik Chevrolet is Northeast Florida's Silverado truck headquarters. Got the best selection of Silverado trucks on the ground in town, and it is a fantastic ride. Now listen, they got that great volume of Silverado. In fact, they've got more Silverados than anybody in the state of Florida because they're committed to providing you with that great selection of trucks. They love selling trucks, and they'll always have that best price guarantee. So if you want a truck, you're never getting a better truck than a Silverado, I'll tell you that. And you'll never find a dealership around here, or in the state of Florida for that matter, that has more Silverados than my friends at Nimnik Chevrolet. You can go see it at the corner of Park and Cassett, or you can log online to see what they've got at nimnikchevy.com. They've been doing it for 81 years, folks. They know what they're doing. Head to Nimnik today. Nimnik, your friends in the car business since 1941. Chevy, find new roads.
Frank Frangie here. These days, it's hard to know which companies to trust. But when it comes to banking, I trust South State Bank. South State truly values its customers, and they work hard to create meaningful, lasting relationships. I love going into my local branch. I see the same smiling faces I've seen for years. South State is the largest bank headquartered in Florida, so they're able to offer all the banking services you need. You can trust South State Bank. Banking forward. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Clearwater. John, I can't even mow my side yard. It's so soggy. Man, my builder sucks. Brent, calm down. This is a common problem in neighborhoods where houses are built too close together. You need gutters and a properly installed French drain that will soak up subsurface water. We can completely dry it up. So I can take my builder off my speed dial now, huh? Yeah, we got you, buddy. Let that builder bitterness go.
Clearwater irrigation
and drainage too.
If you or someone you know suffer from Parkinson's or essential tremor, or if medication is not enough, you are not alone. Dr. Elaine Keebaugh here from Boston Scientific, and you have resources available. Join me at a free Lunch and Learn speaking event to help manage your disease. Thursday, May 25th from 11 to 1 at the Fleming Island Public Library. Visit dbsandme.com/webinar to learn more. That's dbsandme.com/webinar. andme.com/webinar.
Have lunch with a former Jacksonville Pro Bowler.
Join me, Leon Searcy, on XL Primetime, weekdays from noon to 1:30.
Lunch with Leon.
Here's to lunch, anyway.
Brought to you by the Sausage Dudes. Sausage with a purpose on 1010XL.
This is Keith Catlin for Catlin Truck Accessories, and we are so blessed to be in business for over 100 years. Over 100 years of the best product and customer service means you can count on Catlin. From Roll-and Lock bed covers to Lear toppers to Cam Locker toolboxes, Catlin Truck Accessories has you covered when it comes to your truck or van. We do those too. Got a fleet of vehicles? We can outfit them all.
Who can you count on? Count on Catlin.
One name, one location, 100 years. You can count on Catlin.
This is Hayes Carline for Island Wing Company, located on South Side near Tinseltown, and our new location at Bartram Park in St. Johns County. Two great locations offering the ultimate sports bar experience where you can stick to healthy options. Island Wing Company has a wide selection of fryer-free food. The wings are baked, not fried, with so many awesome flavors to choose from. You can also get delicious salmon, tuna, flatbreads, and tacos. With tons of spectacular TVs, dog-friendly patios, and 2 daily happy hours, Island Wings can't be beat.
Hey folks, you ever search why Shark Coatings is the best? Well, one of the many reasons is our polyurea. We don't just buy it from anyone who has it in stock. We custom blend ours, specializing between summer and winter blend, providing you with the best product for our area. After grinding the concrete, that polyurea will form a permanent bond at the molecular level and will not pull away like epoxy. With Shark Coatings, not only will your garage look awesome, but your pool deck, patio, or driveway will too. See how Shark Coatings can make a difference for you. Call, click, or text today.
The players are on the field, and 1010XL is there. Driven by Tire Outlet. Listen for 1010XL's coverage of organized team activities and minicamp. Brought to you by Duck Rooter Plumbing and Septic Services and Safe Harbor Seafood Restaurant and Market.
Active and pain-free. That's the ticket. Dr. George Barry here, and I know that's the goal of every patient I see. They want the best possible care so they can go back to enjoying life. That could be pickup basketball, golf, tennis, running, or just working out. It all requires you to be as healthy as you can be. If joint pain is taking its toll on your active lifestyle, come see me at Ballou Orthopedics. We have locations all over Jacksonville and can diagnose and treat even the most severe joint pain. A homegrown Jacksonville practice. Find out more at BallouOrthopedics.com.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
I put that record on. Girl, you know what song.
This is my favorite Chris Stapleton song. What are you listening to?
It's really good.
Oh, it's such a good song. Hayes has now enjoyed seeing Chris Stapleton in
I'm a
concert.
fan,
He's
for
so
sure.
good. Have you ever seen him, Jamal?
I have not.
And Gibby, you've never seen him, right?
No, but he's currently on tour with George Strait. They're doing
he is?
a stadium tour, and I think they're coming to Tampa, maybe.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's the
a
closest.
pretty
I
good
got
tour.
To see, yeah, absolutely. I got to see Chris Stapleton at the St. Augustine Amphitheater back in like 2016. And oh my goodness, so great there. And then I've seen him at the arena and so great there as well. And if you don't know that song, it's not on radio, so make sure you find it however you find music these days. I turned Hayes onto Spotify not too long ago. They used to ask me, like, jokingly, are you getting paid by Spotify? You recommend it so highly. And I eventually converted Frank, and then I converted Hayes to Spotify.
Yeah, I love Spotify. I was Apple Music for a little while there, and now I've gone Spotify heavy, and I'm all in on Spotify. I like the little DJ thing they got going on now
Absolutely.
too.
My cousin was Apple Music also, and I was like, I'm telling you now, and so I converted her as well. It really is great. When you're not listening to 1010XL, of course, that is. All right, we're going to get to some Evan Ingram sound here in a second, but first, I do have a question as far as Adrian Peterson. I saw that he said that he's not going to retire yet. He only needs 82 yards to hit 15,000 for his career. Can someone please sign him, give him the ball enough times to get the 82 yards, and then they can release him if they want to?
How many carries is it going to take him to get to that 82, though?
Yeah, exactly.
It may
It's a
take
great
82
point.
carries.
In all seriousness, there's a sadness to me, when there's an athlete like this who was so remarkable.
Yep.
I mean, he's arguably the greatest of his generation. He's certainly in the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
Peterson, Tomlinson. I mean, Adrian Peterson is a first ballot Hall of Famer,
Mhm.
and it's just sad to see guys that they just can't let it go, but the talent has left them.
We
And-
talk about 30-year-old running backs being old.
Yeah.
He's 38.
Yeah.
But I can understand, why he's saying like he's not quite done. I mean, if you're that close, and granted, if he was 28 yards, it might be a little different than 82. But still, if I was a GM, this is why I would be a bad GM, because I'd be like, come on, we just got to get him to 15,000 yards. Will we see another 15,000-yard guy? Maybe Derrick Henry.
I don't think so.
But I don't think
doubt
so
it.
either, right? Because he's at, I think we said about 9,900, maybe.
I think he's at like just under 9,000.
Okay.
But
So then
could
he-
be wrong. But yeah, I think he has to basically almost double what he's done to get close to like Emmett. So
8,300. So you're right.
yeah, I don't think we'll ever see it again. I mean, I just don't. I mean, it's just the league has de-emphasized it, and I don't think a team is going to make a guy a bell cow for 12 years, which is what it takes.
Yeah, it would just take longevity. I mean, it would have to be a guy who just goes from team to team, almost that mercenary Frank Gore type kind of career, to where he all of a sudden was this running back for how many different teams. He had a little bit of longevity in San Francisco, and then Gore just kept putting up numbers: Miami, Buffalo, New York. Thanks for the New York time, of course. We always appreciate that here. But, I don't know. I don't think that Adrian Peterson is going to get that other shot. It would be nice. I mean, if he had really, ingrained himself in what Minnesota did, it would be nice if Minnesota helped to get him that last 82. But I don't think he really ingrained himself in that franchise, in that city enough where they're just like, you know what, we'll bring in old AP and just deal with some of the inefficiencies to get him there. Because that Minnesota team's going to be pretty good. They should be up in enough games where they could sprinkle in an AP carry here or there just to get him 82 yards over the course of the season. They could do it, but he really hasn't ingrained himself enough in that franchise, in that city, where I could see them wanting to go back down that road with him.
Yeah, absolutely. We shall see. When I saw the story today, I thought, man, 38 years old, all he needs is 82 yards. Somebody help him out so he can retire.
And Minnesota, you've heard all these reports, they're going to move on from Dalvin Cook.
Which is just stunning.
It is.
I mean, stunning to me. I get he makes a lot, but he's also fantastic. And I don't know how getting rid of Dalvin Cook in the summer makes you better. If it was before the draft and you were going to get a second, third round pick, something like that, okay, maybe But, I mean, you're a team that won 13 games in your division, and Aaron Rodgers just got traded. So if you're Minnesota, why would you do anything that hurts you in the present? I mean, the present is what you should be focusing completely on, and why you would cut Dalvin Cook. I mean, that's almost just malpractice, I think.
Unless he has an injury that we're not privy to, teams are going to be lining up at his door to try and get him on their roster, especially teams that think they're getting ready to make a run at the Super Bowl, because when he's healthy, he's a special running back. He's special.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. All right, so Evan Ingram joined the Second Win podcast, and here he is on just how great Jacksonville has been for him.
I wanted, I wanted to be great where I got drafted. Like, I wanted to have that here, and the conversations we had, like, it's just different. It's different when you do it in New York, like, but that's what just wasn't for me. Like, it just wasn't for me. And at the end of the day, like, I needed Jacksonville. Like, I needed the coaches I had there. I needed the relationships I built with the guys there, and like, I had the best time of my life that past season, bro. Where like, I literally didn't want. It was the first time in my career where I didn't want to leave the building. Like, it was a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm in the building just staying because I want to work. I want to game or watch more film. I stayed with Trevor after the day is over, watching film with him. Like,
having fun. You having fun.
All that stuff, bro. All that stuff pays off, and it's just like, I just came to a point where like, I'm not leaving nothing on my plate. Like, I'm going to turn over every stone. Like, there were times where I wasn't getting targets. I didn't want to go in my coach's office and have that conversation. Like, I didn't want to go sit down with another grown man and tell him, like, Coach, like, what do I need to do to get more? Like, that's hard things to do. Like, it's just, some people have it and some people just don't. And it was just, I just felt like I grew up and I matured as a professional. And
all right, so Evan Ingram on the Second Win podcast. And yeah, Jamal, I think he was really forthcoming with that interview.
Oh, I listened to that interview. It was like eye-opening. I know we talked to Evan Ingram all last year since he got to Jacksonville, but I didn't know a lot of the backstory of just how bad it got for him there in New York and how, truly grateful he was for this opportunity in Jacksonville. I mean, just from some of the conversations we had, I knew he was, very happy to be with the Jaguars, calling it his home multiple times, telling everybody that he really wanted to stay here. And I think we all saw him just how hard he was working. I know on game day, he was always the first guy out on the field starting to warm up during training camp every day. He was the first guy out there on the jugs machine. So I had nothing but respect for him from that. But getting some of that backstory, I think it truly shows just how hard of a worker this guy is and how bad he truly wants it and how just happy he truly is to be a part of what the Jaguars are building.
It was one of those things that you hear it and you're like, man, I can't wait to get that, press release that he's signed a extension here. I mean, hopefully that can happen. The business certainly is important and critical, but I mean, to hear him talk with that kind of joy in being here, man, it would be a shame if his agent directs him elsewhere, because the offer's good. It may not be ridiculously good, but there's no way the Jaguars aren't going to make him a very good offer. And to hear him talk like that, hopefully he can be a Jaguar here. He's 28. I mean, hopefully he can be here another 4 or 5 years. And it was a phenomenal first year here. He set a career high in receptions and receiving yards, and about the only thing he didn't do was touchdowns. He had 4, and he had 6 his rookie year with the Giants, but that's an attainable goal. I mean, Evan Ingram this year for the Jaguars could absolutely have 7 touchdowns or more. And with the catches and the yards remaining what they were, if not going higher. So I think it's again, it affirms everything that we see as outside observers. When we do get that glimpse into their world, in the Jaguars, their digital staff has done such an outstanding job. But I mean, I remember some of the post game locker room videos that they created in the last month and a half of the season, and some of the comments that players were making about Peterson, it really was eye-opening. And again, to see that continue with Evan Ingram, who could be kind of upset. I mean, some players that are playing on a tag haven't gotten the extension they want. They can be a little disgruntled, and obviously that's not the case with him at all. It seems like as soon as this business gets settled, and hopefully it will be soon, he can't wait to be here.
Yeah, and I also think he has different perspective than the average guy who's tagged, because he probably wondered at some point in time, am I ever going to be a really good tight end in this league? And known for drops and all that stuff, and then to bond with this team the way he did, and certainly with Trevor, and like you just mentioned in that podcast, he was spending extra time with him, to then all of a sudden be franchise tagged and give yourself that validation. It's like, that moment that I made it. And so I do think he might approach it a little bit differently than, say, Cam Robinson did when Cam was franchise tagged.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get that long-term deal. As I was watching that interview, I just kept thinking back to a Zay Jones interview from last year where he was on the podium and he goes, "Resign E23, I'm a stan." And I'm like, all of his teammates were saying the same thing, because Evan was doing it out on the field. He was working hard. He was a great guy in the locker room, and he's perfect for the culture that they want to build in that building. If I'm his agent, I'm telling him take the long-term deal now, because I'm looking at the free agent market for the deals that these tight ends have gotten the past 2 years. And if I'm him, I don't want to hit that market. I'd get the best deal I can get here in Jacksonville and be done with it, because people thought like Dalton Schultz was going to get this big monster deal. Didn't happen. Those deals aren't out there right now for tight ends. So if I'm his agent, I'm going to the Jaguars like, yeah, about that offer we were talking about. Let's get this done.
And it is surprising to me, because the tight end position has become, even more valuable for offenses, and yet those guys, it's almost like they're like running backs, even though the position has gone the opposite way of running backs. But either way, by the way, so Gibby tweeted out from the 1010XL Twitter account, we are closing in on 100 days until the Jaguars season opener in Indianapolis. So the question I posed to you, Hayes, who do you hope the Colts start at quarterback? So right now, just under 60 votes. We, like I said, just tweeted it out. Anthony Richardson leading with 53.4%. Gardner Minshew 46.6%. It's actually way closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, that is interesting, and I understand, not wanting to see Minshew, in terms of the efficiency and things like that. He's probably not going to give the game away. Richardson, there's a very good chance he will, and so I hope it's Richardson because I think that's a high turnover opportunity. Because of how he plays, and I just don't think he's ready. I mean, frankly, I don't think he's ready. So Minshew's ready to handle an NFL game. Now he's not going to run for 80 yards and make some amazing, play happen, but he's good enough to efficiently guide Indianapolis to 20 points. And if the Jaguar offense doesn't have a great day, that could be a 20-17 loss. So I hope it's Richardson. I don't think it's going to be, but I do hope it's Richardson week 1.
Give me Richardson in a heartbeat. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I always feel like Gardner Minshew's the main character of every movie he's in, and him playing against the Jaguars is just like perfect revenge storyline. Don't want to see it. I could see him go out there, have the game of his life, because why wouldn't he be holding a grudge against the Jaguars that gave up on him? In his head, he's the star quarterback, and they passed up on him for Trevor Lawrence. So I don't want any part of the dude with the headband and the mustache. No, give me Anthony Richardson.
All right, let's say hello to Rick Ballou.
Now, the 2-minute drill, brought to you by Tire Outlet. Keeping 1010XL rolling with wholesale prices and premium service. Tire Outlet, Jacksonville's largest locally owned automotive repair shop.
Hello, Rick.
What's going on?
Are you a Zach Bryan fan? I know you're a good music guy.
I was across the street at the Pink Floyd tribute band show.
Okay.
Brit Floyd.
Yeah, how was that?
Still a little groggy from last night, but I noticed at the place that we were to before the show and after the show, a lot of folks from that country concert popped in for post-show cocktails, and I guess it was a really good concert. So
it was really good.
It was busy downtown last
night.
I thought I was in New York City last night. It was unbelievable.
Well, and I will say this is why when we talk about the revitalization of downtown, it's so important because when there is any event, there's only, we love our friends at Intuition, but then you can't even get in because there's so many people. So that's where we tried to go originally, and then.
So you didn't go last night?
I did go to the concert.
Oh,
yeah, we tried to go to Intuition, but it was literally so packed by the time we got there. So we just hung out with some friends that had some drinks in the parking lot because you have to tailgate before a country concert, right?
I knew we were in a big city last night because I got dropped off because I don't get behind the wheel after consuming, and at one point an Uber home from the Florida Theater was $120.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then about 45 minutes later, it was $45,
which is much more normal. Yeah. So there is a way. I've been teaching people this. There's a way in Uber to reserve your ride in advance.
Oh really?
So if you have an idea of when you want to be picked up after a concert ends, you can literally schedule it, and then they are there for you, and you're not trying to fight, and you don't get the surge rates as well.
Unbelievable.
So there you go.
Very cool.
Who would you rather see, Anthony Richardson or Gardner Minshew week 1 against the Colts?
Jacksonville has a much better chance of winning against the rookie. I would love to see all three rookies right out of the gate, and then, let's see Stroud as well, or Young as well, when they match up against Carolina. That, to me, I mean, listen, Gardner Minshew would be I guess as a default, that would be a great option. But don't you kind of want to see these rookies twice every game? And again, I think Jacksonville should go 6-0. I actually picked them 5-1 when we went through our schedule after it was officially released with times and dates last week, and they've never gone 6-0. They've never gone 5-1 in the AFC South. They've only gone 4-2. I think it's either 3 or 4 times in their lifetime. So, answer your question. Give me the rookie. That's what I want.
I like it. What do you have coming up?
We got a whole bunch tonight. A lot on the Jags offense tonight. I really didn't get to talk about what Press Taylor said the other day, but Hayes and I were talking about it on our podcast, Death, Taxes, and Duval. I'm just really excited about the possibilities here with the offense. So a little bit of, what do they call it, sunshine and rainbows tonight? How about Mr. Positive? Pink Floyd did it to me last night. I'm a reborn man in my mid-50s.
Yeah, that Boston one, which I'm sure helps even though you've divorced that city. All right, Jamal, thank you again for hanging out with us. For people to find you on Twitter at JSt. Correct?
That's right. That's it. Yeah, appreciate y'all having me. It's been a blast. It's so much fun.
Great job.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. For Hayes Carline, for Andrew Gibson, I'm Lauren Brooks. Frank will be back next week, but of course, don't go anywhere into the night with Rick Ballou. Comes up next right here on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
XL takes you inside the program director's office with Dan and Jeff.
No, you can't take that. That's one of a kind.
Mornings.
We won't put a scratch on it.
On 1010XL.
We're fully insured. Fully insured?
Hey, sports fans, this is Hayes Carline for QC Kinetics. Let's talk about living life to the fullest. That's something you just can't do when you're in pain. So call QC Kinetics for a free consultation at 904-274-5522 to set up your visit at the Mandarin or Ponte Vedra locations. QC Kinetics is in the business of giving people back their quality of life, providing needed relief from chronic joint pain. If your joint pain is in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, QC Kinetics can help you by directly applying healing properties where you need them the most. There is no surgery. QC Kinetics uses regenerative treatments from your body's own natural biologics. No surgery, no downtime. Live your life. Golf, hike, walk your dog, enjoy time with your family. Don't wait one more day. Get started. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation at 274-5522. In Mandarin and Ponte Vedra, that's 274-5522.
Beach towel?
Today, we keep Jax rolling.
At Batteries Plus, we power family road trips. We power bedtime stories. We power our local hospitals. We power connections with friends. We do more than replace batteries and fix phones and tablets. We help our neighbors power their lives. How powerful is that? Visit Batteries Plus in store, curbside, and online for fast and reliable phone and tablet repair. Learn more at batteriesplus.com.
Home of the Jacksonville Jaguars. WJXL AM Jacksonville Beach. WJXL FM Jacksonville Beach.
A lot of companies will tell you they're the best. At Custom Tree Surgeons, they show you every time. Custom Tree Surgeons has built an all-pro team. Every tree service professional has years of experience, continually trained and certified. They know what, when, and how to handle any job. It gets done efficiently and quickly by a team of experts. So for tree trimming, removal, stump grinding, and emergency services, forget any name other than Custom Tree Surgeons. There is no job they can't do better. Go to our website, CustomTreeSurgeons.com. That's CustomTreeSurgeons.com, and let them show you how the job is supposed to get done.
At Kubota, they want to help you deliver a job done right. That's why they want you to know that the new Kubota inventory is arriving daily. You've got work to do. They've got the reliable, durable, and versatile lineup to help you do it. Visit Coastal Equipment today for all your equipment needs.
Greater power for the great outdoors. Coastal Equipment.
Coastal Equipment on New Kings Road and in McClenny.
Find your why in your next career move at the First Coast YMCA. Everyone can get involved and make a difference in your community at the Y. And if you'd like to turn your passion into a fulfilling career, the Y is an equal opportunity employer and is now hiring youth program leaders, lifeguards, swim instructors, and more. Plus, Y staff enjoy benefits including free YMCA membership and free childcare while you work. Find your passion, find your why in a career at fcymca.org.
If it's time to upgrade or remodel your old fireplace, there's one name to know: CSS Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. Schedule a showroom tour and see why local builders voted CSS the best of St. John's. Visit cssfireplaces.com.
What if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. Hey, it's Prosser here. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low monthly payment. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will only cost you around $400 a month. Use that money and pay off high-interest credit cards or do a home improvement project. You can access up to 90% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need an appraisal. So even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Stop the madness. Say no to 24% interest fees. Call Loan Pronto today. 904-999-1508. That's 904-999-1508. Or as always, you can visit loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
This is your Southeast Orthopedic Specialist local sports update. I'm Andrew Gibson for 1010XL. This update brought to you by Woody's Barbecue. We have news today on the Florida-Georgia game here in Jacksonville. According to Mark Long of the Associated Press, Florida and Georgia have officially picked up the option to play the game here in Jacksonville in 2024 and 2025. Congratulations to University Christian Softball. They won the 2A state title today, 3-2 over Evangelical Christian from Fort Myers. For head coach Keith Stroud, it's his first title in over 30 years at the school. Top-seeded Florida opening play right now against number 9 seed Alabama in the opening round of the SEC tournament on 10:10 a.m. and the AM stream. JU an 8-0 victory over Liberty today in the A-Sun tournament. They will play again on Friday morning. 72 degrees at 6:01. Time and temp brought to you by Bueller Air Conditioning. Stay cooler with Bueller.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville. Into the Night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Back with us after a night off. Cal Ripken, I am not. Lou Gehrig, I am not. Actually, Cal Ripken hurt the Orioles more than he helped them. He was selfish, but showing up and playing every day. If you can't give it 110% every day, take a vacation. That's why God invented vacations, right? Use them. I did one last night. I never take an individual day off. I'll take my weeks off. But you bring Britt Floyd in on a Tuesday night? You're trying to tell me 50 years after the Dark Side of the Moon LP? Play it top to bottom, kids. I think it's 48 minutes. One connected, long masterpiece. And it was phenomenal. So it felt like 73 at the Florida Theater. And the result of that is just unbelievable. It was great to get out last night. I mean, I felt like I was all Duval, smack dab in the middle of the city. And there was a great, what word am I looking? It was a great vibe, right? Isn't that kind of what the Z's are going with now? They've reintroduced vibe, or, that was their jam. It maybe not be your jam, JJ, but it's their jam. Last night, my jam was Britt Floyd. I'm trying to speak to some of the youngsters out there. It was absolutely phenomenal. My gosh. Musically speaking, instrumentally speaking, the vocals, a 9-man band at times that includes 3 women on background vocals, and just an outstanding Tuesday. But what I really loved about it is where Jacksonville is right now mentally. Okay, if you were to take a temperature of the mental health of Jaguar fans, it's better now than I think I've ever seen it. I want to reflect to September of 2018, which was, I believe, outside of 1996 when they went on that incredible run during the second half of the season, and even an apology to what happened last year when they had all those great come-from-behind victories and everything they did in the second half of the season. I think the best single month Jacksonville has ever had around here was September of 2018, right? They got off to a 3-1 start, beat the Patriots here. Their only loss was like a 9-6 game. I think that was Tennessee. And then everything went away. You know, they lost 7 in a row, and the season was there, and it was just completely taken away. But I remember in season just how happy and how things were for Jaguar fans. I can't remember an off season that has been like this. Even after that AFC Championship game that, they played in 2018, the January of 2018, and even after that, getting ready for the regular season. Yeah, there was a lot of hype. Yeah, there certainly was a really good feel about the team, but most of that was defensive, not so much on the offensive side. Just seeing the way that the people are last night, it's like smiles here, smiles there, and it's all the same. What a wonderful time to be a fan of this football organization. And my biggest, I don't know what I call it, pet peeve or just overall feeling of, total cringe, if you will, is when people say, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for August. I can't wait for football. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm like, take every day. Enjoy every day. And I have the feeling last night that a lot of you people are in that type of mode right now compared to what I've seen over the years. So it feels like a totally different offseason early on, as if you're enjoying this. You're enjoying the hype. You're enjoying the talk. You're enjoying the fact that now the national media is going to have to work hard to figure out what's happening down here, because in the NFL, the Jaguars have always been a major inconvenience for the national media. That's why they always get things wrong, okay? They don't want to have to spend time here, and they're going to have to now because it's a very relevant franchise. And it was just good to bump in some folks I haven't seen in a little bit and just, telling and listening to them about how much better they feel after what has happened here during the offseason. All right, so we got a lot of Jaguar stuff I want to do. Particularly, I want to get to the offensive side of the ball. For once, less questions. You always hear there's more questions than answers. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of questions that come to this football team outside of, offensively speaking, what is really going on with that offensive line. That is the one thing that we're really going to have to get a pretty good feel for, because everything else offensively is just spectacular right now, with the quarterback all the way through his weapons at receiver, tight end, and running back. It's as good as what we have ever seen. So I was thinking about this earlier today. And, the one thing that I had a problem with Trent Baalke a year ago, and he proved me wrong, okay? Trent Baalke was right. I was wrong. But my thought always was, you can't fix it all at once. You just can't. Every team in the NFL has a major Achilles heel. Every team in the NFL, there's going to be something that you are able to attack, whether it's offensive and or defensive. My feeling for the last couple of years has been this: do offense, 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 and offense. Let your defense suffer. You can only fix one thing at one time. And after what he did the last 2 years in free agency, particularly last year, feels like every move that Trent Baalke made ended up working. Now, there are some questions on the draft, particularly with Lloyd and Muma, and you can even throw Walker in there. Those players are going to have to produce in order for this defense to make a major step forward this year, which I happen to think they will. The biggest concern, again, is the pass rush, and how good is this secondary, and are they going to add a slot corner? Are they going to add someone to the edge? Well, we'll get to that a little bit later on. But my feeling has always been, build around your offense, because in this league, yeah, you want great defensive play, but you're going to have to outscore your opponent. Jacksonville's going to win games by putting up big numbers. A year ago, Jacksonville improved 23.8 points a game. Remember the season prior to that? It was the worst in franchise history. Jacksonville scored 14.9 points a game. Think about that for one moment. 14-9. Last year, the worst team in the NFL, Denver, 16-9 a game. Houston, 17 a game. Indy, 17 a game. Tennessee, 17.5 a game. 3/4 of the AFC South were three of the worst four scoring offenses in pro football in 2022, and they just went out and got three rookie quarterbacks. I mean, it's absolutely insane to see what's happening right now in the division. And we can go back and you can talk about some mistakes that the defense made, and if they were able to get pressure on a one-legged Patrick Mahomes, they would have advanced to the AFC Championship game and maybe the Super Bowl. I still can't figure out what that Kansas City offensive line did outside of the fact that they just flipped the switch and completely woke up. Because if you sit down and talk, people will tell you that's the reason why they lost that game. In my opinion, they lost that game because Christian Kirk dropped the ball that he cannot drop. You can't drop that ball in that game. You can't do it, okay? Jamal Agnew, fumble inside the 5. If he takes that in, Doug Peterson and the Jaguars, they're considered a genius. What a play call. But when you fumble inside the 5, what happens? That completely gets turned around 180 degrees, and you start saying things like, why were they going to their 5th option? I mean, there was no way that play was written up to go to Jamal Agnew. There were plenty of other routes that were being run. There were plenty of other options that ended up becoming the dump down, valve, if you will, and it ended up being a very costly turnover. I would much rather argue that side of it than trying to move forward as an organization and fix it all, including your defense. Look at the best scoring teams in the NFL. Kansas City, 29-2, led the league. What did they do? They won the Super Bowl. They knock off Buffalo, who gave you 28-4. They faced who? The Philadelphia Eagles, who were 3rd in the league in scoring and 1st in the NFC at 28-1. So just look at the top 3 teams in the NFL. Also, playoff teams, Dallas, 27-5. Detroit, perhaps, the best year outside of Jacksonville that we saw in 2022 in the NFL. Still hanging on to Jared Goff, but it just feels like they're beginning to turn that thing around. 26.6 a game. San Francisco, 26-5. Cincinnati, 26-1. All the really good teams score. Jacksonville at 23-8. From 14-9 to 23-8, they improved by 9 points a game in one season. 9 points a game. Where can they realistically go this season? Can they get to 27, 28 points a game? It may not seem like a ton, considering I just told you they improved by 9 points in 1 year. What can this offense give you? And, they were 10th in passing offense at 232.9 yards a game. They were 14th with their rushing offense, 124.5 yards a game. Again, that's a very good gauge. Just look at the teams who who lead the league in rushing outside of Chicago Bears. And again, it's a great way to really measure the team's success. I think we're in a pattern now where most teams are looked at to get the ball into the end zone by passing it, and that's how the great football teams are really measured. But in this case, if you look at rushing yards per game, that says a lot when you look directly at the one-loss category. All right, so a lot tonight with this offense. I want to play some things from Press Taylor that was said a little bit earlier yesterday when he met with the media. I guess that was actually on Monday. Another thing that deserves to be thrown around a little bit is Evan Ingram and the comments he made on a podcast. Just incredible comments. As a matter of fact, comments that if his lack of a new deal is all about money, which typically it is, he didn't exactly do himself any favors by trying to make that much more money because he totally threw out his love for this team in this city, which is great to hear as a fan. But I want to take a deeper dive on this because it really displays the culture here. Remember all the players who couldn't wait to get out of here? Fournette couldn't wait to get out of here, right? Crying out, he just goes on and on and on. Jalen, Unique Ngakoue, all these players. That has nothing to do with any of the smoke that I had last night, if you're wondering over there, JJ. The new thing that happens in concerts now, it's all about the gummies, okay?
Yeah, That's what the old fuddy duddies use.
The gummies?
I'm so old. Yeah, that's lame.
The whole key is.
Listen, if I'm going to a Pink Floyd show,
Yeah.
forget the weed.
Oh, you going psychedelics?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I coughed there, and I didn't want people to think I had.
It's all
I don't
about
have
vapes, bro.
I don't have COVID. Okay, there was a guy not too close to me who tried to hit a vape. He did hit a vape.
That's the thing.
And security's like, hey.
Oh, with all the smoke there, they could tell.
Absolutely. Well, we were in the second row. We had great seats.
That's what I was thinking with like the smoke from the stage,
Right.
Like the show.
Oh, this guy
would
dug
mask
in.
that.
He took a big old smack, and they almost ran him.
Oh,
it was
geez.
pretty cool. But anyway, I'm sitting here coughing. That has to have a little bit something to do with last night after seeing this show. But nonetheless,
You had great seats, by the way.
oh, they were so good, man. What a time! And I was actually blown away by how many 1010XL listeners were there. I mean, a lot of them were there, and a lot of them said they heard you and I talking about it, and that's the reason why they checked it out. I guarantee if they went to that show last night, they'll be telling their friends, and they'll want to come back and see them in a year. It was that good. But the Ingram thing, let me save this for the other side, because it really, from a player that has been here for just one season, and I think right now it's 50-50 on whether or not he gets that long-term contract extension. At his age, do you want to give him 3 more years? The Brenton Strange pick, he's done some pretty incredible things early on in camp. I understand it's way, way too early, and our next opportunity to see him will be next Tuesday. But it's a completely different feeling around the league, including here with their own, as to what is going on in this city, and it's pretty amazing. I'm going to elaborate on that coming up in just a couple of minutes. All right, first things first, let's say thank you to the good folks over at Shmunez Vision. And no matter where you are, towards the end of the day, the eyes start to go either or on you. The strain of the entire day is always an issue, and it's just one of the major problems you may have as you get older and you experience change that happens in your eyes. What about cataract? I'm sure just about everyone's had that conversation right in the office. Oh, you look at your eyes, something's wrong. They don't look healthy. You're experiencing some problems. You hear, all right, you have a cataract issue. You're going to need cataract surgery. Hey, you may. You may not. But let me tell you have more than 30 years worth of experience. When it comes to surgery at Shmunez Vision, it's not only the basics as far as getting an eye test, updating your glasses and contacts. It's much, much more, and that includes cataract surgery, all refractive surgery. It's medical and surgical eye care, and I had a complete surgery on my right eye more than 8.5 years ago. So check them out online. Let's go to shmunezvision.com or give them a call at 299-2906. Shmunez Vision Care, you can see. We on YouTube tonight, young man.
We are on YouTube. Go to 1010XL's YouTube page. Give us a click, follow, share us with your friends.
A little bit of Brit Floyd coming up. We'll also share our respects for the loss of a great one. Tina Turner today passed at the age of 83. Some old school with her and her ex-husband, Ike. Some serious, a totally almost different style of music in the very early 70s. And, of course, Tina Turner had a phenomenal comeback solo career, particularly in the 1980s. But feels like every week we're losing a prominent athlete or musician. It's just incredible. It really is. As a matter of fact, I went back and forth yesterday with Derek Trucks, and he sent me some cool pictures. They were at Albert Hall in London for the Jeff Beck tribute, and sent me a couple of photos with his wife, Susan Tedeschi, with Rod Stewart, and just, a few other photos that were making the rounds there. It had to have been an unbelievable tribute for Jeff Beck with some of the musicians who were actually on hand. And, that wasn't too long ago. Now we had Tina Turner. Unfortunately, she did pass earlier this afternoon. All right, we got a lot to do. Best way for you to join us is on the text line. That's 641-1010, and it's brought to you by Lifetime Enclosures.
He went head-to-head with Reggie White and Derek Thomas.
I like this kind of party.
But can he handle Joe C, Matt, and Mia?
Let's go. Break you down. Come on. Woo!
Have lunch with Leon Cersei, in the noon hour on XL Primetime on 1010XL.
Did you know the 2023 Honda CR-V Hybrid never needs to be plugged in? The onboard system charges the batteries for you. When you think Honda, think hybrid. Good for the environment, great for your budget. Visit your local Honda dealer to experience the CR-V of the future today.
You know, many plumbers won't quote prices over the phone and instead charge a service fee for an in-home estimate. Of course, because they know once they're in your home, you're probably not going to send them away. But Roland Reach Plumbing is different. Roland will give you a price quote over the phone. And there's never a trip charge or service fee for an estimate. So if you've got a leak and can't wait a week and don't like paying unnecessary fees, call on Roland Reach Plumbing at plumbingjacksonville.com.
This is Dr. Chris Swanson. When your sports injuries flare up, come where athletes are treated like pros. Southeast Orthopedic Specialist.
This is Verlin Dormany, head coach and athletic director of Trinity Christian Academy. We're proud of our relationship with Southeast Orthopedic Specialists. Take it from us at Trinity Christian. When you need orthopedic care, call on Southeast Orthopedic Specialist.
Relieve pain and get back to life. SOS. Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
Beaches Jewelry and Pawn is ready to help. If you need extra cash or a quick loan, Beaches Jewelry and Pawn has cash in hand. They also love to buy items of value. They need gold, silver coins, and flatware, jewelry, guitars, and of course, guns.
Start your Sunday off with a cup of Joe and some sports medicine intel. This is Joe C. inviting you to join me and Dr. George Bari for Breaking Bones every Sunday morning at 7:30. And if you miss an episode, just look for Breaking Bones wherever you listen to podcasts.
If your lawn is not as green as you'd like, it's time to go orange by calling Orange Environmental Services, Jacksonville's highest quality pest control for over 45 years. Frank Franchi here. I've trusted Orange Environmental to take care of our home's pest control needs for years. With the Orange Shield Protection Plan for your home or office, you can relax knowing Orange Environmental will handle pest control, termite control, and mosquito control. Orange Environmental has been giving Northeast Florida peace of mind from bug problems since 1972. Call them today at 272-3284.
I'm Dr. Mitchell Yass, the most unknown world-renowned expert on pain elimination. That's right, elimination. If you've tried medications, injections, physical therapy, chiropractic, even surgery, and still experience pain, then say yes to Yass. I have successfully used the Yass method for over 30 years to help thousands reclaim their lives. To learn more, call me at 904-906-YASS. Let's end your pain and say yes to Yass.
1010XL wants to know you better.
Could we cut to the chase?
Take our listener survey and share your thoughts. You could win tickets to Jags and Gator games or the chance to see Darius Rucker at Daly's Place.
Oh, come on. What do you say? Are you in?
Just take the survey at 1010XL.com.
Men, are you suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE? The medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough medical treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pills or surgery. 98% of men see instant results on their first office visit. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Men are even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
But that's not all. For a limited time only, call Prime Men's Medical Center now, and your initial consultation and first treatment with our medical providers are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-664-8217. 904-664-8217. That's 904-664-8217.
Beach Bar Rum, Santo, and Sammy's Beach Bar Cocktails present Crazy Times. Sammy Hagar and the Circle, live October 26th, the St. Augustine Amphitheater. Sammy brings the party with George Thorogood and the Destroyers, with special guest Damon Fowler. Tickets on sale now at theamp.com. Crazy times are coming.
Come to Bowden Eye for all your eye care needs. Hicken here. Did you know that dry eye disease affects up to 60 million Americans? Dry eye disease is known to progress. Dry eye disease is one of the most common but least diagnosed eye conditions doctors see in their patients. Many of us who have dry eye may not even feel it. At Bowden Eye and Associates, visit today for your personal consultation. keeping the First Coast focused. Bowden Eye and Associates, new location now open off County Road 210 in St. Johns County.
Flickering lights and hot switches can be annoying. They can also signal a major problem or electrical emergency. So leave it to the pros and Mr. Sparky.
888-8-SPARKY.
Your on-time electrician, Mr. Sparky of the First Coast.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars, protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville.
You must understand the touch of your hand makes my pulse react.
Into the Night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
Rest in peace, Tina Turner. She's gone at 83. Kind of like a great, second chance at love type of singer, Maybe going through that divorce, maybe cruising the divorcee bars. I call it the 3 and 3, JJ. That's 3 marriages and 3 packs a day. And that's right in my wheelhouse. For me, that's middle end, like an 85-mile-an-hour fastball with absolutely no movement on it.
And 3 grandkids.
But Tina was great. And if you ever get a chance to go watch like some of her really old stuff, like Proud Mary and River Deep, the whole Mountain High, you've heard it. A lot of covers and then covers of some of her original material. But anyway.
I didn't realize she was in her 80s.
Yes, 83. Yeah, she really rocked in the 70s. And then again had that total turnaround when, kind of went pop in the 80s, songs like that. Your Private Dancer, it was all about man paying for love, right? He has to go into a gentleman's club to get that love from the Private Dancer. That's great lyrics. It's a tremendous story that is being told. And it's true. So many people work each and every day and they go pay for their love. And it's all right there. Brought to you by Tina Turner. Last night was unbelievable.
You'd be a great strip club DJ. The best.
2 for 1. Hey, folks, we got 2 for 1 drafts, 2 for 1 pitchers of Miller Lite right now. Make sure you tip all of our widgets. They are working so hard for you. Can we get it up for them? Can we get it up for them who work so hard? Sharice to the back room, please. Let's send Bambi to the shower room. Right now, let's go back to 78. The disco phase thinning out? I don't think so.
Oh, that was phenomenal.
Maybe if I keep doing this, I'll end up in a gentleman's club.
Well, I was about to say, if things don't work out here.
The Evan Ingram deal is really interesting in what he said on a podcast about how he needed Jacksonville. You don't hear guys say this on a one-year deal. You don't hear guys say this who have been franchised. You don't hear guys say this that are looking for a new 3 to 4 year contract extension. So it speaks volumes about what is really going on around here. And it's good in one way. In another way, believe it or not, I really don't know how much sense it honestly means, because all of a sudden, there really is this feeling that, hey, come down here and play, right? Taxes are great. You got an unbelievable head coach. You got an offense with a 23-year-old quarterback where the future's getting better every single day. The problem is this is a salary cap now strapped football team where the money has been spent. It was spent the last 2 years. Now the biggest question is re-signing your own players. And we can go on and on and on. We can talk about 7 or 8 different guys that this organization is going to have to decide to sign in the next year and then some. All right. And they've already restructured and redone some deals here, as we're aware. I mean, not huge deals outside of Devon Hamilton, but, certainly doing things like Andrew Wingard and doing things like C.J. Beathard and, a couple of those running backs they extended, like Hasty. Keeping the same group here is very important. But I also believe that in the small fraternity, image and what players say about organizations absolutely means everything. The biggest deal is and always will be money, okay? That's it. I'll never forget the conversation I had with Malik Jackson. It was probably 6-7 years ago when we were doing a show once a week with Malik. And, he had just won a Super Bowl. And I was like, well, tell me about your free agency tour. Where he went here and he had a couple other stops. And one of them was, one of them to me would have been a prison sentence. I don't remember if it was Green Bay. I don't remember if it was Cleveland. I don't remember if it was Buffalo. I don't remember what team Malik said, but it was this, as a quality of life guy, the weather to me, look at today. What was today, like 77, 78? It was unbelievable today. I'm barreling around all day on my beautiful Key GMC Sierra, maxed up. All the ladies look at the truck. You know that, JJ.
I know.
And, every once in a while I'll put down the window and kind of give them a smile and then they'll be like, ooh, looks like my dad. That's never good. But they love looking at the truck. But today was like, what, 77, 78 out? You could have asked for a better day.
A little drizzly in the morning, but it was fine.
I slept through that, man.
Yeah.
Did I mention I was at Britt Floyd last night? I have no idea what was going on this morning.
It's funny because the first half of the day it was terrible. But yes, it did. It was.
Hey,
nice
it pays to sleep in, man.
Yes.
It really does. But I believe that culture's incredibly important. Back to the Malik Jackson story. So I asked him. I said, "Well, why did you decide to come to Jacksonville?" And he said, "Because this is where This is where I was going to make the most money." And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "So if Green Bay offered you $1 more, you would have gone to Green Bay?" He's like, "Absolutely. This is my livelihood. This is my small opportunity to make as much money as I possibly can as an NFL player." And Malik was out last year. He's a free agent. He's available for the taking. For the most part, it looks like his career is over. But he talked about what most of these players honestly are there for, and that's fine, okay? Give me the most amount of money. And it doesn't matter what the team is doing as far as where they're projected to be record-wise. It doesn't have anything to do with how cold it gets or how hot it gets. For most, it comes down to bottom line money. In the case of Evan Ingram, what he's doing here is he's talking about just how great this culture is in this city. That is going to have an effect to some football players. But I always wonder if, not a negative effect, but let's say all of a sudden there are these major high-priced free agents that you could go get. Let's say I'll be honest with you. I haven't studied the 2024 free agency class yet. But let's just say the best left tackle in the NFL, one of the best left tackles in the NFL, is there for the taking next year. Well, you can no longer afford to go there. You know what I'm saying? It's now about re-signing your own players, which is going to cost a tremendous amount. The days of going out and spending big money on Shaq Griffin and Rayshon Jenkins and Big Folo and, you can just go on and on and on, Aloha Khan, they're not going to be able to do that anymore. Those days are done. And now it's kind of interesting since the money has already been spent, the people have already been brought in, the atmosphere has changed where all of a sudden Jacksonville feels like a great destination. If you were to go around the league and ask yourself, when's the last time you heard this? Especially after, the Gus Bradley, the Doug Marrone, the Tom Coughlin, the NFLPA, all of that noise. My feeling is if you went around the NFL right now and asked, give me 5 teams that you would want to go and play for, I think today's players would say Jacksonville, because the word around is how the building is completely changed. People want to be here. High-quality individuals on this team. A very intelligent football team, both offensively and defensively. Obviously, a player's coach, okay? And I actually believe that Jacksonville is getting to the point where they're going to do whatever it takes to support their coach. You don't come back down 27-0 in anything if there's not a lot of respect for each other and as well as respect player to coach. So, future free agents, my thought on that after listening to this piece that was out there from Evan Ingram, to me it was really intriguing because I can't remember. I mean, can you? When's the last time anyone has said openly how great this city is, this football team is, to the point where Evan Ingram in contract negotiations came out and said, I needed Jacksonville?
No, usually it's after they've signed. And obviously he's been here for a year. But, yeah, with this franchise thing happening, you don't really see a guy do that. I'm sure his agent wasn't too happy about that. We can play it if you want to.
Yeah, do you have it? Yeah, let's go to it. Here he is, Evan.
I wanted, I wanted to be great where I got drafted. I wanted to have that here. And, the conversations we had, it's just different. It's different when you do it in New York. That's what just wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. And at the end of the day, I needed Jacksonville. I needed the coaches I had there. I needed the relationships I built with the guys there. And, I had the best time of my life that past season, bro, where, I literally didn't want – it was the first time in my career where I didn't want to leave the building. It was a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm in the building just staying because I want to work. I want to game or watch more film. I stay with Trevor after the day is over, watching film with him.
Having fun. You having fun.
All that stuff, bro, all that stuff pays off. And it's just I just came to a point where I'm not leaving nothing on my plate. I'm going to turn over every stone. There were times where I wasn't getting targets. I didn't want to go in my coach's office and have that conversation. I didn't want to go sit down with another grown man and tell him, Coach, what do I need to do to get more? That's hard things to do. It's just some people have it and some people just don't. And it was just I just felt like I grew up and I matured.
All right. Those are some pretty incredible words. Again, I don't know the context of he's looking for a contract extension. You typically wouldn't say, unfortunately, the way the world works, you don't say all these nice things about how much you want to be there. The feeling is, come get me and come pay me. And then as JJ said, then I'll say some nice things after I sign the deal. But that is special to hear that. And that was on the Second Wing podcast. Just think about what has gone on around here. The experiment with Gus, guys like Jared Odrick completely losing their mind on the sideline in San Diego. The Tom Coughlin issue where he wants everyone to do things the right way, the correct way, yet he himself is cheating, or he himself is breaking the rules, forcing that letter from the National League Players Association telling the players to never consider, or not never, but to not consider coming here to play in Jacksonville. Seeing Jalen Ramsey freak out at Doug Marrone on the field against Houston, and the big situation at the bench, and then faking a back injury to Leonard Fournette and T.J. Yeldon sitting on the bench the entire game, to where Tom Coughlin had to write a letter, come out with a press release as to how disappointed he was in those two in that particular game through the Urban Meyer situation. I mean, Gus Bradley got fired on the damn plane. Gus Bradley's walking down he's walking by saying goodbye to us all. I mean, this organization couldn't even wait to do it back in Duval. It was totally upside down. Totally upside down. And look what's happened. Look what Doug Peters, and I'm going to give Trent Baalke credit. Look at what they have done. They have completely taken this Mickey Mouse operation and turned it around to where now I believe it's considered one of the top 5 places to play for anyone coming into this league, or again, if money pending, for a free agent to want to come to play here. It is a remarkable turnaround. And again, really documented there by Evan Ingram on the Second Wing podcast. All right, we have much more to do. We'll grab your comments on that. Let's come back and stay with some of this on the offense. Let's get to Press Taylor. Second year here as an offensive coordinator. We know he does not call the plays, but we also know he is deeply involved in all of the game preparations and everything that is going on with this Trevor Lawrence-led offense. We'll do that on the other side. Again, 641-1010, best way to get us. That is on the text line, brought to you by Lifetime Enclosures.
The offseason is more fun when
you're AFC South champs, baby.
1010XL, home of the Jaguars.
Here's Linda Beaver.
Did you hear what's happening? Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet are spring cleaning. New inventory on the ground means the old has to go. Take advantage of the lowest prices of the new year by saving thousands on thousands of vehicles priced to sell. New and pre-owned prices have been reduced, and all sales associates have been instructed to give maximum value on all trades. But you better hurry. That's right. Best deals go first. Head to Beaver Toyota in St. Augustine or Beaver Chevrolet in Jacksonville to take advantage of the spring cleaning sale. We're here to wow you.
Rick Ballou for Carlson Dental. You know, I've been telling you this for quite some time because it's true. I hate going to the dentist, or at least I used to hate going to the dentist. I had total anxiety, and then I tried sedation, light sedation for cleaning and deep sedation as well for cavities and root canals. Folks, it's an incredible experience. So don't be nervous. Don't be scared. Go to carlsondentalgroup.com. That's carlsondentalgroup.com for all of your dental needs.
Florida Home AC, the official AC partner of the Jaguars. Make them your AC partner. With honest cost estimates before they start the work with no hidden fees. Call 777-4300 for Florida Home AC.
Hey, Jacksonville, I'm sure by now you've seen our bright green GFL trucks and containers throughout the greater Jacksonville area. We are an industry leader in solid waste and would love the opportunity to earn your business. We are committed to customer service, reliability, and have unwavering focus on safety. Whether commercial or construction, let us haul your waste away. Call 904-760-5880 to get a quote today. GFL, Green for Life.
DivorceMenOnly.com. This is Kenny Lay of Kenny Lay & Associates. Our firm specializes in representing men in family law. That's all we do. That's our only focus. We can help with all of your family law needs, such as divorce, custody, alimony, and child support. For over a decade, we have helped thousands of men with these types of issues. We even have an appellate division ready to challenge a judge's ruling. If you need a family law attorney, go to DivorceMenOnly.com. DivorceMenOnly.com. Offices, Jacksonville.
This date in sports history is brought to you by Southeast Orthopedic Specialists.
On May 24th, 1990, in the Stanley Cup Final, the Oilers beat the Bruins 4-1 for a series win and their 5th cup in 7 years. Now 32 years since they've won it all.
Summer is here, so while you're at the beach or on your bike, head on down to Sliders Oyster Bar in Neptune Beach, where you'll find the absolute freshest seafood in all of the 904. The biggest shrimp, the saltiest oysters, the freshest fish, all here at our newly renovated restaurant in Neptune Beach. Fresh seafood delivered daily by Safe Harbor, straight from the boat to your plate. Unique oyster specials daily, along with mixed cocktails from the bar. Come enjoy this beach vibe. Sliders Oyster Bar in Neptune Beach, locally owned by Safe Harbor Seafood.
We've all seen great overtime games and thrilling finishes, but when it comes to having a big time, knowing when to say when is key. Budweiser reminds you to win the day and night by designating a driver. That's a victory every time.
Children under 5 die from drowning in Florida more than any other state. Together, we can reduce the risk of drowning. The YMCA has programs accessible to families that teach essential water safety skills. Face the water with confidence. Learn more at watersafetyflorida.org.
Borland Groover is expanding in St. Johns County. Look for the new Advanced Surgery Center and Medical Facility open in Durbin Crossing in the summer of 2024. Learn more about it at borlandgroover.com.
At Ameris Bank, we're invested in the success of your business. Our local bankers are ready to help you improve your cash flow, optimize your operating accounts, and access financing when you need it. From treasury services and digital banking to loans and lines of credit, we offer tailored solutions to help your business thrive. At Ameris Bank, we're with you. Visit amerisbank.com/withyourbusiness or walk into one of our branches today to get started. Ameris Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval.
Get ready for Memorial Day weekend grilling at Southern Steer Butcher. Buy any combo pack and get 2 free pounds of chicken, or get 5 pounds or more of steak tips for just $16.99 per pound.
For tasty tips and juicy breasts, choose Southern Steer Butcher.
Are you embarrassed by your ugly, cracked concrete driveway? Need to enhance your home's curb appeal? Stonecore on Phillips Highway is your one-stop shop for all your outdoor needs. Replacing with new stone pavers will transform your driveway into a stunning work of art. Say goodbye to unsightly concrete and hello to beautiful, durable pavers that last for years. Visit Stonecore today and let's beautify your home together. Stonecore.co. We do outdoors better.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville.
Show yourselves!
That's better. Into the Night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
I was thinking about a guy was sitting a few seats down from me last night. They came over and said something to him because he went to the vape, and that's not allowed at the Florida Theater. Apparently, he's a listener and a texter the show because he gets in and goes, "I heard you were talking about me." The vape, ironically, actually was just CBD, and he says I was in seats 3 and 4 in the second row. So that's definitely him.
Yes.
Because we were in 1 and 2, then behind us we had a 1 and 2. And he goes on to say that it wasn't weed, okay, just CBD. So,
you don't gotta lie to us, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
don't lie to me. Lie to your pastor.
I can understand lying to women. I get that. I understand lying to your wife or your girlfriend, but you shouldn't lie to the bros.
We're not gonna judge you.
Yeah. We're not gonna think any less of you, or in this case, any more of you.
Yeah,
and in
exactly.
fact, it was the case. All right, let's get back to Press Taylor. Let's begin with his conversation with the media just a couple of days ago. You know, there really is this feeling of complete, total maturation in Trevor Lawrence, that he's ahead of his peers or ahead of where he is supposed to be. At this particular point in his career, I think we all expect him to grow that much more as a quarterback, as a player on the field. But the mental side of it, the learning and understanding, the Q&A that goes back and forth with this room is, according to Press Taylor, pretty remarkable. Here's what the offensive coordinator said about his quarterback.
I think with all our guys, the biggest thing is they're not hearing something for the first time. So now we install something or talk about a concept or get into detail. The questions they're asking are much further beyond what they were asking last year. It kind of gets into specifics of the defense is this, now we do that. And you have a little bit deeper level of conversation from that, especially with the quarterbacks, which is always the goal, to be on the same page with those guys. So it's been fun to see all our guys take the next step in this system.
You know, Press Taylor, I think, is going to be a head coach. He's kind of got he's got the bloodlines, he's got the makeup, and I think calling plays would help. We see what has not happened for, Eric Bieniemy never got that job as a head coach. Of course, he moved on and is now going to be calling plays. Where'd he go? Did he go to D.C.? I think he did. I think he went to the team in Washington, D.C. But, anyway, back to Press Taylor.
Washington.
Yeah, he did go to Washington. Back to Press Taylor. Listen, this man has the look to be an NFL coach and is very much involved with what is going on right now with Trevor Lawrence. I don't think that this is stated enough, just how important that is for the stability at the top when you're talking about the brain trust and you're talking about the head coach and the offensive game plan with a quarterback. And things are going to change every year. I mean, Press Taylor's going to get another opportunity at some point. They took Chris Jackson away as a wide receiver coach, which I still don't understand why he lied the way that he did. And why lie about something that you're going to take? Anyway, he's gone. Forget about him. And Jim Bob Cooter, you're going to have to change everything when Jim Bob gets ready to take you on during opening day in Indianapolis. He'll be calling the plays now for the Colts with either Gardner Minshew or Anthony Richardson. But just having the right people in place and then building that trust and just knowing everything about what you want to do offensively is going to give this team such a chance to add to what they want to do this year. And it's going to be the first year for Trevor Lawrence that he's looked at the same head coach, looked at the same offensive coordinator. Okay, Mike McCoy is obviously back. You did lose out, as we said, on Jim Bob, but the other three are there. And Jacksonville averaging what, 23.8 a game? I mean, what can they really give you this year? How much more can they improve? And, if you can improve that by 3 points or 3.5 points to get to, 27 and some change, close to 28 points a game, just think of how many more contests you are going to win in this league by upping your offensive production per game by that little of amount. And this team improved by 9 points a year ago, 14-9 to 23-8. Remarkable stride offensively. All right, let's get one more in before we continue with John Osher. Let's get to, let's hear him talk about Calvin Ridley. I know that on Monday, this was a great deal of the program because just seeing Calvin Ridley work out, and I'm going to ask John Osher about him, who will join us here at 7 o'clock, was like seeing something I haven't seen on that practice field since maybe Jimmy Smith. It was that good. And granted, we haven't seen regular drills yet in full pads, but just our first look at Calvin Ridley, it just felt different. Press Taylor was asked about his newest wide receiver.
I've been really impressed with Calvin. I've watched every snap Calvin's played in the NFL, just like a lot of our guys have. So we're very confident in the player we're getting. And then to be able to meet him in person, we've had a lot of people that vouch for him, obviously going back to when we acquired him. But the work he's put in this offseason has been impressive, just in terms of meeting, the extra work he does. And you can tell he's doing it because he comes in the next day. He's got his list of questions. They're very thought out. You can tell he's peeked ahead of the install or just looking a couple days ahead as we go on. So he's done a great job just intermixing with the group and kind of making his own role.
Going to be a lot of fun coming up. This year, you're going to hear things said in this city that you've never heard before. For instance, there's not enough balls to go around. Has that ever been said about the Jacksonville Jaguars football team? Ever? Even back in the days of Freddie T, Mark Brunell, and Jimmy and Keenan. Have we ever heard the words spoken? There are not enough balls to go around because of the weaponry that the Jacksonville Jaguars have right now in this city. It is absolutely spectacular. And Calvin Ridley is obviously going to be a huge part of all of that. All right, let's bring in John Osher. Let's do that at the top of the hour. Talk with John at 7 o'clock each and every Wednesday night. He is the senior writer from Jaguars.com. Again, we have media access on Monday. That's it for this week. Our next look will be the day after Memorial Day. That'll be Tuesday when we get an opportunity to see them in Phase 3, another look at one of their OTAs. So that'll be a lot of fun to do that early next week. Continue with your comments, 641-1010 on the text line. Again, that's brought to you by Lifetime Enclosures. Along with JJ, I'm Rick Ballou with you tonight till 8 o'clock.
This is the playmaker, Michael Irvin. I'm Ken Wisenhunt. I'm Paul Spicer. And you are listening to 1010XL. 1010XL. Big 1010XL. 92.5 FM.
Why live with foot or ankle pain? If you have persistent pain, numbness, tingling, burning pain on the bottom of your foot, or swelling that doesn't improve with home treatment, it may be time to see Jacksonville Orthopedic Institute. Our foot and ankle specialists have innovative new options to help you get back in the swing of things without persistent pain that slows you down. Call JOI 2000 or go to joionline.net for an appointment.
Don't ignore plumbing leaks. They can lead to mold and mildew or structural damage and drain your wallet. So when you have a leak and can't wait a week, call Roland Reich Plumbing. PlumbingJacksonville.com.
You don't have to be a football star to get a signing bonus. The team at Republic Services needs your skills, and they're paying up to $5,000 for you to join the roster. You'll be joining a winner. As an essential business, the Republic Services trucks have not stopped rolling with hourly and weekly pay and better benefits and vacation packages than the rest of the league. Driver trainees, $1,000 sign-on bonus. CDL drivers, $3,000. Diesel mechanics, $5,000 bonus. Join the winning team at Republic Services today. Visit republicservices.com.
Equal opportunity employer.
David here with Royal Pest Services. That grass is waking up from its winter nap. Royal is close to applying products that help bring it out of that dormancy. Our granular aeration allows treatment to get to the root system. Visit RoyalPestServices.com to schedule a free estimate. It's grow time!
Are you looking for increased privacy and protection for your family and pets? Look no further than Superior Fence and Rail. Superior Fence and Rail is Jacksonville's top-rated fence company, delivering the highest quality fence products. They'll treat your property as if it's their own. So get off the fence and get your privacy back. Call Superior Fence and Rail today for your on-site estimates.
When you're on the fence about a fence, SuperiorFenceandRail.com.
Dave Benyon here with Zero Res. I love living in Jacksonville, where we have so many families who serve or have served in the military. I am so grateful for their sacrifice to keep us safe. If you have a family member who is on active duty or is a veteran, now is the time to call Zero Res. Right now, get a 25% military discount on everything we clean. That's 25% off carpet cleaning, tile and grout, upholstery, or oriental rugs. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Zero Res.
WJXL FM, Jacksonville Beach.
Hey guys, I'm Daniel Heilman from the brand new Fourscore Golf Tavern. We do elevated food, drinks, and golf simulator fun. If you're looking for a delicious meal or maybe a spot for a client, we have lunch specials every day. Need to entertain a few people from out of town? Easy. Just reserve one of our 4 simulator bays. Lunch service starts at 11 a.m. daily. Located in San Marcos Square, we'll see you at lunch at Fourscore Golf Tavern.
In sports, the grind outside the lines is what ultimately defines our success. Get the amateur's edge, powered by B3 Better, to learn the hidden path of top pros, amateurs, and coaches. Saturday mornings at 11 on 1010XL.
Hi, I'm Sean Monahan from Monahan Jewelers in Atlantic Beach. We're your local family jeweler for 46 years in Jacksonville with a huge selection of diamonds, gemstones, and pre-owned Rolex watches. And Monahan Jewelers is your store for expert jewelry repair turned around in 1 or 2 days. Most jewelry stores take 2 weeks or more, and many stores send your jewelry somewhere else for repair. At Monahan Jewelers, our jewelry repair is done in-house by expert craftsmen, and Monahans can turn around most repairs in a day or two. So bring your jewelry repair to Monahan Jewelers in Atlantic Beach.
Denny Thompson here. Tyson Sound and Security is hiring salespeople right now. If you want to sell new tech security cameras or home automation, Tyson Sound and Security is looking for you. Tyson Sound and Security is hiring for sales positions, and they will train you to be successful. Apply online at TysonSoundandSecurity.com or call 762-1000. That's 762-1000. Hiring for sales positions right now. Apply online at TysonSoundandSecurity.com or call 762-1000. Equal opportunity employer.
Instant Keys. You don't have to go to the dealer. Instant Keys comes to you.
Instant Keys saves the day if you have lost or broken keys. They can program new keys and remotes for nearly every make and model of vehicle at a fraction of the dealership cost. Fast, honest, and reliable locksmith service. Call 722-1111.
Instant Keys. Instant Keys. You don't have to go to the dealer. Instant Keys comes to you.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville. Let's go into the night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
All right, Rick Ballou with you tonight till 8. Tomorrow night, 6 to 8. Friday, 6 to 8. Tomorrow night, we're back here in the studio. A few people asked if I was out on the road tomorrow night. Nope. Right here in the studio. And we're fired up for it. Celtics are going to win 4 in a row. Wouldn't put it past them. They're a more talented team. I don't think there's any. It's Doug Minkiewicz today on. I get back and forth every once in a while with Doug. He threw out there, why would you jinx it with A-Rod and Jeter? Did they not remember what happened in 2004 with the Red Sox and the Yankees?
Playing with the sports gods.
Mm-hmm. And that's true. I absolutely am a believer in the sports gods. Let's bring in a believer. He is John Osher. Although he may not believe that we're actually bringing him on a few seconds before 7 o'clock on a Wednesday night. The senior writer from Jaguars.com is John Osher. What's going on, young man?
Yeah, I like it, Rick. You're a man after my own heart. I usually show up about a minute or two late.
Yeah.
So I'm usually on time for your show.
Hey, are you a numbers guy? I've known you forever, and what I mean by that is today I've really been looking at this offense, and to me it's always about points per game. 23.8 a year ago for the Jaguars. Yet the NFL and NFL media have always sold their fans on total defense and total offense, which I think can be misconstrued because it could be garbage yards, both allowed and picked up, if you're down by a couple of possessions. But what's your overall thought on team statistics?
Well, there's no doubt that I'm going to get a little philosophical here. In order to make them sort of comparable against the pass, then you need to sort of stick with total yards because they've used it for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I do think total yards. Typically, if a team is number one in the NFL in total yards, like I remember when I was covering the Colts, the years that they were top one or two in total yards, they were really good offensively, and they the points took care of themselves, so to speak. So it's a good gauge on who's good. Football is such a tough sport, much tougher than baseball, because how do you gauge it? Like you said, if you're way up in baseball, you keep swinging the bat. If you're way up in football, I was just talking to somebody today about Peyton's numbers in 2004 when I covered them. They were probably number one or two in the NFL in total offense, but there were a 5 or 6 games. It was a great Colts offense,
Mm-hmm.
and probably 5 or 6 games where they did nothing in the third quarter
Mm-hmm.
or in the fourth quarter.
Right.
So I kind of see your point. I think more to your point, the stat to watch for this team this year is absolutely points per game, and it always is. Everybody said, "Well, of course it is. It's points," but they went from like 13-9 or 14-9 in 2021 to the number you threw out there, 23.9 last year.
Yeah.
And they were at around 26-8 or something. It was 2 or 3 points higher than that second half of the season. I hate doing this because I'm not a prediction guy, but to me, I think they're around 30 this year. I think they vault, and if you're around 30, you're in Chiefs territory.
Yes. Yes.
If you're around 30, you're one of those teams that it doesn't matter how many of the other team scores, you got a shot, if you know what I mean. That's what in the last few years, that's Buffalo, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. To me, are those teams. Maybe Philly last year.
Yep.
But if you get to 30, you're there. I think that's the goal. I think they can do it.
It's really amazing. John Osher, I guess, senior writer, Jaguars.com. I'm a big stickler with these numbers, and you pointed out 14.9 2 years ago. That's the lowest offensive point output in team's history. 14.9. And, John, they improved that by 9 points in 1 year.
Yeah.
And then you go to defense. They were 26-9 back in that awful 2021 season. They shaved off 6.3 points by dropping it to 20.6. So if you add up the 9 and 6 points, you're talking about a football team that in just 1 year improved by more than 15 points a game. That is almost unheard of. We're not talking about a 5-point difference. We're talking about a 15-point difference in one season. I still think it's one of the greatest untold stories of last year's success.
Yeah, and again, if you sort of dig inside that, I'm not sure about the defense, but I know over the last 8 games or 9 games, whatever sort of that last half, and I did some math on it a couple months ago, trying to sort of get a handle on. I think the offense is going to get better again next year, so I wanted to see how they were pre-bye and post-bye, or pre-London and post-London last year, and they were 5 or 6 points better post-London than they were pre-London.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's speaking to your point. I just think once, as Trevor gets more versed in this, gets more comfortable with this extra weapon in Ridley, yes, that turnaround you're talking about is unbelievable. and I don't feel like they were very consistent or efficient at times last year. Like I don't think they were maximizing or even close to maximizing what they can do.
Are you even going to chart Trevor this year in camp, or is it at the point now where we're in his third year, you just write something on your notebook if it's an incomplete pass or it's an interception?
Yeah, that's probably where you're at. I mean, I don't think you really need to worry about him being in it. Well,
how he did on sevens in the red zone during the third day of media. Yeah, I gotcha. Good.
Well, there was a little bit last year.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why I asked. Yeah,
of that, and even early on, some inaccuracy, some stuff where you thought, okay, maybe the footwork. And I remember, I'll give Bucky Brooks credit for this. He's obviously on a lot of our stuff on Jarvis.com. He kept saying to me, the accuracy thing with Trevor, he thought was 90% comfort and knowing what he was doing with the ball in the offense. That was causing him to think a little bit, and that as you think, then all of a sudden what's comfortable isn't comfortable. And I thought the second half of the season sort of showed that right.
What did you see in Calvin Ridley?
I'll always couch this by saying it's an OTA practice, etc. There were a couple of plays that showed you how easily he can get open sometimes. And that's a combination of route running ability, top end wide receiver trait. I didn't want to say speed there because he's not necessarily a pure speed guy down the field, but he plays so fast, Rick. I mean, he looks the part of an elite guy in practice. And again, I don't want to overplay it because I'm always the one saying don't worry about OTAs that much. But you wanted to see special, and there's special traits there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious just out there watching them. All right, as we let you go, I thought the way that Doug Peterson answered on Monday was brilliant when, are you adding an edge? There's been talk about adding a slot corner, and I think the way that he answered that question is, do we actually have that, JJ? The way he answered this question to me, John, was that we'll let Trent Baalke get the players, and I'll coach the players. Let's hear from Doug Peterson. We don't have it yet? Okay. Anyway, John, what did you make of that in that particular instance? Because, I still believe they need to add a veteran edge guy.
Yeah, I think it's I don't necessarily Doug's not one to sit there and just lie to the media. That's not really his MO. But in this case, he clearly answered in such a way it's going to be difficult to do. Every time you do that, you have to cut a player. Well, clearly, they could go get an edge guy and release a player who would be on the practice squad guy. That's really not, that's not going to preclude them from doing that. And at this point, when he's got 90 guys in camp, there's really no reason for him to say, hey, we're looking all over the market for an edge guy. Can't wait to bring one in. I think that's going to be on the table. My sense is a lot of this is the point in the year where the edge guys who are out there are still thinking that they're worth a certain price. And I think teams aren't wanting to pay that. And I would think that as time goes on, it still wouldn't surprise me if they did that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't stun me if they don't, because I do feel like they believe that Trayvon, Devin Lloyd, these guys are going to step up and be more impactful. And I think they believe in Josh Allen. So it wouldn't stun me if they don't. But if I'm leaning one way or the other, I would lean toward them doing it.
I would agree with that. Yes, I believe they will as well, and only time will tell. John, always a lot of fun. Thank you, man. I'll see you out there on Tuesday.
Rick, look forward to it, buddy. Thank you.
There he goes. The conversation about the way that Doug Peterson answered this question about adding a veteran pass rusher, I thought it was brilliant because, as John pointed out, I mean, the last thing you're going to say to your current roster is, oh, no, this this position needs a serious upgrade. You want to have your teams back. And I thought the way that this question was worded was the correct way by Doug Peterson.
We're always trying to improve, whether it's schematically or, positionally or personnel. We're always looking and it's something that, we'll take a look at. But every roster is pretty much set, at this stage of the game. And so it'd have to be something that, would have to be pretty enticing, I think, to bring somebody onto your roster, which means you'd have to let somebody go, and so that's a hard thing to do.
Coaches are magnificent at telling you nothing. They are. It's an art. And that's not what you get with Doug Peterson. His transparency is fantastic. And, I've brought up a few examples during his short tenure of some things that he said, the way that they were sounded out that, again, I thought was just tremendous. A Super Bowl winning coach who knows what's going on. It would have been so easy to can that. And I think what you got was some honesty. But I think the best message is, and an answer like that, Trent's going to get me the players. I'm going to coach the players. And if he thinks there's someone better, then he'll bring them in and we'll coach them up. But I think that was said in a very interesting way because there was a lot of reaction to that. This team's all of a sudden not going to add. I think they're still going to add two guys. I think they're going to add a slot corner. I think they're going to add an edge. I really do. I mean, we saw Jordan Smith out there on Monday. It's been 2 years. Very little. We'll use just a tiny bit in 2021 by Urban Meyer. Urban called him a project for crying out loud. Then the knee a year ago. So he was out there taking some meaningful snaps, if you can call them meaningful, during the first day of OTAs. But the right knee, there's a big brace there, and there's a big concern right there for Jordan Smith. They moved up to draft him, whether that was Urban, whether that was Trent Baalke, or somewhere in between. They traded up. They thought highly of Jordan Smith. Well, all of a sudden now, here's a guy that we know absolutely nothing about. We don't know anything about this man. He's going to get an opportunity to really perform this year. And, the same thing's been said for Yasser Abdullah. We don't know what to make out of the 5th-round pick. Examine that for a moment. You have to get a veteran edge. Right now, outside of Allen and outside of Walker, who do you have? Are you going to waste my time and start to Caleb on Chase on me? Are you going to waste our time by even mentioning him? And what a phenomenal guy. If he could play, he would have been a cult figure here in town because he's got a personality. He's got a likability. Unfortunately, he's just an undersized guy that is just a guy. So with him out, you're looking at Jordan Smith and Yasser Abdullah. Dare I say Deshaun Dixon? Put him into the category? Those are your three. Okay? One guy's been hurt for basically 2 years. The other guy's a 5th-round pick. And the other guy, in Deshaun Dixon, is absolutely a swing for the fence and see what happens type of move. So that is something that has to be addressed with this football team. No question about that. All right, on the other side, let's get to you on this and get some of your thoughts. Osher said 30. Man, I was hoping for around 28. What do you believe? And, we can go back and forth. And if you disagree with this as far as numbers, I can't even see what the argument would be. Anything outside of scoring offense and scoring defense. Then again, the NFL, they always rank their defenses, and they rank their offenses by what? Total offense, total defense is yards per game. I've never been able to figure that out. Do you understand that? Isn't it about points per game?
Yes, but like Ozier said, eras are so different. So if you're doing it by history, yeah. But if you're just going by, this season, who's the better defense, yeah, I like your style better.
Yep. I mean, just a hypothetical. Jacksonville last year averaged 232.9 yards a game passing. Well, what if through 3 quarters they had passed for 120 yards, and all of a sudden the opponent is up by 14 points, 17 points.
Exactly.
And it becomes the fourth quarter, and all you're doing is passing, so you double your passing statistics in 1 quarter compared to what you did in the first 3 quarters, because the teams are giving you, they're keeping plays in front of them. They're going to give up some yards, and they don't care. Yet we value yards per game and yards allowed per game. I just don't understand that. To me, it's all about points.
Remember those Blake Bortles teams?
Oh, yeah.
That had 1 million passing yards and everything because they were just getting killed. And
you can do it in any sport. An NBA team can be losing by 25, and all of a sudden the guy in that losing team can just start hoisting.
Points.
Yeah, 3-point after 3-pointer after 3-pointer. He ends up with 30, but then you see he was, 11 of 30 and was 6 of 12 from the 3-point line, and it all added up to 30 points with some free throws. But again, in this case, to me, numbers lie. That's the point I'm getting.
It's all about efficiency.
Game 4 tonight could the Florida Panthers sweep the Carolina Hurricanes. Small favorite, minus 110 to the dollar. Total is 5.5. The over has been really popular early on, but the game the other night was a 4-0 game with Las Vegas. They are now up 3-0 against the Dallas Stars, and they will look to advance in the West coming up on Thursday night. But tonight in the East, the Panthers can move on. They can get it done at home by knocking off the Carolina Hurricanes. That'll be coming up at 8 o'clock. Also tonight in the NBA, as we know, the Lakers have been eliminated. Denver moves on. Boston stays alive. All of a sudden, that series will shift back to Beantown coming up tomorrow night at 8:30. Boston an 8-point favorite against the Miami Heat. You know that my divorce is in, and I'm waiting for the final paperwork with the city of Boston and sports teams as a whole. Why do I believe Boston can win 4 straight?
Because you're delusional. No, I actually think they can too. I don't think they will, but they certainly can. They're the more talented team. But I don't think Jimmy Butler's going to have it. I don't think Spoelstra's going to let that happen. They're going to game plan. They're going to realize we have to win this one. And I don't think Boston's home court means much of anything. I bet the pressure is going to be on them, immensely more than it would be back in Miami. So they might prefer to just play in Miami. It's not like that's such a raucous crowd down there. I think Miami will get it done. But you're right. It could happen.
Florida teams have pounded Boston.
Yes.
In Boston. The Florida Panthers won games 2, 5, and 7 in Boston. And the Miami Heat won game 1 and 2 in Boston. And they can close it out tomorrow night if they win game 5 in Boston. Again, the Heat up 3-1 in that best of 7. Game 5 coming up tomorrow night. All right, let's continue on. Get back to some of your thoughts. 641-1010. Anything you heard us talk about with just the overall way of this organization and how it's changed for the better and how the leadership is really making a difference to the point now where that message is being tossed all around NFL cities. And, kind of to the contrary, everything else that, what Roger Goodell said yesterday, I got to spend a couple of minutes on that. It's really agonizing to listen to this man. He is such a hypocrite. He is so much about greed. And it's almost like you can see his nose growing as he's talking to us at the podium. Some thoughts on that coming up as well as we go into the night.
The plot begins to thicken. Now, I can't be specific about the heroes and zeros.
Dan Hick, Jeff Prosser, Mike Debs, Fat Tony, Joe C, Hacker, Matt Hayes, Leon Searcy, Frank French, Hayes Carlin, Lauren Brooks, Rick Ballou, 1010XL.
Ballou here for Smoonez Vision. Why Smoonez Vision? Well, I've been with Dr. Neil Smoonez now since I got back to Jacksonville in 2006. 37 years of experience he has. Smoonez Vision is a family organization that focuses on personal high-quality medical and surgical eye care. Dr. Catherine Smoonez is fellowship-trained in cornea and cataract surgery and all refractive surgery. Combined, that's 30 years plus in laser eye surgery. Visit SmoonezVision.com today. Care you can see.
Hey, it's Matt Hayes, and I said yes to Yas, Dr. Mitchell Yas, and the Yas method. Now I know, you've probably tried medications, treatments, injections, even surgery. Maybe the reason you're still in pain is because they're treating the wrong thing and not addressing the root causes. Well, I know from personal experience, this does happen. But I found the best kept secret in pain elimination, Dr. Yas and the Yas method. Call him today, 904-906-YASS, and say yes to Yas.
If you want to get into broadcasting, 1010XL is partnering with the Broadcasters and Sportscasters Mentoring Group to offer on-air broadcast training to a select few. Find out how you can be mentored at getintobroadcasting.com. Getintobroadcasting.com.
There's a world of difference between and that's why you can trust Famous Automotive and Tire when it comes to your vehicle's care. Because there's a difference between and. It all starts with the triangle of safety: your tires, brakes, and the front end. Take care of those 3 points and your car will take good care of you. Start at Famous Automotive and Tires. 7 locations servicing every customer like they're famous.
Jeff Lageman, Kevin Faber, and Kirk Waltz bring you into the outdoors.
We've got 3 big bucks.
On the Nimnicht Outdoor Show, presented by Duck Duck Rooter. 7 to 10 every Saturday morning on 1010XL.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Life is about choices and the decisions you make. I'm David Robbins with Epstein & Robbins. If you're convicted of a DUI, you'll have to face severe consequences. Walking through the doors of the courthouse or appearing at a bond hearing can be extremely intimidating. Without the right lawyer, you're likely to make the wrong decision. Let our team help you make the right decisions in court. Epstein & Robbins, the right choice.
Epstein & Robbins, fighting for your rights since 1975.
Mark Watson with Hardball Creative. For the new year, check out the new gear at hardballcreative.com and make sure your employees are sporting your logo on the newest and coolest apparel.
Hardball Creative. Hardball does it all. You're shrimping
Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, presented by FIS, is home all week at 1-to-1 Financial Ballpark. Tomorrow is Coors Light Thirsty Thursday with beer specials, and it's a military appreciation night presented by Ascension St. Vincent's and Out Front. Then it's the weekend of Boom with fireworks Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. JackShrimp.com for tickets. Jumbo Shrimp Baseball, affordable, family, fun.
E.T. here, and y'all know how much I like my brown water, but I ain't gonna lie, it gives me headaches sometimes. So my alternative is Brackish Vodka. This gluten-free alternative to Tito's is 100% local, and all monies stays right here in Duval. Not only does Brackish Vodka make you feel good, but when you support Brackish Vodka, you're also helping local charities. Try it side by side with your favorite vodka, and you will taste and smell how natural Brackish Vodka really is. And when you do, remember who sent you. Come on, somebody.
Does your home or building need painting? For over 20 years, Performance Painting has had the privilege of preserving many of Jacksonville's most prominent buildings. That said, we feel like we're just getting started. I'm Jason Parker, and our team thrives on preparing, protecting, and preserving the homes, businesses, and public buildings that make up our local landscape. Contact us today to put our years of experience to work for you. Performance Painting, prepare, protect, preserve.
Performance Painting. Finding great people to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Their powerful matching technology delivers so many qualified candidates. It's like finding a needle in a needle stack. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. For less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
1010XL is presented by Farah and Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville. Into the Night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
All right, with you tonight till 8 o'clock. Hacker will join you then. Talking about edge guys. Marcus Golden signed today with the Steelers, formerly with Arizona. He had been coached earlier in his career by Brenston Buckner, who, of course, coaches the defensive line here now in Jacksonville. And they are sitting back, and they're waiting. I still think something is going to happen, and I think it's going to happen probably in the middle part of June. That is my feeling on this. I want to get to Roger Goodell, but before we do that, we're already halfway through the week, and I don't think we've talked about the biggest story that has happened here locally. And, you know, I'm never one to brag, but J.J. LaSalva, the truth teller, is now 3 up, 3 down on his picks at the Players, the Masters.
Yes.
And the PGA Championship, Brooks Koepka. Where did that come from?
Every tournament I take Brooks or Rahm, and I've taken the wrong one every time, and you've taken the right one every time. Or excuse me, Scheffler or Rahm. So I guess with the Players, I took Rahm.
Mm-hmm.
He had a stomach ache. Quit after Thursday.
He did.
The Masters, I decided, all right, since Rahm really pissed me off last time, I'm going to take Scheffler.
Mm-hmm.
Scheffler, I don't even think he made the cut. I'm not sure. And then, of course, and Rahm won that, of course. And then this time, I decided, all right, Scheffler will go back to him. Or no, Rahm will go back to him after winning the Masters. And he didn't, I guess he made the cut, but he didn't even finish close to the top 10, I believe.
No.
He had such a bad Thursday.
Yeah, he improved his final 3 rounds. You're right
Yeah.
about that. But he shot a 76 on Thursday.
Yeah, 50th.
Yep. So.
And, of course, Scheffler, who didn't make a putt for 3 days, still T2.
T2 once again for Scotty Scheffler.
Guy's
Currently
a
ranked
freak,
second
man.
in the world. Yep. And, hey, blink twice, and the U.S. Open will be here out in Los Angeles this year. It's already been stated that, obviously, Tiger's not going to play in this one as well, as he continues to rehabilitate back from his latest surgery.
Scheffler's actually playing in the Charles Schwab this week at Colonial.
It's a pretty good field out there.
It is, but it's like not for a lot of money. So I'm not sure if it's, if you miss a certain amount of events, you get fined type of deal.
Now, you still part of this controversy here with Michael Block? Are you going to try to tell us that
playing tomorrow, by the way?
There's going to be I'm aware of that, but I expect you're part of this hunt where I'm expecting at some point you're going to be producing Michael Block like soft porn.
Yeah,
back when he was like
I'm
a collegiate
truther.
or something like that.
If you don't remember, on Monday I had one of my friends call, and he believes that Michael Block is a liar, that he was lying about not knowing it was a hole-in-one. I don't know really what the point of lying would be. And because, he took his hat off at first, but then he claimed that he shot it a few feet from the hole, and then Rory had to tell him. And then he didn't like how the media was portraying him as a guy who's never really, he's played 26 tournaments before and all this. And, some people they can't ever have fun.
Is he unlikable?
Who the golfer?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I didn't like.
Do we want to find a story? Do we want to make this a bad guy? Is that the intent here?
Maybe. What I didn't like was on Friday when ESPN took 6 minutes of their coverage to just show an interview while he's walking down the fairway with an earpiece in, and it's like, that's cool. I like the new exclusive coverage of talking to guys while they're playing their round. That's fine with me, but don't stop showing all the other shots from around the course for 10 straight minutes.
They did their own survey. People want to see more shots. I mean, the Amanda Ballionis or Amanda Renner, she got married, Renner, those sit-down interviews are fine, but you're right. We don't need to see her interviewing that member of the PGA Tour. You can have the two have a conversation, but show the shots.
Or at worst, picture-in-picture. But you know what I can't stand? I don't ever need to see Jim Nantz. Like, unless they're doing one of these, like, hey, bring an advertiser in and talk to him for a couple minutes, I understand that's all about the cash. But I don't need to see him and Immelman, like, just talking about the tournament for 3 or 4 minutes while they're not showing. You don't see that in any other sport unless it's like a TV timeout. Like, never during a basketball game do you see Van Gundy and the play-by-play guy, like, at the desk talking. You see that during a break in the action. Like, there is no break in the action in golf. I don't need to see Jim Nantz. I only need to hear him. Rant over.
Yesterday was a bad day for NFL fans, okay? The commissioner, Roger Goodell, and his statements from the NFL's owners' meetings were very harmful. In particular, the 25-yard line rule now that is coming into effect for kickoffs, to me, takes away the most exciting, arguably the most exciting play in football. I've always thought that the kick return and the punt return, to me, are two of the most interesting and overall game-changing plays that you can ever witness. And to listen to Goodell get up there and talk about player safety, team safety, and again, the kickoff has been considered forever the most dangerous play in all of sports. Okay? Anything. So they're going to tell us about CTE. They're going to tell us about protecting the player. All the while, let's add another game. Let's add more playoff games. Let's eliminate a bye. Okay, because the bottom line is greed. The bottom line is more money, and that's the way that they run their business. And to some extent, even though it's massive greed, it's incredible greed. It's a business. People do this every day with all sorts of companies. That's what it's all about. The rich getting richer. But there's so many contradictions in this. And what have they really done with the kicking game? I'll tell you what they've done. They've destroyed it. Okay? I mean, we're at the point now where everything that we watch has been sped up, right? Baseball games, half hour shorter than they used to be. People go crazy about NBA timeouts at the very end of the game. You know, the NHL, I think it's even flow, and it moves at a really good pace. The NFL, to me, has always been the last sport that you'll ever hear anyone complain about the length of time. But it's starting to get a little sideways on some of these reviews late and timeouts late and uncertainty with the officials here and what have you. You want to speed up the game? Why not just eliminate the kick return? Now you're saying that you can fear catch it and put it at the 25-yard line? Who in their right mind is going to take a ball from the 3 or 4-yard line and try to bring it out 21, 22 yards to get past the 25? It's not going to happen anymore. So what are we going to see? Some squib-type kicks where, you know, we're going to take an opportunity at that ball rolling a certain way where maybe a bigger man, a linebacker or a safety or whatever has to fall on it. Hopefully, if you're kicking somewhere between the, 15, 10-yard line, again, it sounds like an automatic gamble. They made the mistake of bringing back the point after attempt. They never should have. They should have left it there. Okay? It was 6 that became an automatic 7.
What was even the point of that?
I don't know, but I think I'm the only person alive who doesn't like that rule. I mean, just leave the point after attempt the way that it was. So let's continue to think about kicking the football, kicking off in the National Football League. They have also told us that the onside kick is a very dangerous play. So they've changed all the rules as we're aware of when it comes to an onside kick. And now, it's going to be tabled, but it's coming. Okay? It's coming. We're going to have the idiocy of adding, instead of attempting an onside kick, where you're going to get the ball 4th and 15 at your own 25 with an opportunity to complete that pass, pick up a first down, and hold on to the football. Again, I'm shocked at how many people would love to see this rule implemented. I have horror. I have absolute just horror thinking about Jacksonville being up. Let's say Jacksonville's up 10, okay? And you got 6 minutes to go. And your opponent puts together a fair catch from the 25. They put together, an 8-play, 75-yard drive. They take 3.5 minutes off the clock. But during that 10-minute drive, okay, or 10 play, 7, 8, 10, whatever, 9, 10-play drive, 3.5 minutes, you're deep in the fourth quarter. Your defensive guys are tired. And you got your best player in the NFL, Trevor Lawrence, on the bench, ready to come back out with 3.5 minutes to go to run his 4-minute offense and get out of there with a 3-point win. But no, you're going to allow a 4th and 15. You're going to keep your defense, which is exhausted, and say to them, get back out on the field. Get back out at the 25 after you've just been out there for 10 consecutive plays in 3.5 minutes. And that's even a shorter drive. I'm saying this out of respect that they were running a hurry-up down 2 possessions with 6 minutes to go. It's like a double whammy against your defense. Now, I know some of you may be thinking, well, Ballou, what if it's the opponent's defense and Trevor gets it going and he orchestrates a late fourth quarter drive and we throw him back out there with a 4th and 15 and he completes it and takes it the other way? Okay, you can look at it that way, but still, it's it's such a hypocritical situation where you're talking about player safety, doing things along those lines, eliminating this, but saying to a tired defense, stay out there and bring back out your offense. Makes very little sense to me. If they want to speed up the game, here's what you do. You score a touchdown, it's 7 points, and you have your opponent come out and start at the 25. So you eliminate all these shenanigans of the point after attempt, how long all of that takes to line up, kickoff, fair catch, bring out your offense and defense for the 25. Why not score a touchdown? Hand your ball to the referee. Here comes the opponent's offense at their 25. Here comes the defense on the defensive side of their opponent's 25. Make any sense? You want to speed up the game?
Like, so they don't get a chance to get the ball back.
I'm saying in general.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm saying in general, just give them 7 points and forget about the PAT.
Oh, no PAT at all.
And forget about
that.
the kickoff. Just if you want to speed up the game, they've made such a mockery of the kicking situation. Why not just do it that way?
Because if you get rid of the kickoff, I'm with you on the time thing, but if you get rid of the kickoff, then you have to have some circus-type 4th and 15 because you can't just eliminate a team's chances to get the ball back. That totally changes football. It changes the entire game. That way, if you're down 2 scores with 4 minutes left, it's a wrap. It's over. You literally can't get the ball back. We can't have that. You have to have the team be able, because people are going to change the channel. You go up 21 in the third quarter, it's a wrap. The teams are going to, you can't not allow the team to get 2 possessions back to back is what I'm saying. That's just part of the game.
Yeah. You want to speed up the game, you do it that way. If it's late,
give them an opportunity for an onside kick or something.
If it's
like
late,
under 2 minutes, under 4 minutes. Maybe.
Yeah, do you get that opportunity where you can, instead of it's just a touchdown, it's 7 points, and your opponent gets to the 25, you can actually have the opportunity to kick off. If, in fact, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But the point I'm trying, and obviously this would take some creativity and put some minds together on how to figure this out. But if people are going to start hollering about how long it takes to play these games, that's a way to really shorten it twofold. You're making a joke out of the kicker position. You've taken away half of what they are supposed to do. That's an art of kicking it inside the 5, where you want that returner. He doesn't trust that ball is going to hit and roll the right way into the end zone for a touchback. So all of a sudden the stress is on him getting it from the 4 or 5 yard line. How far can he take it up? Can he take it up what used to be the 20? Now it's the 25. There's risk involved there. And there's, strategically speaking, for your kicking team, that's always been a big part of it. That's going to be eliminated. I mean, realistically, how many kick returns are we going to see again?
I mean, we barely see any now, as is.
They're going to be gone. I mean, no longer we're going to be hearing about kick returners. It's going to be punt returners only. And it's already been that way.
Here's the thing, Goodell. You caused games to be longer because you don't allow defense to be played. And so now everything is all about passing the ball because you can't touch the guys. And so now there's more incompletions, which causes the clock to stop and the game flow to end. So if we had old school football where teams are, a defense is actually being able to be played, where you can hit the guy, there's not a million penalties touching quarterbacks and stuff like that, and there was a run, teams were actually running the ball, which doesn't happen anymore. Yeah, game would go by a little quicker. I actually don't think games in the NFL are long. I feel like they always end right around 4:05.
Neither do I.
It's crazy how you think a game is. Wow, they got off to a pretty quick start. Like, it's already halftime. But then by the end of the game, it's like the same time as it would be the week before. It's crazy how the NFL works.
Yeah,
like that.
I don't think it's folks our age, although folks our age have taken to the liking of, the faster baseball game. I think in college football, if you have not heard, they changed the rule coming up this year.
College football is long, man.
I
would say it's 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, it's
longer.
an extra, an NFL halftime is like 14 minutes.
Yeah.
A college halftime is like 25, 26, 27 minutes. They allow both bands to come out and play. That is the major difference.
Clock stopping after first downs, which is gone.
Yeah, and they've taken that away. They're finally going to do that. You used to pick up a first down. They'd allow the chain gang to move the sticks, and the clock would not run until the referee comes back and plays down the football. That is actually going to change this year. I think a lot of this has to do with the younger fans, the younger generation, who are just so ridiculously bored. They can't sit in one place. They have trouble sitting. I mean, I feel bad for those fans when all of a sudden I'm going to tell you that Trevor Lawrence this year is going to be a part of some huge drives, okay? Double-digit drives. Matriculating the football down the field, both with pass and run. And he's going to be running when you think he's passing, and he's going to be passing when you think he's running. And, all of a sudden you look up and it's a 12-play, 75-yard drive. 6.5 minutes have gone off the clock. What are these Generation Zs going to do during a long? I mean, they're going to go crazy. They haven't checked MySpace. They haven't checked Facebook. They haven't checked any of that stuff. And you're like, you want us to sit through this entire drive. So I think you have to bow to the future of America and the future of the NFL. Find a way to speed up the game. We don't want our kids to be bored. Best way to do it, say see ya to the whole kicking game. By the way, for the record,
football.
For the record, okay? There's nothing worse in any sport than arguably the greatest game on this planet. Gladiators beating each other to a pulp. And the game comes down to a kicker. Are you kidding me? Okay, that just sucks. The greatest game ever comes down to a kicker. All right? I mean, it's just amazing. And it's wrong. All right, more thoughts coming up. We'll run with you tonight till 8 o'clock, with you from 6 to 8 as well, both Thursday and Friday.
Reflecting the passion of Jags fans. This is 1010XL, home of the Jaguars.
Buying a car can be stressful, especially one sold as is or with no warranty. Do the 7, 10, or 30-day warranties leave you wondering what will happen on day 31?
Stop. Car buying doesn't need to be so stressful. Beaver Toyota and Beaver Chevrolet now offer the exclusive Beaver Certified program protecting your used car for 7 years or 100,000 miles. That's right, certified Hondas, Fords, Nissans, and any other make you consider now come with the peace of mind you deserve. Shop worry-free at Beaver Toyota in St. Augustine or Beaver Chevrolet in Jacksonville.
Want great drinks at a great location without paying outrageous prices? Players Grill has you covered. Monday through Friday, happy hour from 3 to 5 p.m. $15 bottomless mimosas on the weekend. Players Grill, where the neighborhood meets.
Houston, we do not have a problem.
Houston's Meats is now carrying locally raised cattle from right here in Florida. Ground beef to steaks to even roasts, each cut is graded USDA choice and has been raised locally from birth to harvest. Houston's Meats at Main Street and 295.
This is Hayes Carline for First Florida Credit Union. There's comfort in having real-time financial solutions you can trust. When it comes to your money, count on First Florida Credit Union. When value counts, rely on First Florida for rates and rewards that give you the freedom to enjoy more of what you want. When service counts, depend on First Florida for the conveniences you expect and the personal connection you deserve. First Florida Credit Union. They're enriching people every day. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
We're the only animal on the planet that pretends like the female of our species is weak. Have you guys ever met a woman?
Helmets and heels.
Not weak at all.
Driven by Tire Outlet.
And presented by Underwood Jewelers. Great, so we're all good? Tuesday nights at 6.
On 1010XL.
At Duck Rooter, we do it all when it comes to septic systems. Full system installations, we install drain fields, septic tanks, sump pumps, perform full septic inspections.
Excuse me?
Yes?
A new septic system installation requires a permit. Do you handle the application and all the paperwork?
Yes, we do that too.
Whew!
For all septic services and installations, trust the Duck.
When you're stuck, call the Duck. 904-862-6769.
Life is short, and if we spend our time suffering with pain and it takes away our joy, that's not a very good way to live.
He's right. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant pain. QC Kinetics patient Chad admits the chronic pain in his knee really robbed his quality of life.
When I was going to the traditional doctor and getting the pain pills, my smile wasn't as big as it usually is. Going to my high school reunion on crutches, it was awful.
But then Chad visited QC Kinetics. He experienced the real power behind natural regenerative treatments. Using healing properties from his own body, QC Kinetics was able to restore and repair damaged tissue, finally giving Chad lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
And I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
Learn how advanced regenerative medicine can help your body heal itself at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
Brian and Angela Wall here with Window World. By now, everyone has heard about saving money on their energy bills. There are all sorts of things you can do to cut energy costs, but most people don't think about their windows.
But Window World knows that the biggest energy loss in almost every home is the windows. There is more energy loss from old builder-grade windows than just about anything else in your home.
You can upgrade your heating and air, your appliances, that's good too. But before you do all that, upgrade your windows to Window World's energy-efficient windows.
Window World's windows are easy to clean, energy efficient, and have the best guarantee in the business.
Window World's slogan is simply the best for less, and we mean it. You get great American-made windows, and you get to keep more of your money when you buy from Window World. Need any more reasons to buy your windows from Window World? Call them today and set up your free in-home estimate, or go online to windowworldneflorida.com.
Window World, simply the best for less.
Thank you for your business.
Window World also offers energy-efficient doors.
Rick Springfield, live. 17 top 40 hits. Celebrating 40 years of working class dog. Friday, May 26th, the Thrasher Horn Center. Get tickets at thcenter.org. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
1010XL is presented by Farah & Farah, the official personal injury law firm of the Jaguars. Protecting you and your family. Call 396-5555. Jacksonville. Into the Night with Rick Ballou on 1010XL 92.5 FM.
All right, World's Largest Outdoor Cocktail Party extended for a few more years. It'll run through 2025. So 3 more years in, then folks are beginning to worry a little bit. Kirby Smart went off on it. And I know they've changed the rules recruiting-wise, but they're allowed to come here. I don't know why they'd want to recruit here. I'd want to recruit on campus, right? That's always been my way of looking at it. But we'll see. I know people were worried. That whole Roger Goodell thing yesterday as well, when the question was asked about, a team playing a third game in London. And, of course, Jacksonville's doing a home and away there this year. That's disturbing. I'm not one of those who's ever going to try to raise blood pressure when it comes to the team is leaving. No, I don't believe any of that. There was another piece, The Athletic, on Mark Lamping and some recent comments that he made that are all positive. I read an opinion piece today that was very well documented, a lot of things taken from different newspapers over the last couple of decades, talking about Jacksonville, but again, the fear factor that they're going to leave. If they can't get it done now, it's never going to happen. You have a 23-year-old quarterback, and you have a really good coaching staff, and you have all of a sudden a likability factor. People like this team. You can make the case that people are going to like any winning team, but this one feels a little bit different. Am I wrong? It feels different than the 2017 AFC Championship game or championship game team. To me, it does. And I wish I could explain it. I can't. But I get the feeling that maybe some of you out there will agree with it as well. So I was disturbed. I put it on Twitter yesterday. Some people were getting on it back and forth, some asking me some questions, and why do I just assume it's Jacksonville? Well, I mean, why would I assume anything else? Jacksonville's already gone home and away.
Why would you assume it's not Jacksonville?
Yeah, I know.
Literally the team that plays there once a year, every year. The team that's playing twice in 2 weeks.
So it's scary. But what it's going to come down to is negotiating, okay? Do you want the Jaguars here? Of course you want the Jaguars here. Well, when the new city leaders get together and talk about how you're going to put this together, they're going to be asking you for more of your tax dollars. It's pretty simple. If you want a new stadium or you want a stadium with a major facelift and you want this team here in your city for years and years and years to come, you're going to have to find a way to get this new stadium. And if you don't, then the problems really are going to exist. But I don't think it's going to get that way. Man, you're going to hear a lot of people complaining, though, when they ask for your money. And I think the negotiating should be, don't you ever consider 3 games in London. If we're building a new stadium,
how about one?
How
about none?
That's it. Do they have it in them to say, here's the deal. We'll create this amount of money. I don't know, let's say the stadium thing costs $2 billion. I don't even know what to think. This is funny money to me. How much is the city going to produce for this new stadium? How much is Shad Khan going to produce for this new stadium? When you negotiate, it should sound like this. All right, you can have 1 game there, that's it. Or how about no games? How about we build a brand new stadium? But no more is this football team going to London. If we're going to fork over this amount of cash, 8 games a year and 9 every other year are going to be played in this city. That has to be part of the pitch, I would think. London is great for Shad Khan. London is great for the Jaguars organization. London is not great for downtown Jacksonville. It's not great for the businesses and the economy and the revenue that's brought in here. So that's where the hard ball is going to come into play. And, man, I don't usually care all that much about negotiations that involve the city and ownership of a franchise, but I would love to be a fly on the wall to hear that conversation. I mean, that would be fantastic. Just to sit back, dig your elbows in, and listen to what one side says and the other says. You have to come to an agreement here. Build it. What's taking so long? Get together and build it. Come up with a plan. And most of this negativity will leave at that particular point. All right, that's it. We're out of here. I don't check the text line. If you want to get me, you can do so on Twitter. That's Ballou1010XL. For JJ, I'm Rick Ballou. We'll join you tomorrow at 6. Hackers up right now.